pleasure to see you today, and I hope we have a great time. I think everyone's interested about the main things, 420.
Yeah. I mean, thank you for having me. I think this will be fun. We can, dive into a lot of topics. A little bit about myself. I'm in the cannabis space, so I'm director of cultivation for cannabis. I've been doing this for over 13 years, back home in Canada specifically. And so then when the opportunity opened up in Thailand, I came out here to check it out and fell in love with the country, and brought my team over, and I've been here almost 2 years. It'll be 2 years in September, so it's been a wild ride, to say the least.
So how it started, because I always was interested about the part, like how people can go on this direction, because I know, like, not companies, like individual people, right, who love the weed and they're growing something, behind the, any other viewpoint, and, they just trying to do it because of that's what they love, right? That's many people just love the, taking care of the plants, they love the, the whole culture, they love the weed and everything, right? That's most of the people I know because they really love it, You put this on the next level, right? To make the business with this,
That's
right? And other question, do you smoke?
I do smoke. I'm not like I'm not a chronic smoker where I have to smoke multiple joints a day. I like to have, a couple puffs before bed. It helps me sleep better. But at the same time, I like to take breaks. I don't like to smoke every day because tolerance goes up. And so, I'm a casual smoker, but I always try everything I grow. It's like a chef in the kitchen has to try his food. As for how I got into it, it's actually funny story because, in high school, my background is Polish as well, just like you. So I grew up in a very, Polish conservative household. Cannabis was on the same level as all hard drugs. Poland didn't have a smoking culture, it had a drinking culture. So at home, cannabis was treated like if I was to do meth or anything else. I believed all the propaganda that at the time was being taught in schools and in the media, that it's, only for unambitious, drug addicts and junkies and the worst sort. So if someone told me in high school that my future would be moving to Thailand and then growing cannabis, I probably would have said, I have a better chance to become the Pope. Like, it's not happening. Until I went into my first year at university, University of British Columbia in Vancouver, Canada. And I went there, I'm like 17 years old, and I just look around and everyone's smoking. And I thought to myself, oh my God, junkies everywhere. Like drug addicts everywhere. I was like, but then I, started to meet some of these people in my classes, become friends, and I realized, these people are quite intelligent. They're not unambitious or all that stuff that I heard. So I started thinking, maybe I've been lied to. And I did my own research. I, tried it at a party or whatever, and it was okay. It never, I didn't become like an overnight stoner. I just occasionally, if it was at a party, whatever, and it still wasn't really on my radar. My goal was law school. That's kind of what I went into university for. I got my political science degree, and then took my LSATs, and I was going to go into law school. Upon doing my LSATs and sending in some applications, I just felt something inside that, I don't actually know if that's what I want to do. Like, I don't have a passion for it. Maybe I'd be good at it, but it's not my passion. It's more what my parents wanted out of me. This is what, every parent wants, doctor, lawyer, all this. So I was kind of like, I don't want to do law school. And I didn't know what I was going to do. But then I had the opportunity to start growing in the medical market as a designated grower in the medical space. So I looked at that, and it's sparked my curiosity, because I said, this is something cool. I don't know if I'll be good at it, but I saw the future. I saw that legalization is just a matter of time, and it's going to happen in Canada, it's going to happen throughout the world. And I said, if I can teach myself to do this now, I'll have a leg up on everybody else and potentially have a good career. So I said, let's do it. And It was with my dad actually. We came together and said, you know, let's buy a property. We'll build, you know, the facility and everything. And we had no idea. Like, my dad worked for someone as a security, and they had a bunch of shops and facilities, and they were quite successful. But they were like street guys. They were, you know, uneducated. They've been doing it since the '90s, so they made a lot of money. And we said, they can do it. I can figure it out. I'm sure. So we built a facility. Nobody wanted to help us. We found somebody that was going to be the grower and that was going to teach us, but this guy ended up borrowing a bunch of money from everyone and then disappearing. So we had nobody that was going to grow. I found a guy online through a forum. We started talking. He was like, I would call my first mentor, and a very, very smart guy when it comes to cannabis, knew a lot. And he would just usually have a smoke and on Skype, I would ask him questions, and then I would just write everything down. And he said, don't worry about it. I'll be there every step of the way. He showed me pictures, everything. I'll teach you. I said, great. 2 weeks before we were getting our first plants in, he disappears. He becomes a ghost. Turns out, I find out 6 months later from his wife, he got pinched and he was in jail.
Oh.
And then he was in jail. I found out his real name. I still had questions about cannabis, so I registered on a site. You could, in the States, it was called JPay. You could write emails. You'd pay like $1 or something. You could write emails to the prisoners. So I wrote to him. I said, "How are you doing? Whatever. My tomato farm. I need some help." And we exchanged some information, and it was off to the races. And I basically applied everything that I learned in university in terms of research skill towards cannabis. And it wasn't as easy as it is today, where today YouTube is full of it, all the articles. It was still kind of hidden then. There's some forums that would talk about it, others would talk about tomatoes, because it was still highly illegal in certain parts of the world, so people were a little bit more cautious. But I essentially just started growing with my dad and teaching myself, and became quite good quite quickly. Until the third year, we had it was a pivotal moment in my life. I'd say it was a decision do I continue or do I go down another path? And it was an attempted armed robbery in our third year. So we just had a harvest, and the next day, 3 men in ski masks with guns came to try to rob me and my dad. So looking back, we were the easiest of targets. Everybody thought of us as the, pop and son, good guys, easy to take out. Mm-hmm. I had one German Shepherd at the time, and we had two electric gates and some fencing. The security was not, ideal. And for 3 years, nothing was going on. Sometimes we have a drink, sometimes we have a smoke. It was very low key. And on this particular night, it was August 18th. We had a harvest the day before, and we were doing repairs, and my dog had been barking, but we have animals. By the way, I'm living in the woods, 10 acres, beautiful. I got like a pond, mountains, trees, everything. And we were doing a repair, and we had our tools in the house, and the facility was about 100 feet away. So we went to the house, went back to the facility. My dad tightened the screw too tight. We had to go back to the house. We went back to the house to loosen it up, and in that time, I'm like, my dog's, I don't recognize this bark. It's a very aggressive bark. So I pop my head out from the balcony, and I see 2 guys in ski masks walking into our facility, and one guy is kind of in the middle between the house and the facility. And in that moment, some people, talk about what do we do if there's a attempt, and you have this plan in your head, but you don't know how you're going to react until there's that moment. We had firearms, all licensed, like legally, everything. And I followed all the rules. I had my firearm in one safe, I had my ammunition in another safe, and all locked up. But when the moment you actually need it, that's not a good thing. And when I saw these guys going into the facility, I just yelled, "What the fuck? Who the fuck?" And then the guy that was kind of halfway in between, he looked, and I knew I had no time. So I get back into the house. My dad's, what's going on? What's going on? I can't even speak to him because I'm like thinking, I said, guns in the safe. But my dad did always have his handgun. He had a Glock in his nightstand for safety. I sprinted right to his bedroom, grabbed it, loaded it, cocked it back, handed it to him, said, it's loaded. And then in that moment, he knew exactly what was going on. My next step was set the alarm off because we had the whole place alarmed. So set it off, get the sirens going, it'll contact the police. We do that. Next step, run and get my gun. So I run into my room, I grab the key to the safe, and then I hear shooting, both sides. So I drop down, not to get caught in the crossfire. I pull myself to the locker, and then on the monitor in the room, I could see that they had escaped, that they jumped, 3 of these guys jumped over the fence and they ran. So I yelled out, I think they're gone, I think they're gone. No one got hurt, thankfully. Police showed up like 30 minutes later. It was 2 males and a female, and they treated us like we were the biggest criminals ever. Mind you, everything was fully licensed. That's why I had no fear of calling the police. Everything was fully licensed. We were not breaking any laws. And they came and they were like, you brought this upon yourself, the fact that you're doing this. I said, what difference does it make? If I had a facility and I had tractors in there and they came to rob me, would you be treating me this way? Then they confiscated all our firearms. They said, because you used a restricted handgun, that's a big no-no. And, my dad's, he shot bullets up in the air to scare them off. And the cop says, there was a case in 1971 where someone shot the bullet up in the air and then it came down and it killed somebody. You know what would have happened if that happened here today? You'd be in the back of my car in cuffs. And my dad said, I don't give a shit about your stupid rules. If it comes down to protecting my son, protecting myself, I'm going to do that every time. And I said, why are you so concerned about the poor criminals? What could have happened to them? Did we go into someone's property in ski masks and guns and try to rob somebody? No, they were the worst. So then they go inside with my dad, talk things over, and the female officer was outside, and she was a bit nicer. She's talking to me, she's talking about my dog. I kind of tell her my background, university, educated, blah, blah, blah. And she realized we're not this criminal element that maybe people sometimes associate with people that were doing cannabis at that time. We're just normal family. And she goes, can I see the footage from the security clips? Because I was supposed to bring it the next day to do my statement. The other 2 officers left, they took our guns. She stayed, she looked at the video, and you can see the moment when I popped my head out, and then the guy, and I yelled, when the guy saw it, he started running up on the house. He had a hoodie on, and he had his hand in his hoodie as if he was holding a gun. And he ran up to the sliding balcony window, and in that moment he must have seen me pass the gun to my dad because he panicked. He tried pulling his gun out and he couldn't. It got stuck, so he started sprinting. When he started sprinting, my dad went out. He shot some shots in the air, and then the guys on thing while he was running shot 3 bullets in return fire. So nobody got hurt. They didn't get anything. We had a separate building that they didn't know about. But that moment was a very pivotal one because my dad always kind of felt guilty for even bringing me into that not lifestyle, but potential career.
Yeah.
So in that moment, he sat me down and he said, if you want to leave and don't want to do this anymore, I will obviously never hold this against you. I felt incredible guilt. I'll understand. I'm not going to think any less of you. For me, it was more, I started when I was 23, and I was already 3 years into it, so I'm 26. And it was me sacrificing my 20s. I was living in the middle of nowhere with just my dog, no friends, no parties, no girls, just trying to hone my craft, trying to learn how to do this. I sacrifice now so I can have a better future later. And instead of thinking of leaving, I said, fuck no. I'm going to let some bums, some junkies, someone that has nothing going in their life and all they can do is go try to rob people, rob me of what we've done here and what I'm gonna keep doing. No, we upped the security. I got another German Shepherd. Then I had 3 German Shepherds. I got fencing, I got razor wire, I had cameras. I went all out. And then, I had rifles everywhere. I'm not unsafe. I carried a rifle everywhere I went. And now the reputation went from Sun and Pop that are just easy targets to, oh, these guys are a little crazy. So I'd rather have that. That people think I'm a little crazy, because when they thought we were an easy target, that's when they came. And so from there, it was really, I was all in. I could have left, and I said, no, this is what I want to do, and I'm not going to let anybody scare me off. So then I kept doing that until right before COVID, really. Well, COVID happened, and that, and then my wife, who I was doing long distance at the time, she's from Poland as well, but she was living in Dubai for 3 years. We were doing long distance, and then she finally got a holiday visa for a year in Canada. So we moved in together, and I'm like, I can't keep living in the middle of nowhere. I gotta, I think now is the time for me to transition into, the legal market, work for a company or something. And I found a job. It was a company called Bizam. At the time, it was one of the fastest growing cannabis companies in Canada. Now it's in the top 5, I think, largest ones. And that's where I met, another mentor of mine. He's now the godfather of my son. Amazing person, Rob. He's our chief cultivation officer. But basically, this guy, he is the most talented, most experienced cultivator I've ever met in my life. And he's done it at such scales globally that very few people have. So he basically took me under his wing, and we've been like brothers ever since. And I learned a tremendous amount. So everything was going well. I got promoted twice within a year. I was his right-hand guy for cultivation, and it was going great. After the second promotion, I said, hey, now it's maybe time to have a child. Like I got married during COVID, all of this stuff. So everything was, COVID wasn't actually that bad for me. A lot of good things happened in my life during COVID, fortunately. But basically, I said, let's try. So my wife, she got pregnant. Everything's going good. I got a good job. Everything's going great. And I was on vacation in Canada because we were not allowed to leave. They had restrictions of not being able to leave. You couldn't fly. I think Canada was one of the last countries in the world to allow people to fly, specifically if you were not vaccinated. So I'm on vacation locally, and then they opened up the borders. You can leave. And I hadn't been in Poland in 12 years. She missed her parents, family, said, let's go to Poland. So I messaged Rob. I said, I know I'm on vacation, but I need to book another vacation. And he said, no problem. I understand this is important to you. Yeah, so 2 weeks later, I'm on a plane. We go to Poland. She's like 10 weeks pregnant, so we go do the first ultrasound in Poland, and I go happiest day of my life. The baby's healthy. You hear the heartbeat. I was to the moon. One of the most elevated days of my life, where I was just so excited. And I was supposed to go do a poker night with some friends to kind of celebrate. So I'm in the market buying some beers, some booze, and I get a message from a coworker. And I'm 1 week into the vacation, and we're supposed to be there 3 weeks. And my coworker says, I know you're on vacation, but the company has decided to change direction, and they're basically dropping all their cultivation facilities. So everyone's getting laid off, unless you want to work in the outdoor facility, which was a giant outdoor for biomass for vapes and oils and all this stuff. I had no interest in, and I said, "Are you fucking with me right now?" And he's like, "No, I'm dead serious. Everyone just got let go." And my face dropped. My wife looks at me. She's like, "What happened? What happened?" And I just said, "I don't think I have a job." So I went from the happiest moment in my life, up here, and then roller coaster right down to, oh my, what am I going to do? I'm going to come back. I don't have anything. So, I get home, or I get back to my grandma's house, and my grandma comes, and she's, how is everything? How's the baby? I said, everything's fine. Baby's good, but I don't have a job. And then my wife started crying. And that's, she's very strong. She's always been my rock. But when I saw her crying, it was like something in me flipped. It was like a switch. In that moment, as soon as I saw those tears, it was like no time to feel sorry for yourself. There's no time to say, oh, what am I going to do? You have a wife and you have a son on the way. You're going to figure it out. And I said, babe, please don't cry. I'm in a much better position now than I was a year ago. I got Rob. I got a whole team back up. You know what? I'll find a better job. And that same night, I updated my resume. I started sending out applications, and I actually got excited. Truly, inside, I said, something better is going to come along the way. I know it. I feel it. And, you know, we were supposed to fly to Warsaw the next day, and she's like, do we still want to go? I said, no, we're not going to allow this to change anything about our vacation. It's gonna be fine, I promise you. So we enjoy the rest of our vacation, and I come back the day I land. I get a bunch of missed calls and messages from Chris. He's the CEO of our company. He's also my fraternity brother from university. And I call him back. I said, what's going on? And he says, hey, remember this Thailand opportunity? Because he had kind of told me before that he was going to be in Thailand. This Thailand opportunity? I said, yeah. He's like, well, are you still interested? I said, well, actually I am interested. And he said, well, because I had a guy that I wanted to, you know, kind of head the cultivation here, but he's getting cold feet. He's not sure about Thailand. So I'd rather bring you out if you're interested. And he said, well, I said, how soon do you need me? In 1 week. I said, give me 2 weeks. I just got back. Like, I need to put my affairs in order. And I said, okay, I'm gonna come out and we'll see what it is. No guarantees. Because he said, no expense at yours. I'll pay for your flight, accommodation, everything. And in my mind, I was like, I have to go check it out, because I've never been to Asia and never been to Thailand. My wife had been multiple times, so she was, you know, very open to the idea of coming here, and especially both of us wanted to leave Canada due to reasons I'm sure we could probably get into later. So I said, yeah, I'll go check it out. So I got on the plane. I stayed here for a month, but within a week, I knew this is it. This is it. This is what I wanted, where I want to be. So I called my wife. I said, I know she was 6 months pregnant. I said, we're moving to Thailand, and I'm going to make this happen. And the next call I had was with Rob. I said, hey, I know you're back in Canada. We were going to build a company together in Canada. I said, you got to come out here, man. You got to see this, and I can't do this without you. Like, if we're going to do this, I want to do this right. I need my team. So he flew out here, saw the same thing, fell in love with the country. He moved out here, and then we brought 2 more people, Darren and Mariah, out. That was kind of our core. And yeah, we've been here ever since. Which, you know, now I look back and I don't know, it's hard. Sometimes people are spiritual, some people are religious.
Yeah.
I believe there's something, because, you know, have you ever heard of the book, The Secret or The Power?
I'm the coach of The Secret.
Are you?
Yeah. There was a business connected with the franchising of The Secret.
Oh.
And we go and we're supposed to make a course, you know, the workshop about the knowledge, information, and everything. And it started in Poland basically, but you know, didn't go through because of the, you know, a lot of, you know, business side of this one. You know, they want too much money and everything. You know, but the idea was great, right? I love the book. I love the, you know, concept. Of course, the time nobody fucking listen to what I want to say about this one, right? I say, if I think about the hair, and I will get the hair, right? Like, fuck. You know, like, so I was basically, it's changed my life. The Secret changed my life. Especially the movie, because I watched movie before. It was more, you know, accessible for the people, right, than the book. So I just spread to everyone. You give the CD to everyone, right? That time, I think it was still CD, yeah. So it's like I give to everyone. Like, everyone need to watch this. Everyone need to watch this. And I see, like, you know, even after, like, I see more and more samples from legit people, like, you know, Conor McGregor. He said, like, this, you know, this book changed his life. And so that was my core about, you know, shifting and, you know, believing stuff, right?
So that's perfect, because, you know, Rob actually, I didn't read The Secret. I read the second book, The Power. So it was
the second was the opus. The third one was the So
the Power. Okay, so whichever one I read was
those the parts. So many people don't know the next parts, you know, which is like very sad, because it's more explain about the definition also for the work. Like, you know, because The Secret was like more like, you know, concept of the mindset, right? Like, think more was not showing like the real power of the work ethic, right?
Yes.
Which is also the other part what people need to understand. Like, you know, magic happen if you work, you know?
It doesn't just fall in your lap, 100%. And so for me, what really, I started believing in it, and, you know, Rob gave me the book to read. He said, you need to read this book. I said, okay. I read it. I'm like, yeah, power of manifestation, whatever. But now when I look back, I was doing this without knowing I was doing it. So for example, Thailand. Thailand actually was on the radar before it even was legalized, cannabis in Thailand, before it was legalized. My wife, she's a photographer, she had a friend that moved out here and was loving it, and she asked me, hey, would you ever move to Thailand? What if we moved to Thailand? I said, maybe, but like I need to go where cannabis is legal. But then the idea of it, because I had only been in Canada or Europe, I had never been anywhere on a real adventure. So I kept thinking about Thailand. I said, oh, that would be amazing. What if, if we could figure some way out? I haven't been there, but everything she told me about it, next thing I know, I read the news, Thailand legalized cannabis. I look at her, I said, this is a sign. I hadn't read the book yet, but it was just thinking about it. Then Chris, he had invited me out to his ranch. He's got a beautiful ranch in Canada, and we were supposed to go visit him. And a week before, he goes, I said, are you ready? Can we come? He said, I'm sorry, I have a business trip. He didn't tell me exactly what it was, but a business trip. But you should come out anyway, stay. You're going to have a great time. I said, okay. If we don't like it, we can leave. We can go visit my cousin, whatever. We go there. We meet his mom. His mom, we start chatting. She's like, oh, what are you in? And I said, cannabis. She's like, oh, it's interesting. My son, Chris, he's in Thailand right now because they legalized cannabis. And I went, oh, is he? And, we left that ranch, and I thought to myself, something is going on. We keep thinking about Thailand, and it keeps just circling around. Like, I thought, how do I get to Thailand now that it's legalized? Now, Chris, I said, something's going to happen. Then a month later, he messages me, you're in cannabis, right? I may be doing a facility, like, later on. Would you be interested? I said, yeah. And that's when I went to Europe, and then when I came back, the missed calls and everything. So I feel like that was the manifestation. And then the most critical point to me was when I lost that job. It could have been very, very easy for me to, feel sorry for myself, feel down. I think most people wouldn't even be surprised because, of course, this guy just lost his job and he's got a family on the way. It's terrible for anyone. But inside, I truly believed something better was going to happen, and I was so convinced of it. I don't even know how that happens. Usually I'm, I can be kind of negative or skeptical of things, or is this going to work out? But I was so sure it was going to happen. And I came back, and the same day I came back, Thailand opened up, and I had the opportunity on the plate. And then before I even landed in Thailand, I was thinking, I need Rob out here. I need my team out here. And I just kept doing it. Then they came out here. And literally anything I truly put my mind to, not, I need to win the lottery. That's not how it works. But truly thinking of it, and then taking action, as you said, it works. And then you feel like you want to share this with everyone.
Yeah.
Because my life turned around like 180. It's been incredible. So I truly believe in that, the power of the manifestation. And I don't know what that means, if that's a spiritual thing, how that works, but it makes sense. And the biggest thing I took out of it is sometimes when a door closes or a situation occurs that may seem very negative in the moment, losing a job.
Yep.
The bigger picture might be a bigger opportunity. That bigger opportunity was Thailand. If I didn't lose my job, I ask myself all the time, would have I left Canada? Because I had a great job, promotion, I had my friends there, family, everything was going well. Would I have had the guts to pick up and leave with my wife being pregnant and everything? But because that happened, I was like, I got nothing to lose, I gotta go for it. And then in the context of the future of cannabis, Thailand is number one. I know there's a lot of controversy with what's going to happen legally, politically, all this stuff. Yeah. This is all just distractions, smoke and mirrors. There may be changes in terms of what's allowed, whether recreational will be allowed, or are they going to follow like a California medical model? But cannabis cultivation itself is not going to be, banned. They're going to bring in regulation, which is actually needed. Thailand is positioned to be the global epicenter of all cannabis, but no other country is going to be able to compete. It's a fact. Geographically, it's located perfectly for export to the whole world. Photo period, which is, the amount of light you get during the day and night, It's basically 12 all year round, which is critical for cannabis production because you don't actually you start producing flower the moment you go into a 12 and 12 cycle. In Canada, you can only get, in greenhouse or outdoor, you can only get one crop per year. That's it. Canada right now controls over 70% of the global export market, and that's because they were first to market. They legalized first, they overproduced, so now they're flooding, the European market, Australia, Israel. They're sending it wherever they want, but that's their shelf life is, the clock is ticking. It's too expensive. Labor, electricity, you got to heat everything over there. It's cold. It is not a place to grow cannabis. Whereas Thailand, the labor is incredibly cheap. You have that photo period. Electricity, there isn't a scenario where Western countries will be able to produce at a cheaper cost. As an example, I was just in Europe for ICBC. It was a big conference in Berlin. But before that, we visited a facility in Switzerland. One of the most state-of-the-art facilities I've ever seen. Beautiful. Millions and millions of dollars went into it. And their problem is that their labor is so expensive.
Okay.
For one employee, I can pretty much hire 8 to 9. For them to de-leaf one room is like $9,000 almost, US. That's just not sustainable. The only other countries that might be able to compete, maybe Mexico, maybe Colombia, but I'm not moving to Mexico. I personally feel very safe in Thailand. I wouldn't feel very safe growing cannabis in Mexico or in Colombia. So moving forward, it's going to come down to who can produce at the cheapest cost.
Yeah.
And I really believe it's Thailand. If I had a blank check and say, continue your career anywhere in the world, I'd still choose Thailand. It's not, so the future is quite bright. I know there's a lot of controversy. Personally, I may have not been here the longest, but from everything I've seen and from talking with Thai people, the government is very protective of their own industries. And to me, all this kind of flip-flopping has been to keep the big players out.
Yeah, I mean, I get also a friend who have also some plantation, and they, it's all about. I think it's they don't have the full control. They didn't know it's go, that far, and it's go very fast. And also the problem with the license, and I think that's the key. Like they not put the people on the position when they can get some benefits.
Yes.
Because they like. Most of the people work have business without, the sellers, right? Without the license, because the license was limited, right? About some amount of some places and everything. And I think they just, first of all, they do it without. The second, they just give to everyone. And I think was the problem. They cannot get benefits from this. That's why I think they're trying to change something about this part,
Well, Thailand took the opposite approach of Canada when they legalized. Just ruined a great opportunity by having no plan, overtaxed everything, and brought in way too much regulation to the point where it just really kept the black market alive and actually made the black market grow. Thailand, on the other hand, just said it's legal and they brought in no rules. They don't even tax it. It's not even, because it falls under agricultural product, so it doesn't get taxed. So they're not even making money off of it, really. And because there was such a lack of regulations, you had people not only just opening dispensaries and selling, you have people building facilities that aren't up to like a global standard for safe consumption. Like, when we built our facility, we built it to the same strict regulations that you find in Canada, because our goal was export. So kind of wild west resulted in a lot of illegal imports. And these illegal imports, unfortunately, most consumers don't really know too much about cannabis. The average person just sees cannabis and it's fine. And what's happening is a lot of these imports are actually product that comes from California, Colorado, Canada, but it's product that didn't pass quality control, often covered in pesticide or PGRs or mold, or grown illegally, or it's old, it's been sitting there for a long time, because they couldn't sell it in their domestic market. But when Thailand opened up, all of a sudden there's a new market. Everybody starts exporting for pennies on the dollar. It arrives in Thailand. And these dispensaries advertise it as high premium California weed. Oh, this is California weed. California, because everybody knows California, or Canada, or Colorado.
Yeah.
But it's actually garbage. Like, I've gone to so many dispensaries, 95% of them is just straight garbage, unhealthy, and it could have serious consequences for people's health when they're smoking unregulated product that get sprayed with who knows what.
That's what I see also. The other things is overpriced. If you have someone, like you said, that most of the users, they're amateurs, they just do it for recreation, for fun and everything. They don't know the difference and everything. And like you said, they follow the brand, they follow the name and everything, right? Everything is California, it's better. Everything from Europe, it's better, right? Like especially in Thailand, right? So in Asia. So I think it's the problem. It's funny part, but I stopped smoking weed when it become legal, because also before I have from someone, so I know it's the great quality. That's because right. The guy take care. I pay I pay the price, which is like the standard weed now, right? And that time was expensive, and now it's it's basically like super expensive. You can buy the same quality now like double price, like 800, 700 baht, which is crazy, right? Because even if you compare other countries in Europe, right, and US and everything, it's crazy price, especially for the Thailand, it's supposed to be cheaper, right? And I think it's also because of the, it's too much, too much shops, like it's really the demand, it's not enough, and I think they keep the price higher, so they waiting for the one dude who come and buy this, so at least they can cover the cost of the business, right? It's a lot, and I think it's they still buying at a good price. So if they sell 2, 3, 4 grams a day, it's amount. It's let's say it's enough for them to keep going, right?
Yeah, well, for sure, the retail end of things are making way more in terms of their margins, because the wholesale prices are quite low, but the retail prices when you go to the dispensary are quite high.
Yeah.
But there's just such a saturation of the market because there's no regulation. So I truly welcome regulation. Like it's a good thing.
Based on the quality of the product?
Based for everything. So for cultivators like myself, it'll be a good thing as long as what does that mean if they bring regulation? Like, are they actually going to enforce it? Because there's a lot of things in Thailand that are illegal, but they're not really enforced. But if they do enforce it, as an example, if dispensaries have to prove where they're buying their product from, that they're buying from legally licensed, approved facilities in Thailand, that's a good thing, right? That they can't just be importing this pesticide-ridden and moldy product, because that becomes unsafe for the consumer. When I was a casual smoker, I didn't know. Weed is weed.
Yeah.
Once I started growing and I actually saw how most people grow, especially in an unregulated market, to this day I don't smoke other people's stuff unless I know the grower or I know the farm that it came from, and I know that it's a high quality farm. I will not smoke it because there is no quality control. When it's black market, the day of, I've seen guys spraying with heavy pesticide just to get rid of some bugs or mold or whatever it is. Weed falls on the floor, pick it up, who cares? In our facility, weed falls on the table that the plant is growing on, it's garbage. You cannot. You have to have everything super, super strict, and that's for the safety of the consumer, right? You have to keep retention samples so that if you get audited or investigated or there's a recall, we can provide everything to show that the product is safe for consumption. So, there needs to be regulation on both the retail side and on the cultivation side. And like I said, I don't see cannabis disappearing. It's all of this has been to keep the big, multinational companies out, because they don't want foreign companies coming in here and taking over the market. There's a lot of Thai businessmen, Thai politicians involved. They want to get their facilities established. They want to get a foothold over the market, and that keeps all the big players out. They read the media. Look like they're going to reverse it. They're going to do this. And it's so much flip-flopping. So they're like, let's focus on Germany. Let's focus now. Slovenia just legalized. South Africa just legalized. So they're focusing on all those other countries, which is great. So that allows smaller guys like myself and others that are out here to establish themselves. But regulation is coming. They're gonna, I think anyone that thinks about it just for a little bit, they see that Thailand will be the #1 exporter. So what you don't want is Thailand to have a reputation of being garbage or unregulated. So they have to fix that up.
Yeah, if it's on the local market, yes, it's it's the free market. It's basically it's the part of the good things about Thailand, about the freedom, right?
Yes.
Which is because if you have more rules and everything, there's less freedom, and it's also the cost is higher. So, but if you talk about the exporting, it's important, right? And we know the Thailand is quite good about exporting things. I mean, they keep the quality, and if they're going like outside, so I think it will be it can work that way, because if they need to export at the same time, they need to take care of the local things. So I think it'll be good idea about keeping the quality, because like we see now, if you just make the business, there's no more the passion about this one. Like it was more safe to have someone who's dealer and who
Yes.
plan for himself, because you have a passion. He know his stuff and everything, which is great, because this guy taking care of the clients, because he used by itself. He said, "Oh, I have something you guys need to try," right? And you see on his eye, like this guy, like it's real, right? Because it's not like he wanna sell you one time and see you, right? He to do it is because with the passion. I have my friend also, Polish guy. He also have some small own plantation, and he love it since like 15 years old, and then he take care of every leaf, put everything like to small details and everything, and this guy know the quality, right? And then also like he's not into like making money from this, but it's also the part when you have people with the passion. So even if they have a don't treat this like a big business, but they do it for the small, and they can also bring price higher, right? Because then you have someone who's like a master chef, whatever, and this guy is costs more, because this is the best what he can get, and it's from this person. So maybe if it goes a direction with like individual people, not only like a main business, but also like a particular people with the passion, when people go there because of this person, right? Because Absolutely. This person take care of this one, and I think it's like a branding, right?
Yeah.
This is not about certificates, it's about branding, about the person, right? Like I always go to some place because of the people, not about the stuff. Like I always smoke because of the people, and it's also like I cannot smoke alone. Like it was so weird for me. Like I cannot even take puff. Like I feel weird. But if I have someone who I don't smoke much, but I know this guy smoke, and I can smoke with him like 5-10 joints and nothing. I mean, like a great time, right? But if I must smoke with someone who I don't like and everything, so I think it's the culture. Like I mean, the vibe and everything, right? I connect with the branding and everything, but. Like you said, like many people have an even bad experience smoking weed because they have a bad stuff, and I met many people who have like really, sad story, connect with the tripping and everything, because they put whatever they put, like you said, pesticide and, to take out all the shit and everything, but at the same time it's, they put a lot of chemical, and especially in Poland, in the 90s, and everything, you have the skoon, right? How you call this, right? Skoon? In Poland they call this skoon, like mostly like a CBD, but they put a lot of chemical,
Oh, to be honest,
in Poland,
I don't know. I don't have any experience with cannabis in Poland. My family left when I was 2.
Okay, so that was the time. So basically, the time was like a drug, because the stuff, it makes you really like wild, right?
Yeah.
So it was not things like, oh wow, it's proper and everything. Whatever was green and you can smoke was the best, right? So I remember the time. So you have the glass pipe, right? This you can buy on every the shop, small shop. So it was fun, But it's like there's a culture what people know, like when they start smoking and everything, and later they grow, and later also they take care more about the quality, and they use this for like on purpose. It's great, Like I'm basically quite like I'm not saying against, but I see the legalizations go this direction, and tell me if I'm wrong or tell me your opinion about this one. But I think they try to legalize because I think people become like a more lazy, numb, about many things, so they are not activists anymore if they smoke more, right? Because on the general, stuff like we know that some examples like on the other side we have like Snoop Dogg who is like who can smoke and create, right?
Yeah.
Like this is the proper using of the weed when you basically create stuff, right? I cannot create anything if I chill, like, because I'm constant on my head and everything, and I feel good about this one. So it's not for me, right? Like it's all about what you do, and it's if you're using for like escaping, right? And it's more about this one right now. Just people use this like a natural way to escape, like better than alcohol. I absolutely agree. It's better than alcohol. Like it's no question about this one. But at the same time, I think it's the energy goes down, and they like connect with the testosterone also, which makes you more alive. Like the sexual and the energy and all the hormones keep going. It's quite like opposite, right? So makes you more like a like lazy, I can say.
So, I'll put it this way: just like any substance in the world, it can be abused, right? You drink too much water, you can die. You eat too much food, you'll become obese, or you can get a heart attack, heart disease. It's the same thing with cannabis. It can be like, I know myself. I don't like to smoke during the day, or if I do smoke during the day, I can't have responsibilities because I know I'm not really a functional smoker. I make mistakes. I can't, if I have to do some work, I'll make simple mistakes and it bothers me. And so I only smoke when I know I have no more responsibilities. My son's asleep. Yeah. I know I don't have to do anything. Then I can relax. And I use it as a relaxant, but I also don't really have an addictive personality. If I were to say I don't want to smoke for 2 months, I can do it and I don't have any craving. Some people don't have that. There's people that have the addictive personality. They smoke today and then they smoke every day. Yeah. They go to the casino, they want to be at the casino every day. I know those kind of people. So it really comes down to individuals and the way they react. Cannabis isn't for everyone, and for a long time it had a terrible stigma when people were saying it's the worst. It was too far in that direction, and now I'm seeing it go almost in the other way too far, where it's like there's absolutely no negatives to it and everything, and I disagree with that as well. However, I think that is probably less harmful than lying to people about what cannabis is in the first place. The education has to be real. It has to be, valid. It can't be lies. It can't be propaganda. Because when you find out you've been lied to, you might start thinking, oh, what about meth? Maybe they're lying about meth. Maybe they're lying about heroin. It has to be truthful. And, for some people, there's no issues. For others, some people might get psychotic episodes. There's no, but that, that doesn't mean it should be illegal. I highly disagree with the notion when they call cannabis a gateway drug. I think it's the opposite. At least for me. If I smoke weed, I don't want to do anything bad. I don't want alcohol. I don't want other drugs. I don't want to, hit on girls or anything. Like all those things that often are associated with alcohol. I never get it. There's no aggression. Maybe that's linked to the testosterone thing, but you don't actually want to do any of the bad things. So when they say it's a gateway drug, I 100% disagree. If anything's a gateway drug, I would say is alcohol. Alcohol, you drink too much, that's when the temptations to do and make poor decisions really happens. So in that sense, I agree cannabis is definitely better than alcohol. I don't actually think there's even a recorded death of cannabis. Like you can't even overdose unless you choke on your own vomit, but you cannot overdose and die. But there needs to be honest education. It can't be a free-for-all that it's now going to save everybody. And then there's individuals that are, like you said, like Snoop Dogg. I have friends that are functional. They can, the moment they get up, they can smoke, and they're fine. But I personally think a lot of these people, maybe they are trying to escape something. They can be functional, but if they need to be constantly high to stay outside of the sober world, I don't think that's good either. I don't think doing too much of anything to get out of your natural state is a good thing. Right?
I see exactly the same, because if you meet these people, like you know it's something deeper, right? And it's great because they try to find some way to maybe calm down the energy or the demons, whatever it is, right? Like for example, like Mike Tyson, right? So you can see like he used the even psychedelic like mushroom just to keep the energy or his like I said, like his demons, the cage, right?
The toad.
Yeah.
I'm Mike Tyson. I like to lick the toad. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So the point is like you said, it's now it's become like very popular to say like, oh, it's good for everything, especially before when they're saying like use for healing, use for schizophrenia, use for this, which is great, but to be honest, like I never hear like nobody who think about the smoking weed think about healing, right? Everyone thinking about the recreation, and it's is the big voice about this part, right? They just use the propaganda, yeah, it's for healing and everything, which is of course it's true, but it's small percentage what we talk about the weed and everything. So especially about, maybe you can tell me more about the other form of the weed, which is oil, because I see like in Thailand it's basically like they legalize the THC like good enough just to make the weed, but it's still illegal to make the
so edibles and oils and anything that's basically processed.
Yeah.
So flour is currently legal, but anything outside of flour, it basically has to be like less than 0.2% THC.
Yeah,
so almost no THC. Yeah. I'll agree with you. The majority of the global population that smokes, they do it for recreational reasons. That being said, I know it does have healing powers. Like my uncle had pretty serious cancer. He passed away from cancer, but when he was doing chemo, it was really, really rough on his body, and he was taking like something called like Phoenix Tears, very strong oil, and it gave him better quality of life in terms of taking away the pain. He was actually laughing because he was in so much pain from the cancer, from the chemo. It allowed him to sleep. It allowed him to eat. Oftentimes, when you do chemo, it takes away. You have insomnia. You can't eat. You don't have an appetite. So all those things returned, and it really helped him. Rob, who I mentioned earlier, has a very similar story with his mother. She had cancer, and they said doesn't have much long to live. I think a year to live or something. She went on and was taking these oils and ended up living 10 years longer.
And who's the one who like give them or prescribe, because I think it's the lack of the people. Like if I come to my grandmother and if from my knowledge I study, I know it can be good for her. Of course you don't want to listen because I'm the,
so that's
I smoke weed.
So back then, it was difficult. You had to get it through sources.
Yeah.
I'll put it that way. Today, you can go and get legal sources with COAs, and then you can verify that it's good, because that's the danger when something like that is illegal, but you're desperate. You have a family member that's struggling, you want to help them. So there's definitely a medicinal component to it. It can't be overlooked, and I think they're constantly now discovering more and more, because like THC is just one compound. There are so many different compounds that have been, they haven't been studied well enough to know what they do. Everybody just knows THC, but THC on its own isn't that great, to be honest. Yeah. Right? So, but that's where the honest conversation has to be. Yeah. Right? Like when it's similar, this is a different topic, but it's similar to when people talk about abortion, legal or not legal, and they bring up rape, incest, and all these things, where that makes up less than 1% of all abortions globally. So let's not focus necessarily on that if you want to have that discussion. It's the same, most people are not taking it medicinally, but there are 100% are medicinal benefits to it. But again, it has to be taken the right way. Personally, I'm not a big, oil guy. Like I don't do dabs. I don't like hash or I like flour. Yeah. It makes me feel the best. The oils that are so concentrated, I don't know the science, if it does damage, if it doesn't damage. I just assume if something is processed to be like 90% THC, I don't know if I should be doing that on a regular basis. But that's just my personal choice, and I don't like the feeling of it. Vaping is like dried flower. It's probably the healthiest way to consume it, besides eating it.
Yeah.
But eating it actually creates like a different chemical compound. That's why it can be much more psychoactive, longer lasting, because it's being broken down differently in your body. But vaping, in terms of like health, is probably the healthiest. But the high is different from smoking a joint. I don't know why smoking a joint is
the
rolling it.
Yeah,
the whole process, the ceremony of it.
Yeah, sharing, giving. You know, it's the beauty of this. You know, and we know from the Indian, how you call this? It's like in America, like Native American.
Aboriginal or
so it's like the sharing the part, right? Like the ritual and the process and the making and this is the beauty of this, the whole culture, like the Bob Marley and everything, right? When I go to movie like in the Bob Marley, later I wanna smoke, So it's all about this one, right? Like Bruce Lee movie, later you wanna fight, you wanna train, right? So and it's bring a lot of good stuff, when you see Snoop Dogg and everything, like that's the something what like make us do something, which is. I think it's the concept of even smoking and everything. It's also in like cultural, like music, right? It's a big part of this, right? Like you have alcohol and then more like a rock and everything, right? You have a hip hop, you have a weed, right? Which is bring your business a lot of money as well. So it's a good stuff, right? It's all about why you're doing, and if people have create something with this, it's amazing, because I believe like everything should be useful, and even if it's weed help you to release some stress when you have let's say depression and everything, it's great. But if you start using this one and you forgot why you do it and you just continue without question and everything, like because you just go to the loop, that's all about. And you don't, if I ask someone like, hey, you can stop or why you smoke, and they forgot why they smoke. They just go to the loop. So that's the problem. Like I didn't like continue these things, but I think it's the problem. Like even the ketamine, for example. Like people know it's like even I tried maybe like 2 times in my life, and it's basically like a drug, right? But then we know also like Elon Musk used ketamine, right? Like all prescribed and everything. Doesn't matter. You can. Elon Musk can basically get anything what you want, right? So they can give him amphetamine and cocaine, and they also can prescribe like everything else. So it's all about why you use, how you use, right? So there's even before LSD was a part of the big process of the Stanislav Grof. I remember it was 1970 when he used the LSD for the healing, with depression, with anxiety, with many things. Until the how we call this, the flower, in the US, all the how we call this,
the hippie,
right? So that was becoming everything illegal. So he trying to find the other way to help people, and he found out the same results using the breath work. Do you hear about the holotropic breathing?
No, I know. Like the only breath work kind of guy I know is Wim Hof.
Yeah, so it's basically it's very similar, because it's like a deep and the fast, and it's basically take you to like a quiet, like a, let's say,
deplete the CO2.
Yeah, because it's like it's on the logical way, and the biological is the hyperventilation.
Yes.
But it takes you to the like a tripping state, which is release all the tension from the muscles, which cause the healing mode, because if you release the tension from the muscles, it's basically your memories from the muscle disappear, and it makes less tension, and the stress go out and everything. And it was basically beautiful method, was that effective, because LSD was very effective, of course, on the way how they do it with the preparation and everything, but not always. That's why I'm like, sometimes you can smoke weed and you can basically change your life, and sometimes you can go to the like 5 years of some the psychologists and everything, right? And then nothing happened, right? So it's really depends. And basically like the just the breathing was healing method, right? I remember also when one day I feel bad. I come back out after 5 years in Asia, the Philippines, to Poland, and it was like September, was already cold, right? And I really the weather make big changes for me.
100%.
And like I cannot function, it was like a September, so it was still cold, but like I mean, it was already cold, but it was not the heat not working because it was September, right?
Yeah.
So the heater in the like apartments, it's like, oh my god, it's really cold, and automate like my mood and everything. Like I said, I don't know what to do, I really feel bad, and I wanna be here for a while, but how I can handle. And basically, I use weed as a, let's say, like as a healing mode, right? So I said, okay, like I have only weed, right? What I can do, like I use whatever I have, because I'm the big fan of the using substance for the healing, for the helping,
Yes.
and for active mode. Even if I party with my friends and until like 6 a.m. and they're drinking, like whatever, like I still think like, okay, the conversation is going to the direction on the business, we do something, and the next day we need to use our ideas, not like, talking like, how was it perfect, right? So I'm really big fan of this. So whatever you use, just make some purpose from this, and can be weed, because weed can have amazing creativity, right?
Absolutely.
This is the beauty of this. But if you just smoke and you don't know how to apply this, then you waste your trip. And I have my best friend who is basically my business partner and the guy who be edit these things and create all my strategy for social media. And I remember when I smoke and I call him and I share my ideas. And he's the guy who put my things on the paper and the plan, right? Because I'm not the guy who can plan everything and create the Excel things for my thoughts. So when I smoke and I just share the idea, he make everything, and then after this he send me all plan. And like, oh Mario, okay, tomorrow we need to do this one, this one, this one, this one. So it's like, wow, this is fucking epic, like.
Yeah.
So it's you can find a way when your idea go to the reality, and then many people forget about this one, because even Snoop Dogg have he create music, he create also the lyrics and everything, right? So, but he go to studio, you have people who put this one, like he have team, so you cannot see only smoke, he snoop, and you have a crazy idea and they make it by itself, but he have a people who follow his path, who's the same, vibe. That's why the creativity can going, and many people forget about this one because they just smoking alone. They don't have anybody to talk, right? And all the creativity like stay on their room and disappear. And the only what they can do, they play games and everything, because they don't see the concept, like they can do something with this one, right? So I think it's even like people drinking and like, they have more courage to talk with the girl. Yeah, you should talk to the girl. If you have more courage, at least do this one. Not fucking sit on the table and just drinking and everything, because you waste everything, right? You waste the energy, what you can basically use this for the good purpose. That's what I think about the weed. Like, they try to legalize it everywhere because they see the people actually don't become like more free from, like all stigma or consume world, because before they say like, people who smoke weed, they are not like, whatever the concept was. People who smoke weed, they have not the slave mind, right? Because the weed is basically for the people who want to be free, right?
Yes.
Who don't want to be connected with all the rat race, they don't consume things, they don't watch TV and everything. But they realize, basically if we give them weed legal, they are not like this anymore, because it's also the part when something is illegal, it's more craving, like you want more, because you are like more rebellious.
The forbidden fruit.
Yeah, exactly, right?
It goes back to the forbidden fruit. Everybody wants to do what's not allowed.
Yeah.
Right. It's interesting because a lot of people. It really is just an individual thing. Like I agree, it helps with my creativity. What I like to use cannabis for is, generally I'm not a user of substances if I'm in a bad place mentally. Like if I'm struggling with something or feeling down, I don't like to turn to alcohol or to weed even, because it actually just makes me feel worse. So I like to be, if I'm dealing with sadness, depression, whatever, I like to be sober. But if I'm dealing with like an issue or something, or I get into an argument with somebody or whatever it is, I like to smoke because I feel like it kills my ego. And I can, there's been many situations where I smoked and I could see the other person's side better, where my ego was not feeling bruised or insulted. And, I'll wake up the next day and see if I still feel that way. But it has been that way, where I go, okay, maybe I was being a little too harsh. Maybe I was being a little too, egocentric, thinking about myself. So it gives me that perspective. Or just if I have a problem, how can I think about it in a different way? That's what I like to use it for. And then for me, it's mostly for sleep. Because I have poor sleep. Honestly, I think from the attempted robbery, when I had that, I didn't sleep for years. Because every little sound I would hear, you're thinking you're getting another attack. So for sleep, but if you're using it every day, again, it's an individual thing. Some people can do it.
Yeah.
And then I know some people that don't seem to be escaping anything. When I see people that are like constant, there's usually something wrong in their life. It's hard to point out exactly what. If it's familial, or lack of a girlfriend, maybe, I don't know. But generally, if you can use things and not abuse it, there's benefit. There's benefit to, personally, I think there's benefit to alcohol too.
Yeah.
Right? It's if you go too far and you become an alcoholic, that's bad. But a lot of business gets conducted over drinks.
Yeah.
Even establishing trust between people that just met is over drinks. People, loosen up. Now, if you just keep it at that, that's great, and I don't think it's actually bad. It's the same with psychedelics. You mentioned. I'm a big believer in psychedelics. Mushrooms, I think they're a wonderful substance that only now are getting the attention because they've also been stigmatized. It's because they've been abused.
Yeah.
If you approach it that you just want to take mushrooms and get fucked up and party or whatever, you could go down a scary path. It should be treated with respect. It should be treated as like something that's very spiritual, very important, and could have life-altering effects. In fact, there was a study. I think it's Johns Hopkins University. They have a psychedelics department, and they did mushroom testing on, I don't remember how many participants, but essentially they gave them what's called a hero dose. It's 5 grams. But they were doing it in a controlled setting, so that you were doing, they were blindfolded, so they were not, like personally when I've done mushrooms, it's always been in nature, outside in the forest or something, but in this circumstance they were like blindfolded and in an isolated room, and I think 90 or 95% of the people that came out of that trip said they listed it as the top 5 most important events in their entire life.
Yeah.
And I believe it because I've had
I see this.
Similar
I see this basically like some video when they pass all the psychedelics, right? Connect with the ayahuasca and everything. I used to be facilitator of ayahuasca.
Oh, like a shaman?
Like a shaman.
Like be able to do the
I create the facilitate the whole process. So also it's also experience about the going through the journey of the personal development, but at the same time ego development, because I thought I'm not good enough, so I do know more and more and more. So then I go to the spiritual world when I also see there's also a lot of ego, at the same time, like you said, treating plant with respect, and I see also people who do it like they put too much ego even about the the ayahuasca and everything, because they create some concept about the belief system, so they think they are better than others, which I didn't like this part. That's why when I moved to Thailand and I see like Kopangan and everything, like I didn't like the like too much spirituality over humanity, like putting importance how great I am because how many courses of yoga I done, like, and I'm better than you because I'm have a better meditation than yours,
I get it. So it becomes almost like a cult, sort of.
So but of course it's then I realize it's all about the people, and I see there's no difference between people who are basically work hard and they do business and everything, and then person who do it yoga or meditation, whatever, right, or do it as psychedelics, and basically I don't see difference between people who like drinking and they're taking coke, or they're taking mushrooms and they're smoking weed, because they just use different things for the different stuff, and I really don't see the and saying like, oh, ayahuasca is better than mushroom, like it's not exist on the nature, like there's no ego in the nature, so there's not like ayahuasca say to mushroom like, hey, I'm better than you, more potent,
Yes.
whatever, right? Just take more mushroom, like, and then enjoy the trip. I know people who take ayahuasca have no trip, and there are people who take mushroom and they have a life-changing experience. And I know people who also smoke weed and they also get out from depression, include me, right? So it doesn't matter, some people, have a suicide thoughts, they go drinking with a friend, and basically they release a lot of, emotion from the body, just talking about the problems, and the next few days they're fine, but they are, on the edge of fucking life, because the emotion was that heavy when they need to release using substance, and I need to have people also who use amphetamine and the coke, and they also meet the people, spend whole night talking about the problems, and they meet right people, right time, and they release, take out the mask, and all the tension go out. So I don't believe when someone tell me like this one is the best, go to Peru and everything, because I also used to, quite different things, which is also DMT, because like there's ayahuasca from Peru, what we know, right? When they have a brew, when they put the two substances, the chacruna and I forgot the other part, and then they brew for like hours, so they make the tea, right? It's the original things, right? But at the same time in Asia, they have a different DMT from the different source, which is acacia tree and the siraru, which is more connected with this region, right? And basically you don't need to cook and everything. But I was blamed from the the people who do it on this way, like this is better than this is original, this is fake, right? Which is the nature, it's the tree and the seed, right? And they create DMT. So for me, like, which is more natural, you need to cook for hours, and mine just connect two things and then you just eat, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you need to cook, I don't need to cook, right? So which is like more natural, right? But I don't disagree with them version, right? Because I know there's many story which one is better. The same, there's many story about the wheat, right? About the this quality, this is the best and everything.
Yes,
Some people feel great when they have a local things, right? Because his friend do it and everything, like they like the state, the middle, they don't need to go crazy, and they smoke like this, right? The same like of a nicotine, right? I also hear at the 2015, I need to double check this, but I see this from some short video about the 2015 was the like on the Harvard University, they check how really the nicotine is addictive, and they basically just check nicotine, and the nicotine by itself is not addictive at all, and it's even healing for like the COVID stuff and everything.
It's actually a nootropic.
Yeah, but it's also about all the substances,
Yes.
about the cigarettes, which is 600 of them,
chemicals,
right?
Yeah.
It was basically the actual the things with it's like nicotine. It's like it's just the leaf, but it's nothing there. So they put all the things just to make this addictive, because it's all about this one, right? And I can agree with this, because I see like it's all about the what you put extra. That's why the food is by itself is not addictive, but if you put the chemicals, that's why the sugars, especially the aspartame and everything, this one makes you addictive, for the craving more food, craving more sugar, that make it more, potent to be, your immune system will be weak, so you need to take more medicine and everything, which just make a lot of sense, right? So it's all about, you could say that, the quality is very important, because then you can have the real things from the nature, and now it's less and less the good quality things, right? That's why, like even, I'm change my diet for the be more like on the like a beef, right, and the meat, because I realize also like there's less the process, food,
Yeah.
right? Because whatever you buy now, you have on the package and everything, right? So it's not the best, but I think it's the good enough. So at least I'll be the poison all the time, right? So I think with the weed is the same. Like some people get the wrong stuff and they have a bad trip after I think the cookies and everything. I was really tripping, and I know this was not the any natural things. I knew this was was crazy. That's why I don't want to try it anymore. And I think it's the quality stuff. I remember someone also on Joe Rogan said like he smoked Post Malone.
Okay. Yeah.
Post Malone, he said he don't smoke like anymore. And because he have a real smoke something on the party, whatever someone give him, and he's just tripping as fuck, he have a really bad trip, and he don't want to smoke anymore,
Mm-hmm.
So he said, I don't know what was that, but was from this time he don't want to try it again, you know, because it was really crazy. I don't know what's there, so what did they put LSD, whatever. Because also like the problem is, if you don't know, that's the make more crazy, because you know, if someone give you like, oh, it's nothing, just take it, then you're more crazy because you don't have what to expect, you know, and you become like, you know, you don't know how to even react on this, you know. If you know you over drink, you know it's okay, but if you don't know why, what's happened, so you be confused. That's why if it's a story of the bad trips, you know, come up, you know.
Yeah, I mean, probably one of the worst trips I've ever had on anything was edibles.
Yeah, I had the same.
Because I never had one, and I didn't know, and you know, it's like my dad brought home some edibles, he made them with his friend, and they made them so potent that you could eat like a fingernail worth, and you'd be fucking blasted. They ended up going to actually a wedding in Paris, and everyone passed out. But I didn't know. I was, you know, in third year university, and I was home for the weekend, and he brings back this whole tray, and he's like, "You want to try something? Don't tell your mother." I said, "Yeah." And he loads me up a plate, because he's never had them either. He just made them. His friend asked him, "You want to make brownies with me?" I said, "Yeah." So he loads up these brownies. I sit down, and I eat this plate full of brownies with some milk, everything, like I would be eating normal brownies.
Yeah.
And you know, he goes to bed pretty early, and I'm sitting there with my mom, and I'm like, oh, it's okay. Half an hour goes by. I'm like, I'm starting to feel it. 45 minutes go by. I'm like, I need to get to bed before she realizes.
Yeah.
So I stumbled to the bathroom. You know, I had contacts at the time, but so I took them out, and I just remember getting to my bed, and I went full hallucination. I couldn't control my body. I thought I had gone crazy. I thought I was running around slapping walls. I could hear my mom's voice in the background, and I thought she was saying like, look at him, he's lost his mind. And like every sound I heard went in a loop. So if I hear that noise, that would just keep looping in my brain, and just, it was so overwhelming. And I remember thinking to myself, this isn't weed, this is laced with something. This is not how I felt like after I smoked or anything. And I started freaking out, and then I started telling myself in Polish actually, zwariowałem, but I've gone crazy. And like I want this to end. I want this to, like, this was so intense. And then I just projectiled all over my rug, splattered all over the wall. And in that moment, I had like a little, you know, consciousness. And I yelled out to my mom. And she came in, and she was on the phone with her brother at the time. So that's where I heard her voice, and she goes, "Oh my God, I'll call you back." And she's like, "What's going on? What's going on?" And I thought I was on my deathbed. I'm like, "I gotta tell you everything. Just don't leave," because I couldn't see it. I would open my eyes and I'd be seeing shit. And I'm like, "I need to tell you everything." And then she's like, "I'm gonna kill him," because she knew it was my dad.
Yeah.
"I'm gonna kill him." And then she's like, "I'm calling 911. I'm calling the ambulance." I'm like, "No, don't do that." And she was smart enough to go on Google and like check that you can't die. And I think I threw up a few more times. I slept 20 hours. Yeah. I didn't go back to school that day. I went back on like the Tuesday, and then on the Wednesday, my fraternity, we'd always have like a meeting with a sorority. They would come over, we'd do some exchanges, some, you know, party a little bit. These girls brought like a big tray of brownies for me. Like real normal brownies. Yeah. But I couldn't eat. I almost threw up right there. For years, I couldn't touch them. I can do edibles now. Yeah. But it's always kind of like, you always get that little bit of anxiety because you don't know how much is in it. Yeah. Someone will say it's this many milligrams. And no, nobody knows because it's not regulated enough. So whoever makes them, you know, you're at their mercy.
You can always put the oil more here and go to your cookie.
But it's definitely an intense high. But you mentioned diet. I think, you know, quality. I 100% agree with you. We have, you know, it seems like we have more choice than ever. But our only choices are between garbage and garbage. Yeah. I used to eat pretty clean, but I didn't really check what I was eating.
What do you mean clean? They just do like.
Like I didn't eat a lot of fast food. I didn't drink soda. Like, you know, I wasn't drinking Coca-Cola and stuff like that. I quit that pretty early. You know, as a kid maybe but when I was, you know, in school. But it wasn't until I met my wife and she turned me into a label reader, where I started reading labels. And then I became she's like, "You're worse than me, you know, label Nazi, just ingredients, this has, everything has sugar, everything has seed oils." The other most detrimental thing to people's health, seed oils.
Need to check my coffee. Oh my God, too much.
Canola?
No, but too much ENN.
Yeah, INS 91210.
Okay, I need to bring my coffee.
Yeah, but basically she got me to check labels on everything, and I realized all my favorite snacks had like half a page of chemicals.
Yeah.
And when we started doing our grocery shopping, I realized that 95% of the stuff in the store was garbage. Even when I went to buy just a jar of sauerkraut, every single jar had sugar except for one brand. So then I knew that one brand. So when we would go shopping, there was like individual products and everything else was just trash. And that's what we're feeding our children. That's what's being, made available at the cheapest option and pushed on constantly, fast food, seed oils. That's where this veganism thing that popped up, like it's really, I don't want to insult vegans. That's not my intention.
I was vegan.
All I'll say is that veganism, it's been propaganda.
Yeah.
When they're telling you beef is bad for you, when you look at the ingredients list of beef, it's just beef.
Yeah.
When you look at the ingredients list of Beyond Meat, you can't differentiate it from a bag of dog food.
Yeah.
It has so much processed garbage. And it's actually quite amazing. These big companies, what they've done is realized, what's the cheapest stuff to produce? Soy, wheat, all that stuff, canola.
Yeah.
How do we get people to buy it? Well, let's tell them that natural, good things like meat, animal products, that's all bad. That's actually bad for your health. Not only is it bad for your health, it's bad for animals, and it's playing on people's heartstrings.
Yeah.
And then going, you need to eat this, and it's heavily processed, and that's actually what's terrible for you. All the seed oils, all the sugars, all the fake ingredients, and they've done it's been a very successful marketing job.
Oh yeah.
But I think now it's starting to change. So I got on do you know who Paul Saladino is?
No.
He's been on Joe Rogan once. He's a doctor. He does the carnivore diet, but it's more, he calls it an animal-based diet. So no affiliation. I take he does beef organ supplements. So I take those, like beef organs, liver, heart, kidney. But
the pills?
Yeah. And I also eat a lot of liver just at home. But
liver from which animal?
Beef, veal.
Okay.
Yeah, veal liver.
I need to try it.
It's very important how you cook it, because when I started eating liver, so basically I listened to him on Joe Rogan, and then I followed his page, and he had a lot of interesting stuff where he's not full carnivore. It's animal based, so you can eat dairy, eats a lot of fruit, and he eats beef. I knew personally I would never be able to do carnivore because I love meat, but I would not be able to like cut out all those other things. When I heard this diet, I'm like, so essentially no processed things, no sugars, no natural sugars in fruit, but no processed sugar, no seed oils, and no vegetables, which I never liked anyways.
Yeah.
So I said, I'll give it a try.
Yeah, that's what I love also, because the vegetables, I always follow the vegetables. Like, oh yeah, vegetables and these vegetables and everything. And I also like start, first of all, like the keto diet, right? It was like, okay, keto diet. But it's great, somehow, because, you just eat, right? And then, a lot of fat. But the point is like the pork, I feel so bad after pork, I feel great, like, my body and everything, but mentally, like, consume this, the pork and the, like, I don't know, like, it's feel not so good for me, like, just to focus on this one, because it's even like, okay, like, I like the crispy pork and everything, so I thought it's great. But basically, like, I realize, the point is like, okay, then, choose right meat also, right? And that's why I found out things about the beef, which is crazy, because I think there's not much awareness about the quality of the beef, and also like what you eat, like especially in Poland, like you don't eat steaks, like you don't know what this means, good steak, right? You don't have the picanha, strip and everything.
Yeah.
I mean, this exists, but it's, if you go somewhere, it's expensive. Nobody really do it at home, because mostly it's like pork or chicken on the barbecue. So we don't have the culture, on the beef, right? I know many other countries can be better, but even this, like even Thailand, like realize, like, oh, I don't like beef, staying on the, very, how we call this, like, very hard to eat, chewy and everything, some things stay inside, the tooth and everything. I didn't like it. But then, one time I ordered, I think, picanha, and I just read something and I put in the salt before I marinate. I always think if you want to have a good meat, beef, whatever, you need to marinate. So I marinate for with this one to 3 days was great. But one day I read when you order like picanha, and it was 800 baht for 1 kilo, right? $20, something like this. I just put the salt, and like for few hours, and I have my oven. I used to have a Polish coffee shop, and I sell zapiekanka.
Okay, yeah.
So in Samut Prakan in Bangkok.
Oh, nice.
Just on the COVID time. Basically, I opened and I need to close because of the lockdown.
Right.
So it was first the opening, and the next day I need to close. But I still selling the zapiekanka, right? So I have a proper oven, like the high heat oven. So it was perfect for steak because it's the heat from the oven and very high temperature and very fast. For 4 minutes, I have a great steak. And I'm trying the picanha. It's like, this is fucking beef, I think people need to know what is really beef, and I think many people are not into the beef, right? Whatever, because they don't know the good quality things, and it's not about even price. Because if you go to the restaurant, you need to pay for 2,000 baht, $50-$70, but you buy, by itself online and everything, you can buy for $20 for 1 kilo, which is the same price like Pat Krapao in Thailand, right? When you order, but you have a 200-300 grams beef. And what people don't know, that you can basically get a good price for this and have a good quality and a good amount. Because many people, they don't buy this because they think it's expensive. Like, oh no, coconut oil, oh this one expensive. Like, no. Look what you can do, and it takes me like 20 minutes, not even less. I cook 5 minutes, I just put 10 minutes with the Celtic salt I use right now,
yes.
and it's fucking amazing. I can drink water with the Celtic salt and it tastes great for me. And I think many people don't have the knowledge and they don't update. When I call to my family and I say, hey, you should try it now, the meat. You say, 6 months ago you said just eat vegetables. And I'm like, yeah, but I changed,
Yeah.
And they don't know, like, oh, we need to die on something, like Polish people, we need to die on something, doesn't matter, you always, I don't know what to eat now, It's like, no, listen, it's, okay. But it's basically, you need to update, you need to learn new things, because you think you know everything, but it's changed. Maybe your knowledge changed. Maybe like many people, discover new things, right? Like I didn't know before about the Celtic salt. I didn't know about many stuff, even some vitamins and everything. Like I constantly learn, and also like there's more voice about this one. You said there's a guy from the meat diet and everything. Like he appeared on Joe Rogan, so it's become more like a mainstream right now. It's not anymore like some dude sitting there and I tried this one and about the fasting, about there's many people like the Gary I forgot his name.
Brecca.
Yeah, Brecca, right?
Yeah.
Brecca, it's amazing guy, like Huberman, right?
Yeah.
Also, it's amazing people. Like I have a big voice right now, and they put them on the social media and everything. Many people inspire them to go there, right? Gary was inspired by Grant Cardone and everything. Mm-hmm. So they have a message, and I believe them. They're true people, right? And then I like it because I'm not anymore the crazy guy to trying things. I see this the trend, and it's healthy trend, and it's against the mainstream anyway. On the all the propaganda, the shops, and they consume the product, which is like you said, it's full of E, full of N, and everything. And like you said, the meat diet is let's say closest to just they have one product and that's all. Even the rice, even the pasta, it's it's full processed food, right? The rice is basically processed food. And it's full of sugar, even the carbs. Like people say, yeah, but how many vegans eat like 90% carbs and a lot of sugar? This is funny. Like I have a lot of vegans like, oh, what is meat in my salad? Like in the Philippines, and they always put some meat. I'm vegetarian. And the girls was like 100 kilo plus. And later come back and drink 2 liters of cola. Sneakers and everything, and I'm vegan, right? Like, oh my god, But it's like it's why it's easy to brainwash these people, like put this on the propaganda, like, oh, it's good for environment, it's good for you, and the meat is not good, you kill the animals, which is basically, if you get the data, and I think about this one, it's harm, more things on the nature than actually the meat, right?
Yes.
But you can always think about anything, and they say, yeah, they consume a lot of water, a lot of energy, a lot of CO2 and everything, which is come on, you know, like even like I say the last things I see the meme, like, you know, like I think dates like pack in Thailand, produce in like some place, like it's need to fly here to come back to buy this, and basically need to fly, you know, like oh my, like there's something like avocado and the you know and also like my last things about the almond milk. Before I feel it's good, right?
I did too, but it's
right.
Bullshit.
Yeah, it's bullshit. I just realized this.
Just water soaking almonds.
Yeah, and it's also like even about the like what parts they put. They put even the covers. I don't know how you call this. The shells, right? Shell. Yeah, because it's basically if you crush and everything, you can do everything because it's all about the mass. If you get the mass, you can do everything. So you can make milk from anything, basically, right? You can absolutely make milk from anything, right? So yes, damn! I just bought like 12 my meals, you know, an almond, you know.
Yeah,
so, yeah, it's
the same. I used to be on oat milk, like
yeah.
You know, my journey started with the label checking, and then I thought, you know, I was eating lots of salads and broccoli, whatever. But my wife as well. But my wife would actually always feel very sick in her stomach when she would eat like leafy greens, like anything dark, like broccoli or kale or any of that. So she wouldn't feel good, but we were just eating them because we were told they're good.
Yeah.
So when I came across this, diet, I said, let's try it. Let's try it for 30 days and see how it is. And I remember when we bought liver, and you know, we wanted to be hardcore, so let's try it raw. So
who was the dude, like you remember the guy who eats
DiCaprio did it in the movie.
No, that was the Liver King. Yeah,
exactly. I tried it. I said, oh, maybe I should cook it. But I remember the first 2 weeks, I didn't like it, and I would do small portions, like as an appetizer. I didn't like it. I had to like drink it with water. One secret I found is if you overcook it, it tastes worse. It's better for it to be a little bit rare. So I like to just sear it like I would a steak, but if it's rare on the inside, it tastes way better. And then
so again, how you make it? First you have a like raw, right?
Yeah. And I season it with salt, salt and pepper. That's it. And then I use cast iron, and I'll put cast iron pan.
Okay.
Not Teflon or any of that stuff, just cast iron. And then I'll use either ghee or beef tallow. Those are the only two things I really cook on.
Ghee?
Ghee.
What is ghee?
Ghee is clarified butter.
Okay. Oh, okay.
So
okay.
It's just, it has a...
you can get this in Thailand?
Oh, everywhere.
Really?
Indian cuisine, they use a lot of ghee.
Well, where did you buy?
Lazada actually has a good quality one. It comes from New Zealand. It's grass-fed, grass-finished, from grass-fed, grass-finished cows. But yeah, you get that going, and then I sear it really quickly, depending on the thickness, but I want it to be pretty rare in the middle. You can drizzle a little honey on it, you can fry up some pineapple, that goes really well with it, and then you eat it. After 2 weeks of just eating it, my body started craving it. All of a sudden I was like, I couldn't wait to get home to eat this liver. And I think it's because liver is like it's a superfood. If you look at the nutritional value, it is incredible. It's for the portion that you eat, you get, it's like a super shot of all vitamins, which, you know, I was like, okay, I'm gonna eat this liver, and then all of a sudden I was eating more fruit. I was eating yogurt and fruit in the morning, which I never did. All my cravings for sugary stuff went away. It's because the body needs some sugar, and if you're not eating healthy sugars, you're gonna go for the chocolate bars, for the cookies, and didn't want any of that. So we were on this diet for a little while, and then said we're gonna try it for the baby. She was pregnant immediately. You know.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, well, nice for her, maybe not so nice for me. But it was like right away, and then the biggest test for me was, okay, I feel great, we feel great. But we went to Poland for that ultrasound, and then ultrasound, they also did her blood work, all the tests to see, you know, how she's doing. And this is what the doctor said. I didn't tell her the diet. She just said, whatever you're doing, whatever diet you're following, don't stop because your levels are perfect. And I said, actually, this is what we're doing. We're not eating any vegetables. We're on this like animal based. She said, keep doing it. The only thing I'd say is don't eat the steak tartare, because we were eating steak tartare as well. So no raw beef or sushi. But other than that, keep going. And so we did. My son was born here. The moment he could start eating solids, I think we started him at like 4 months, I got him on eggs, liver, beef, lamb. He eats the cleanest diet. he's the biggest baby in Thailand. No, I'm serious. For his age, he's huge. He's 16 months, but he looks like a 3-4-year-old.
Whoa.
His clothes are for like 3-4-year-old.
Oh wow.
Super healthy. Like he's a big weight. I think he's almost probably close to 16 kgs now, but he's not like obese looking.
Yeah.
He's just big. Is the diet? I don't know. Partly genetics, I'm sure. But I'm not like a huge guy. My wife's not huge, but he's very big and super healthy, and that's been his diet. To me, people are going to argue, this is healthy, this isn't healthy. It's how you feel, right? Like you have to try it for yourself.
You need to have the intuition, and you need to like just do things what you feel, right? Because it's only the true, and it's other things what we talk. It's what you believe, right? And I think we spend enough time to understand what it's real, what it's not. Especially now, because we see this on our eyes. We see the one who say how they look, right? How they live, right? What's the really business behind this one, right? Someone want to sell me the liver, right? Like, what's the business behind selling liver, right?
Yeah.
What's the business behind the selling basically beef, right? But I mean, in general, for most of the people will be, of course, still, using the same things, right? It's the propaganda works all the time, right? It's the too much money put in there, too much chemicals put into the product when they don't have the choice. That's the also difference, right? Like you think like, oh, I just have the appetite for like this food. Like bullshit. Like you don't have appetite. It's basically your system. All the bacteria and everything is sending signal to your body. You craving for the sugar. That's why you need this. There's connect with the dopamine, how you feel. And basically you need use it. That's why people who do it fasting. This is my last information, because many people. You try fasting?
The 72-hour fast?
I do 21 days.
You do? Well, what does that mean? No food for 21 days?
Yeah, I do 21 or even 28 days without the food. Basically, 28 days or 21 I make only with the coconut water, just the water.
So every day you just drink coconut water?
Yeah.
Do you limit yourself how much you can drink?
No.
But no food?
No food at all. No food and no meat from the coconut, right? Just the water. But I also include this one, I have also 7 days no coconut, just water. And last time I make 6 days only water, just water, pure water, right? So, and I do many times, like, mostly I do it like one time. Now I'm trying to do it one time a week, 24 hours, every 3 months, like 72 hours, and like one time a year. I mean, it's my plan to more go into this, because I see a lot of benefits. That's why they call this breakfast, because it's the breaking the fast. That's why the sleep is good, because it's the time when you don't eat food, right? So I see a lot of benefits from this. And I have basically my friend, I need to contact with him again, but he was expert about he study basically things about the fasting. She do it even like few days dry fast.
So no
water at all.
Oh, no.
Yeah, this was crazy. Yeah, but he was like, he was professional,
yes.
right? So it's not about putting yourself to the danger. It's all about be aware. Like even that's why people have a headache of the when they do it fasting in the beginning, because of all bacteria, all the worms, craving for sugar. So they basically send a signal like eat this, because they need to be
They need to stay alive.
Get you to be alive, right? So it's the natural signal to the head. Let's send the signal. So he will stop, right? And that's why people stop. I don't have the things connect with the basically I feel great. After the coconut 21 or 22 and the 8 days, I forgot. I think it was 27. And we just stopped because we need to go to Vietnam, and we know like it's banh mi and great food and everything. So we just stopped with my friend, because I did it with my friend. But we have so much energy. Like I can do 100 push-ups easy. I can do 25 pull-ups easy. Also because I get
you lost probably a lot of weight.
Kilo, yeah.
Yeah.
But still, there's no way when I have 78 I can do it so many. I feel great. We feel basically great, and also mentally we feel great, because we don't think about the food. So, and it's not this, there was no distraction about, let's eat something and everything, right? And it was easier when you go somewhere, you don't drink, you don't eat, so it was quite easy, and I really like it, but it's also, like you said, the cultural thinking, like, drinking and everything, right? It's also connected with the socialize and everything. So that's always like quite like a part when you do.
I thought like especially when the Gary Brecka podcast dropped on Joe Rogan, I think that everybody heard the fasting, the 72-hour fasting. There was like a moment where it was trending.
Yeah.
So I had a few friends do it, and I thought about doing it, but to be honest, it's more my wife didn't want me to do it because when I get hungry, I can become a little bit unpleasant, hangry, you know. And she's like, "I'm not dealing with you for 72 hours of you being moody." So I don't know how I would do it because the only time I ever do really a fast is, you know, I'm not overly religious, but I was raised Catholic, so you know we fast before religious holidays or whatever, and so I'll do like half a day, let's say, or until the evening. So I don't eat the breakfast, I don't eat the lunch. I wait till the evening, and I'm assuming from what I've heard from people is when you start the fast, the initial part you have the cravings and it's difficult, but after you get a certain point, you're not craving it as much. Yeah. So I've never gotten to that point, so I don't know how I'd react. Just knowing when I don't eat all day, I don't feel great. So I don't know.
Yeah, it's the mental, you know, it's the many benefits. If you see the benefits and everything, right? I mean, it's, you know, it can be also on the particular level, like, you know, you are not with your wife, for example, like, you know, it's, I go holiday, you know, whatever, work and 3 days and you can do it, you know, because it's also like you need to prepare for the many things, right? Like even to, for example, like changing my diet for the beef and everything, I don't do it because only reason about what I read about the health and everything, but also it's simple for me. For example, like prepare, like delivery to my home, right? I have on the freezer and everything, right? So basically, just take out, you know, like it's, you know, getting, you know, okay to put the salt and everything, put to the freezer basically for 10 minutes or like can be even a whole day, whatever. Just take out what I need and I do it for 5-10 minutes and I have a food. So basically, the whole process is very easy. It's faster than, you know, order even food, right? So it's, and I think many people don't do many things because it's complicated, right? So, you know, now I'm making more, you know, things with like other spices and everything, but I make great beef. You should try it, basically. And I want to open restaurants also, like a franchising in Bangkok, Phuket, in Pattaya. And I just want to give someone who already have some restaurant, some small shop, whatever, and just give them recipe, and they also, you know, the import contact and everything, so they can, you know, everyone can order from any place, and they can have, you know, fast things, you know, super healthy, right? And also good price. The same quality what I basically buy for 100 baht for 1 kilo, you need to buy for 600 for like small steaks, 200 grams. So basically, if you want to have the same, you need to spend like 5,000 baht, right? And it's a perfect because, like I said, people don't know actually the good food. It can be cheap. You know, they just, you know, compare like, with a restaurant price, but you can do it by yourself and it's very fast. You don't need to cook rice and anything. You can basically have everything, you know, fast, easy, and you feel great, you know, about this one, you know. And it's, you know, we live in the culture when people don't have instant things, but they don't understand, you know, the healthy things can be really instant because it's just one product, you know, it's just two ingredients.
That's why even before I knew the diet, steak was always my favorite. And then, you know, I can cook, and the things that I can cook really well.
But you ate in Canada, right?
Yeah, in Canada. Steak was a pretty big thing in Canada. Yeah. But for myself personally, that's the main thing that I would cook because I didn't like spending so much time making a big thing. You know, I season it the day before even, and then when I take it out, it's like 6 to 10 minutes, it's done. I let it rest, do all that, but it's done. The cleanup is easy. I don't have a bunch of pots and pans, and it's more out of laziness. And then it turned out that it's actually good for you, and it's probably the one food I could eat every day and not get tired of it. Like I can eat steak and steak and steak, and it doesn't. Other food, you know, it gets repetitive. I did find that it was easier to stay clean in Canada. One, when COVID happened and everything was closed, we were forced to just cook. So that's kind of when we started the diet, anyways. That made it easy. But here in Thailand, it's so easy to order everything because everything is just ordered by Grab. The problem is they use a lot of seed oils in everything here.
They use, I don't believe anymore like the glutamine and everything. Glutamine? No,
glutamine. I know what you're saying.
The one they say like it's dangerous, but basically it's not because basically it's quite salt and everything. But like But I think it's more about the rice also. Like do you eat some?
Very rarely.
Yeah, but
sometimes
sometimes no choice, right? You just go and
I like sweet potato or
that's what I hear. It's better.
If you're gonna eat rice, apparently white rice is better.
They're crazy, right?
Because I used to think the brown rice, right? Or the
I see this, yeah.
But that's actually higher in arsenic.
Yeah.
Right? So if you're gonna eat the rice, the white rice is supposed to be the best.
But this was the propaganda also, like that's why all the organic people, they eat the brown, the berry rice and everything, right? The brown
or wild rice.
Yeah.
I like to call it wild rice to make it sound like it's something special.
Yeah. That's easy, so easy to play with this, You just put one product which is organic, whatever. We don't know even if it's organic.
It's all marketing.
Yeah.
You get that, you slap that label, and you think it's good.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean anything. Organic, right?
There's we think like the big companies, they don't pay someone to approve and they put the label. Like, come on,
You think people would do that?
No, they never.
Never. Companies trying to make a profit over the health of their customers? No way.
Yeah. Do you think the person who give the label organic, he don't get any money from this? If he maybe have a family and they taking care of them and everything, but it's crazy. Like even I think about trying to explain people. I mean, I don't try to convince anybody, but it's so easy. I can tell you that I repeat this many times, and you understand because you are Polish, right? You have our prime minister, right? Small dude, right? Who Polish people believe have a crazy power. He's the leader of the fucking Poland, right? And he conquered the fucking the whole country, and he's the boss of everything. Everyone afraid of him, right? So what's his name? The Kaczynski, right? And and if you think about this way, like a logical person who even don't know Poland and everything, right? If you look at this person, like a really logical dude who know what's going on. I mean, I'm not about the political, as a person. Do you really think this person have the ability, right, to communicate with others, to make some decision, to have some balls, to have the courage, right? And someone respect him because of his look or like his, like a confidence and everything. Like it's so easy to manipulate these people like this, And I think it's what they try to show us even more, like laugh on us, putting this person position like this. Because if people believe this person have the power, they can say anything what they want, right? Like if someone say like, no, they have this person have a control over the people, people respect him. Like, okay, so everyone believe now we can sell us everything. That's why the COVID works perfect because they know if they sell us this bullshit, they can do it everything else.
100%.
Right? So it's so easy to manipulate people. Even like I'm the part of the propaganda all the time. We connect with the social media. I'm really work hard to get out myself from this one, and it's really hard work. It was the movie I think was the Social Dilemma.
Yes.
When they make about the Twitter, the guy who make the algorithm of Twitter, he was the one who make everything, and he knows how it works. But he even cannot get out from this. It's like it's so strong because they put the system, the AI, whatever the algorithm, it's so good. Then there's no way like you can get out from this. Like it's really need to find a plan to get out from the system. I'm trying to like put more attention also about the things connect with the addiction of the porn, and because it's also was my industry before, and it's really hard things because now we have this on the daily life. There's no more porn like a taboo. Now it's connect with our daily social media. You go to Instagram and it's basically soft porn,
Or you go on Twitter.
There is. Twitter is fully porn. It's absolutely fully porn, right? And then we see like it's a hard game when you need to get out from your addiction. It's connect with the everything because it's dopamine, right?
Yeah.
Whatever you use.
Every time you open it up to get that feed, or whatever, it's dopamine release, right?
That's the same food, but they always put more things. Like the social media, they put more things connect with your emotions, connect with your endorphin and dopamine, of course. The food's the same. They're putting. It's not anymore working like a sugar energy. They need to put more because the body craving more, so they need to put more the toxic things to make us more addicted, right? So because it's, we just adjust. If they don't put more chemical, we'll be like don't react to this anymore. That's how the junkie works, right? Like people who are addicted, it's very connected with the weed. I think people who smoke weed, they don't smoke anymore because they give them some high. They just smoke because it's give them to be normal. Like they become they smoke and they feel okay.
Mm-hmm.
Like when I smoke, I have a high, right? Like I feel something, some emotions, some high, some trip, whatever. But most of my friends who smoke like daily, and they I think they smoke and they feel okay. Like especially like those what can be high, right?
Yeah.
Flying, they smoke and they're like, okay, let's wake up, and let's drink coffee, and everything. Like, oh my god, you just
the tolerance is up.
The tolerance, yeah. And I think the addiction is all about this one. The tolerance becomes standard. I have even friends. One of them even die of the amphetamine, but they can. When I met them, when they take it, like they function normal. I mean, they take it just to live normal. They take it, and like if I take amphetamine, I will not eat for like 2-3 days. But they can take it and they don't eat. They still eat.
Mm-hmm.
They go sleep. So it's become for them like a normal state, like zero default, right? And it's scary because like you need to get more and more and more. That's why the food and everything, like it's I think it's not scary. Like you need to be smart about this one. Especially you have a kid, so the same time you have a extra responsibility. That's why I have also daughter. When I I put more attention. Like okay, I don't do it only for myself, but I do it for others. Because it makes me more like looking around, what is important, because who else can understand what's going on, like especially on the COVID, like I said, I don't care what other people think, like I do like this, I don't take this one, we don't do like this, right? And it's my opinion. If I'm wrong, I don't fucking know, right? But I do what I feel based on my knowledge, information, and my own research. And I think people need to trust self right now than trust the public opinion.
100%. I mean, I think COVID. I think it actually started with Trump in a lot of ways. People that knew that the media and governments and big pharma and all that stuff is lying, they knew. But I think a lot of people were like asleep, not realizing how bad it is. And the Trump thing was like the first one where, they went so hard and came up with such crazy stuff about him that came out to be lies, that he exposed, the fake news. He exposed them to show how badly they're lying, and then COVID happened, and the crazy, extents that they went to lie about everything about COVID. It was crazy to see that a lot of the people that, were always calling out big pharma for their scandals, for paying the largest fines in history, for bribing doctors, to getting fake studies done, all these things, and they're quite aware of this. The opioid crisis, big pharma. When COVID happened, not everybody, but a lot of the same people that were criticizing or protesting against big pharma, all of a sudden became the biggest believers in big pharma, saying if you even question anything. Mm-hmm. Or you're just a conspiracy theorist, or you want grandma and grandpa to die, or you want and
they use the very shallow feelings. Like, oh, I do it is because my grandfather.
Yeah, and it immediately became like an emotional thing. Mm-hmm. You were not allowed to discuss anything. You weren't allowed to question even the origins of COVID.
Yeah.
You had to believe the mainstream narrative, and if you didn't, you got removed, you got silenced, you got ostracized. I held very different views about COVID, about the vaccinations, everything. I held different views from the majority of I lost a lot of friends.
Yeah.
They, I was an outcast. Or when they brought in COVID passports and I wasn't allowed to go to restaurants, movie theater, everything. And I had the same people, I can see them on social media, applauding or cheering on these new laws that were coming in place. How can I sit at the same dinner table now when I know you're actively cheering for the fact that I'm losing my civil rights, that I'm losing my rights to be a functioning member of society, and you're applauding that? So it became we got kind of isolated. Some of these friends have now come back with now more information that has come out, but it was really interesting to see that if you question anything or use your own thoughts, all of a sudden you're not allowed to do self-research. You're only allowed to listen to the mainstream.
Yeah.
And if you question anything, and so I went down, at the beginning I would argue with people about the vaccine. I've gone way past that now. I don't care about what someone's view is on the vaccine. If you think it works for you and you feel, even if it gives you a psychological benefit that you think, I'm going to take it, I'm going to get my 8th booster, and I'm not going to get COVID or I'm not going to die, if it gives you that mental peace, go ahead and take it. Because I think when people get stuck in the weeds trying to debate, is the vaccine effective, is it not, that's not the important part in this whole conversation. The most important part in this conversation is, do you allow a government, or whatever power that be, the power to enforce it or mandate it, to make it enforce. Like they said, we never force anyone. Like in Canada, Trudeau, we never force anyone. Except if you didn't take it, you're going to lose your job.
Yeah.
You can't travel. You can't go to a restaurant. So they didn't send SS officers with the needle and the prick you in the arm, but they essentially threatened to take away your livelihood if you didn't do it. Not this in Canada, it was just brutal. Trudeau would come out and say, all the doctors agree, all the medical experts agree.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, because they made it such that if a doctor got reported for saying anything against the vaccine, they would lose their medical license.
Yeah.
I went to one of my doctors when my wife was pregnant to ask, like, what do you think about the thing? And he basically pointed up that he was worried that he has, maybe his room is bugged.
Yeah.
That he might get reported. And he's like, I have to recommend what this, and just going with that. What happened to second opinion? You're supposed to go to multiple doctors. In Canada, they made it, if you disagree with the government narrative, you're going to lose your license. So then, of course, all the doctors are going to say yes. And it just became so obvious that they're trying to hide something. Because in any normal functioning society, you should have doctors on the one side, doctors on the other, in a long format discussion, not a 30-second sound clip, a long 3-hour, 4-hour debate, present both sides, and let people make the decision. But if you allow a government to have the power to force any kind of medication that you need to take it, okay, maybe you agree with it today. Maybe you're a fan of Trudeau or whatever other leader was in the country, and you agree with it. And yes, everyone should take this vaccine because you're saving lives. Okay, but you just gave this power to the government. What's going to happen when 10 years or however many years, the other party comes in power? And now they have the most evil guy that you can imagine. He's the next, worse than Trump. I don't know, someone you cannot stand. He's got that same power. And if he brings in a medication and says, you need to take this or you're going to lose X, Y, and Z, are you still going to be like, oh yeah, we should do this? Or are you going to say, oh no, I don't trust this guy? It's not about whether you think the vaccine is real or not real or effective or not effective. It doesn't matter. You make that decision for yourself and for your family. It's not giving the power to the government and giving up your bodily autonomy. Because once you give up your bodily autonomy, they own you. They own your body. And, for me, it was a decision that if I take it, first of all, I had COVID, so I had natural immunity. So I said, why would I, have to take it?
Yeah.
It was more of a thought, if I take it and something happens 3, 4, 5 years down the line, that would have happened anyways. In the back of my mind, I'd always be thinking, was it because of this?
Mm-hmm.
And that's something I wouldn't have a peace of mind, because until I didn't, I had full control over myself. I had bodily autonomy, and whatever happens, I have control. But this, you give up control. And for me, it's always been about the power, because if you allow a government to take away your human rights in the state of emergency, they will always create a state of emergency to take away your rights. And that's what needs to be fought against. I have plenty of friends that have taken the vaccine, and I have nothing against them, and I never try to tell anybody, don't do that. It's your body, your choice. Yeah. It's your decision, but you cannot give that power to any governing body, because it's a slippery slope.
Yeah.
As soon as you do that, they own you.
I think it's more about the individuals right now. If you are already it's not about to wake up masses and everything. It's about taking care of your own, zone. Because if it's not your goal to wake up the people, right, and to do something, be the one who send the message,
yes,
and then you want to be the activist, you should just take care of your, family, of your group, of your team, whatever it is, right? and be surrounded with the people who support, your belief system, and who are they have a, strong impact about own life as well. Because I think we are already being separate because our belief system, and now even if we are a smaller group, we cannot connect that much. So I believe I'm the big believer to to create the groups, right? To create the people and to connect more with the people, because like sometimes one person is enough to build you up. And you had the sample on your life story when you have your first friend who the guy went to the jail, and he was know everything. He was your guru, and he helped you to go to the next level. Later you have other friend who also teach you a lot of stuff and everything. So we always have someone who have the same foundation like us, and they push us to the next level. And I think it's very important right now, especially when it's a situation like COVID, when we need to be separate, when we cannot even travel, we cannot be connected and everything. And I also have a good time on the COVID time, because we found a place like a love studio, and we like meeting every week with my team, right? Of course, drinking and everything, but at the same time, it's allowed us to be together and to discuss and to release all the stress. So we survive like super legit way, right? But it's it was good for our mental, because we are being together. We talk about different things, but we don't talk about the COVID. We don't care about this one, because this is what makes more paranoid. Not even the situation about what people talk about this one. I don't care about if you take vaccine or not and everything. I can say my opinion, but just say once. I don't convince to anybody, right?
Yeah.
I do it my own, and if someone don't tell me I must do something, like it's fine, but but if someone tries go to my comfort zone and say like, oh, you should do something, like no, if you want to do, I do what I want, that's the freedom, right, of the choice. And I think it's the time has shown me more like how important it is to have people who have the same foundation, so at least we can support each other and we can find a way. Because if we have together people who have the same foundation about system, you're not crazy, and then you have a support, and then you can make some decision. Like if something going on in Thailand, like that's why I'm a big believer to building like a foundation, the business and the money and everything, because it's allowed you to leave the place and then go to the place when it's more freedom. Like I was on the Thailand as well, so we cannot even use the swimming pool, right? First the condo, later we have a house, but we cannot use the house because we're still the public. And like, what the fuck, right? Like the kids even cannot play, and the kids become separate from each other because the parents have a crazy thoughts with the mask and everything. Like, so the kids suffer the most because they don't have the real connection with other people, right? It was crazy, like more than 1 year to not have real contact with the other kid. It's crazy. So that's why we need to build our position when we have a choice, and if you don't want to take it, buy it. I bought my certificate, whatever it was. I even I need to go somewhere to have something, okay, where I can buy, right? The same people who do the vaccine, they say that the same people who sell it. It's the same business like everybody else. Everyone just gets some profits from this. That's why people do it. That's why people get follow the propaganda, because they get some benefits from this one. But I understand, because they protect own family, still having job and everything. So, if someone have the knife on the throat, and between the belief system or the family, people choose the family. That's why it's easy to manipulate the politics, because you just say, hey, do it what what we tell you for a few years, everything will be fine, your family will be okay, just do it, sign a few things, papers and everything will be fine, right? Because nobody believes someone coming for 5 years they can change the country for someone who built this for plenty years, 100 years, right? Like, it's so stupid to allow someone, random dude, coming to the country and then take control of about everything what they built up for many years. They just ran this place for a while, and that they don't make any decision what people believe, right? The politics are just basically like a media for us, like, oh, we do it this one, and take all the, hate, right? But it's obvious for us. It's not obvious for the people. That's why I think we don't need to wake up people. We just need to be stronger by small groups. So at least we have some kind of freedom if we must change the place. Like like if Canada was, I remember it was really hard at the time. Thailand was like nothing happened for was one case and was lockdown. was one case, and for 8 months was lockdown because it was one case of the close whole country. So it doesn't matter what was the statistic, if it's like this. They do it what they want based on their own, okay, one person lockdown. Oh, 1 million people lockdown. It's the same things. So it's they can put any narrative what they want. Just to explain what they want to do it. And it's so easy. It was super easy. I cannot believe it was like a. Are you serious? People can be that dumb? I cannot believe people by itself before like a police between each other. You tell me I must do something seriously oh my God.
For me, you know the saying, never judge a book by its cover.
Yeah.
I actually think COVID allowed you to judge a lot of people by their cover because I would see people in their own cars by themselves, double masked, gloves, hazard suit on in your own vehicle. Or running in the sun outside by themselves with a mask on. I'm sorry, but I actually felt bad for these people because I'm like, you must be living in such a fearful world where all logic, all science, everything's gone out the window, and or I would go on a hike with my wife and they maybe you have to go one way. I didn't like the way we would go the other way, and it would always be these liberal Karens. That would be like, don't you see the sign? You have to go the other way. And it's just like a sheep mentality.
Yeah.
And for some people, I think they like getting that feeling of power to tell people what to do or how to do it. And if you're not doing it, I'm going to report you or this or that. And then for some people, I think, they may have believed at the beginning. And I wasn't so confident in all my views at the beginning. Yeah. Even when my mom asked me, well, what should I do? I told her what I believe. I didn't want to tell her what to do because I wasn't willing to take that responsibility of what if I'm wrong?
Yeah.
And then something happens, God forbid, and then I'll live with that guilt. Yeah. However, based on the research, I said this is what I think. You make your own decisions. And I think a lot of people, I could understand why they were fearful at first, but then later, as more evidence came out of what's going on, it's like, I think waking up for some people is not possible.
Yeah.
Because I think there's a saying, it's easier to fool someone than to convince someone that they've been fooled.
Oh.
Because basically, it's almost like it would damage their ego too much to realize, oh my God, my entire worldview that I've grown up in has actually been a lie. It's easier to continue that lie, even if subconsciously they know something's wrong or that it's not truthful. It's just easier to carry on because it would be devastating to their ego, to their worldview, if they realize, oh shit, I've been fooled.
Yeah, and I had this, let's say, similar situation in my family when our grandmother, she was already 90 years old. She was some other disease. She was already on the bed for around 1 year. And then they discovered her lungs cancer, right? And then they asked them they think do we need to tell her, right? If it's make her bring more stress, it's basically not change anything, right? She's smoking a locomotive for 70 years with the Popular. Remember the Popular?
Yeah.
The old school. When she smoked, my father Marlboro, right? She smoked. What's this? And I don't feel nothing, because she smoked without filter, which basically was the more healthy because the filter have a lot of substance, so that's why she was, she would have cancer when she was 90, right? People say smoking cigarette but cancer. It's not about this one. It's also about the quality and everything. Before was not so many, even the cheap one, nobody smoked this when they roll and everything. So she smoked without filter. And that's why she lived it also so long, so it's all about the additional stuff, right? When or the E or the N and all the chemical what they put. And they decide to not tell her. Because it was not make any sense, right? And I agree with this, if she has some cancer additional, it's put her more stress to her body thinking, it's not change anything if she knew, right? What's the point, to put additional aspect to stress about the information? Cancer was already there, and if you know about it from knowledge, this doesn't matter. It's not change anything, So they decide to not say, And I think it's It's the concept, like, you know, if I must tell someone, because if we're smart enough, if you know this, the information would not get any impact, basically make the worse, why you tell them, you know? Like, if your knowledge and everything not brings any good stuff to other people, it's not make any sense to tell people, right? They say, hey guys, I need to tell you, you know, this is bullshit or this is true, right?
So it's funny because this reminds me of my friend, Polish guy I grew up with. He has two brothers, and he actually just came to Thailand recently. He trains MMA a lot, so he came here to train some kickboxing for a month and then went back. But I hadn't seen him in a long time, so it was kind of like a little reunion. It was good to see him, and he told me, he said, I gotta tell you something, man. You know, because he's Polish, but he's always had a little bit of a different complexion than his two brothers. His brothers looked very Polish, and he looked almost more like Turkish or something. But he just figured, oh, I don't know, there's somewhere in the family. You know, genetics sometimes, you never know. And he's like, I did my, 23andMe, the DNA test, and it said he had like a bunch of genetics from, Cyprus. Oh, right there? Yeah. Just from like the Mediterranean area.
Yeah.
I forgot exactly what country, but he was like somewhere from there, and he was so surprised by it that he went, he started questioning his mom, like, oh, I didn't know what's it, and she goes, oh, I don't know, there's someone down the line, and he's like, let's get Brian, his brother tested or whatever, to see if he's got it. And she's like, no, you leave your brother out of it. So then he started getting suspicious, like, well, what the hell is going on? And his brother, he did it for his brother anyway, bought him the test, and it turns out his brother is his half-brother. And he grew up like this, and he goes, and he called his mom out, and, his mom and his non-biological father got divorced pretty early, and the dad moved back to Poland, and he's still in Poland. Mm-hmm. But him and his father have a really strong relationship. Like, he flies to Poland, sees them all the time. They're really, strong. And he asked what happened, and basically, when his non-biological dad was dating his mother, they weren't married yet. She, I don't know, maybe had a one-night stand or something, and then fell pregnant, told him that it's his. They got married, moved to Canada, all of this, and then, divorced, had 2 more children, and left. And then he just found out this now. He's like 38, 39 years old, and he was just like, but now it all makes sense, because he's like, yeah, well, he's a little darker skin. If you look at him, he looks more like they said, Turkish. He's like, and even his food preferences. His 2 brothers loved the Polish, schabowe, kotlety, like all the typical Polish stuff, and he wanted like prawns, and, like Mediterranean food and stuff, and she was just like, shut up, eat your potatoes. So he found out now, and then I said, so did you tell your dad, right? Because he asked where is his biological, she said he's dead.
Okay.
I don't think she probably even knows, but he goes, I thought about it, like, I'm like, does he even know? And he's like, I don't think he knows. He thinks he's a real dad. And he said, you know what? I thought about it, and I said, why would I tell him this? He's older now, and like, what benefit? He's been my dad my whole life, and if he doesn't know, and I tell him this, it's only going to bring negativity. It's going to break his heart, potentially, right? Yeah. On the other hand, maybe he deserves to know. Like, I don't know. It's a very difficult situation. He chose not to say anything. I don't know what I would do. That's a tough one. I can see both sides, right?
It's this, I got the question also, like, on the camp when I been last time with the PJJ. Someone asked me like, I asked someone even yesterday. I asked my guest, do if like you live on the Matrix, right? Like, like, do you prefer to live the beautiful life, the great steak, the life what we have, let's say, or do you prefer to live the real things? I mean, Zion, like a mess, war, all the robots and everything, right? Like super dark time, right? So which one you would choose, right? The true life, which means
blue pill, red pill.
Yeah, basically hell, or the Matrix, which is everything what you can imagine, like a good stuff, like life, right? What do you choose?
Myself, I choose the truth.
So the Zion.
Yeah, because I always want to know the truth. Like I rather have the most brutal and most horrific truth than the prettiest, fanciest bullshit lie.
Yeah.
That's just how I am.
So I think his father also, I think, will know, right?
Yeah, so that's why I don't know if that, I don't know what I would do, but that's what he chose. I just, he just was in Poland and saw him and he's like, what am I, if I tell him, oh, you're not actually my dad, he is. By all means, he is his dad. He raised him, he still sees him, but it was crazy news to see and he's laughing at it now, which is good. But...
So he didn't say, he didn't tell yet.
He didn't tell him anything.
I think it's, end of the day, I think it will be good, because it's also like I have a similar situation with my kid now, because basically, like we separated with my wife, but at the same time, like, I decided to take care of her kid, right? And from the previous relationship, right? But, take care of like on my decision, right? Because, I don't need to officially, whatever, right? And I do it just because of it's a lot of benefits, to be honest. Like, first of all, you have some extra energy boost to you take care of someone. The second, like it's a bit your responsibility for the decision what you made. Doesn't matter what law said, doesn't matter what the people do it and everything. I also like. I remember my friend asked me like, oh, when you have your own kid, like, what do you mean? I have my kid, I go, no, you know what I mean, your own kid when you make it and everything, like what's the fucking difference, because it'll be like, if I get from my Jews the kid and it'll be my 100% and this one will be my 50%, like it's not making sense, For me, it's not connect with the biological, it's connect mentally. It's the same things I think with your friend, because it's not change anything, right? Because like I think the father, it's the same. Let's say some part, foundational understanding. It's not change anything, because it's just about biology or some connection with DNA, which is if we go the deeper, like connect, we are the same people, and I mean. We're all connected and everything. It's all about what you believe, right? And like I think it can be. It's a personal because I don't know his dad, right? So it's also like depends on the what kind of person it is. Some people can feel bad and they feel like they've been lied and everything, and they cannot. It's very hard. Like, but the same like if I have the friends and I know I cannot tell them about the truth of the fucking world. I said to my father, I was there like 20 years ago about the conspiracy theory, Alex Jones and everything, 9/11. When I showed to my father, and my father like he was like watching all this shit because I said, Dad, you need to see this, you need to fucking see this. And I gave all the things to him, and he was sick for like 2 weeks because so much information, so much the negativity somehow goes even it was negative anyway, like basically it was negative, like everything, the truth and everything was somehow negative, right? And he cannot handle, right? So it's like, maybe it's not good, so I think we need to be, aware if it's your message actually help or actually destroy to anybody. So it's very personal, right?
Exactly.
If I have my crown, I can be very hard to them when we base of the talking about the relationship, our friendship and everything, and I say, guys, we will fucking do and we don't care about this one, right? This one must be done, and we do it, this for fucking our money, and that's where we go, right? So if I tell to my dudes and everything, and my business partner and everything, they know I'm, what I'm talking is from the, good things, positive, and the taking care of them and everything. And if I tell them something to what is negative for other people, they know who I am. I take care of them, So it's all about the foundation, and if someone understand and who you are, what you represent, and if his father is can handle, somehow you can know because it's his father, right?
Yeah, it's again, it is personal. It's just like everything. It comes down to the individual.
Yeah,
like certain things. So, like it goes back to what I was saying. Some people can't handle finding out about these conspiracies or whatever because if they get into it, it'll destroy their worldview, and it could actually have a negative effect.
Yeah.
Something like ignorance is bliss. For some people, it is.
It is.
For me, it isn't. Yeah. I like to know the truth, and if I'm going to make a mistake, I'd rather make the mistake based on my judgment than blindly believing media or government or whatever, and then going, because then I feel like an idiot.
Mm-hmm.
If I make a mistake, okay, I made a mistake, but generally, you know, I've gotten this far in my life based on always trusting my own judgment. I've been in rooms where the whole room could have a different opinion than me. It's not going to influence my opinion. And don't get me wrong, I'm very open to changing. That's very important.
Yes.
You don't want to be like strict. I've evolved in a lot of my views.
Just to be rebellion to say
no. But it has to be based on evidence, on facts, and not on pure pressure or emotion. Those things are not going to convince me. It's based on evidence and facts. And like yourself, you've evolved in different ways. You were vegan, now you're not vegan. You know, that's showing growth as a human. If you're changing your views, if your views don't change at all, that's
what we got also told. Like you cannot change. When I always change my job, I was called like unstable. You know, cannot focus on one things. You know, always change, and everything was negative on my crown. Right. Later, I realized, wow, it's basically good when you also go to the different kind of people and you grow as even your self-confidence become like more individual, and then you realize, oh, like being alone even on the journey, it's okay, because it's how you grow and you become like more logical, you get more information and everything. Sometimes you need to be alone, but at the same time, like you said, it's not about to be always against, it's about to listen other point of view, and they're like, okay, I get it, but it's still I keep on my version of my reality, right? And come back even to situation, because on my family I have exactly the same things. I was my parents divorced, and one of my sister, it's also not from my biological sister, and my mother was the case, on the divorce, on the judge and everything, lawyer of the court. And basically my mother, even if she like everyone knew, because she was different, like she was totally different, and curly hair and everything, and everyone knew, right? And even my mother, she say like, no, it's your kid. And man, everyone know, right, already. And we go to the court, and basically the DNA test, and it show it's not my father, but everyone knew. But she was not able to, I don't know, agree on the head. Maybe it was something about her, maybe part of to agree on some fail or something like this, so she go, she, until when someone prove her like this, still she said it's not her hand, you know what I mean? Some people grab my hand and it's still not my hand, right? So I think it was the her part of the issue, and still I have exactly the same situation, and if it's my sister, my daughter of my father, absolutely 100%, and it was never even on the thought, right? About it's not even about the knowing that it's not biological, right? So it's all about the people, right? But maybe there's of course there can be some people who don't take this like this, who can be offended, who can be feel really bad, and they connect with them more like a relationship, like a cheating and everything. So and it also depends on the relationship with the kid, right? With the son. So if they don't have the connection, it can be destroyed very easy. But if they have, I think should be easy, because they are connected, and they love each other on the, not only about the connection, but also on the, like you said, they are very close to each other, right?
Yeah, well, since birth, right? It's different when you get into a relationship and then there's already an older child. That doesn't always work. Sometimes it does, but sometimes there's resentment towards the stepfather or whatever.
Oh yeah, many times.
But if it's from birth, really, other than the biology, that's your father, right? Or that's your mother. They're the one that raised you, and in fact, oftentimes, if it's a stepfather, they're more of a father than the biological one, if the biological one decided to not be a part of the life, right? It's just blood, but the other individual was the one that actually raised them. So
I have also stepmother, but it's that's why the fucking Polish language is stepmother, right? It sounds good, stepmother, like a second mother, right? Polish, say stepmother in Polish.
I don't even know the word for it.
Macocha.
Macocha?
Yeah.
That sounds terrible.
This is fucking terrible.
That's a rag.
Yeah, it's from the like a movie, from the Disney, the negative, with the Wiedźma, witch and everything. Macocha, right?
That sounds.
It sounds and that's why I say and I have my Macocha, it's oh my god, I call her name, because even say stepmother, that's in Polish, it's terrible, right? But if even the word, it's already making negative like impact, right? So if you have matsoha, it's already your opinion about this person's negative. That's why I think more problems happen with the, stepfather. Stepfather, it's oichin.
Oichin.
It's okay. It's still like a father.
It's got the father part in it.
Yeah, but matsoha, it's like not a mother, even like MA. But it sounds weird, man. It sounds weird. So I believe like many words in Polish, actually, it's like a negative, impact inside this, like a negative seed, and it sounds like, oh my god, like how I can feel positive about my matsoha, like.
Polish is an interesting language.
Yeah.
But like compared to English, I think cursing in Polish is 100 times more satisfying.
Ah, yeah, true.
Because in English, really, there's like fuck.
Yeah.
Oh fuck. You don't have any hard like you're not rolling your R's.
Yeah.
Like that kurwa, like that you get that emotion out of it.
Yeah.
In Polish. English, it's kind of like plain. And then in Polish, you can be so descriptive.
Ah, yeah, true.
I've heard my father say some things that I was like, I didn't know he was a poet. You can really say some descriptive things in Polish, and in English, I feel like it's like lacking.
Yeah.
Not that I like to curse a lot, but I'm just saying,
they just put this like a part of the sentence, like they don't put emotion, like it's like a trendy, like a part of the like language. But this one is the Polish words that put emotion. Like you can say kurwa with the 50 different versions.
It also means 50 different things.
Yeah.
It could be a comma.
Yeah.
It could be a comma in a sentence. It could be a period of a sentence. It could be an exclamation point.
Yeah.
Like that was, it means so many different things.
Yeah.
I also think they throw it into the middle of the sentences because it's such a difficult language. You have to think of the conjugations.
Yeah.
This is where I'm fluent, but my wife always corrects me because I'll be talking and I'll get to something and I'm like, okay, how do I conjugate this because there's so many different ways.
Yeah.
So that's why they throw in the kurwa because they're waiting to think what's the next word.
Yeah, makes sense. Like I still communicate. I have my business partner, like Polish, of course, my family. So yeah, but it's like I said, we talked before about like even about the podcast saying. I mean, I realize like I'm more like the specific now when I speak Polish, like like more clear about many things. So it's even sounds better than before. And I have like also problem with my R, right? Mm-hmm. So basically I have many problems because of before of my nose and like some polyp and everything. So many words what I say in Polish sounds like not correct, but when I learn English it sounds perfect. So it's like my problem is there. It's like advantage like on my English. So it's it's crazy, right? And it's also show of many things. Some place you can have like it can be your weakness. And another place it can be your strength, right? Mm-hmm. And then you can use this like, oh wow, basically like I'm nobody here, but I'm somebody here. That's why I don't believe like when people stuck on some place and it's constant, they have problems and everything, and the only way it's just to be really fucking superhero, like many places in Poland people have a really hard time. So like, just change the place, like why you complain, just change the friend, just change the place. Just change the job, right? But it's the changes. You talked about this one before. It's they think there's nothing more there. They actually everything can happen after. It's more always for good. It's basically always. I never experienced like something I lose after not come something better. Like always come, but we don't know, right? That's the beauty of this. We don't know, right? If it's something positive,
Well, for sure, like changing your environment and putting yourself in an uncomfortable position is the only way to grow. Yeah. And I didn't know that for the longest time. I actually, if we met probably 4 or 5 years ago, I was in a much different place mentally, and just in terms of confidence, everything. I grew up in a very toxic environment. I grew up in a very negative environment, in one that, killed any self-confidence and made me feel like if I were to leave, I wouldn't survive. It was, although I did the business with my father, that was not a good relationship. Like, I don't talk to him. He actually he lives in Thailand. When I moved over here, he followed me. I haven't seen him, I haven't talked to him.
Okay.
But, I was in such a negative place, and so was my mom with him, that, you know, I didn't see a future. And he made me believe that I couldn't survive without him. Or told me things that I couldn't do this, I couldn't do that. And it, you know, I'll just give you an example. You know, 10 years I'm doing things on my own, and then when I'm getting ready to, you know, go out into the real world, have a job interview, it's a stressful thing. I hadn't had a real interview in like 10 years. And he tells you, you know what, good, go out. You're gonna get fired from your first job, you're gonna get fired from your second job, then you'll come back and then you'll be humble. And you know, that's your father telling you that. And I said, oh, I know he's saying this shit to just get to me, but you start thinking, what if he's right?
Yeah.
What if there is something wrong with me?
There's some doubt. There's some
You start casting this doubt.
Yeah.
But what happened? The moment I left, it was the exact opposite. I went like this, like a star, like a superstar. You know, my life turned around 180. The moment I cut myself away from that negativity, that toxic environment, and I changed my environment, and I realized it was all bullshit. It was controlling. It was to keep me under control. Because as soon as I left, I never looked back.
Yeah.
And the moment I didn't look back, my life, you know, for the better. Obviously, I lost my job and all that all led to here. And
so basically, the story was you know, like he was this part of the journey anyway, because maybe the doubting and everything makes you more like, because you know you can use this as a fuel, right? Because sometimes like, you know, like I'll be not listening to him, I'll do it my own and everything, which is even helps, right? You can see this after, you know, but if it's too much, can be destroy you, right? And many people don't move because it's the influence of the family. It's too big when they don't have the, you know, let's say balls to keep going, and they say, you know, fuck it, I'll do it anyway, right?
I mean, now I use it as fuel.
Yeah.
But in the moment, I didn't see it, and I believe, you know, as a kid, he's telling you, oh, he can't do this, he can't do manual labor stuff, he can't, telling people. So I just believe, oh, I can't do it.
Yeah.
And it was like a situation, you know, little things like, didn't have patience. So if I'm doing something for the first time, if I didn't do it perfectly the first time, he would rage. It's like, you don't know how to fucking do it. Well, give me this.
But it's normal. Not that
level, which created, you know, incredible anxiety whenever I would be doing something new, because I would feel this pressure that I need to like get it 100%. And it wasn't until I had somebody that took me aside and he saw. He was like, "Whoa, we were doing something. We were doing measurements." And why are you getting all like flustered? Like, and I said, because I never done it before. And he showed me how to do it. And I did it. And I wired all the lights. And I did all the electrical. And I remember my dad coming in and he said, "Oh, you did really good." He thought the other guy did it. He said, "I didn't do it. Your son did all this." He said, "He did all this?" I was like, "Yeah." I showed him how, and he did it. And it was this moment. I was in my 20s, but it was like late 20s that I realized, I think this has been all bullshit, that I can't do something.
Yeah.
There's nothing I can't do. You just need somebody to show you, and with enough repetition and practice, you can do anything. And so that's what like opened my eyes. And then and then my wife, when she came, she saw the impact he was having. I would be like a completely different person around him. And she pulled me away and said, like, you know, it's my choice, but I don't think it's a healthy environment. And that's why I left. And when I cut myself away, my life became so, like, a million times better. I'm happier than I've ever been. I still deal with stress, I still deal with problems, but it's completely different. It's a different type. And then my mom was still with him, and the stress and I had never seen her so bad mentally. She was so scared of him and everything. They finally got divorced. And now she's the happiest she's ever been.
When was this?
She just got divorced a couple months ago.
Oh.
But they've been separated for over like a year.
Yeah.
Like she moved to Poland, we left. So he's by himself, and he moved to Thailand. And I'm like, no, I don't talk to him, I'm not gonna see him. But it was that negativity, you know, before my wife, I didn't see that way out. I didn't see where I could go, change my environment. I was kind of like stuck. And then because it was a family kind of thing we were doing, and I had dogs and I had responsibilities, I was worried that if I leave, what situation am I going to leave them in? And it was all of this. It wasn't until like I actually just, COVID forced my hand.
Yeah.
My wife moving to Canada forced my hand to get out. And as soon as I got out, it was like You know, I remember we got in a fight right before Christmas, and with my dad over something. We got into an argument. With him, it was always, if he wasn't arguing with my mom, he was arguing with me. And I remember it was like 2 weeks before Christmas, and I said, we're not going. And I had never not spent Christmas with my family. Never. It's always been with my parents. I said, we're not going. And even my wife thought I would cave, that I would go. And I said, no, if he doesn't call or we don't have a talk, it's not happening. And we didn't go. And this created like more drama. I said, I don't care. Like, he's been so disrespectful, it's not happening. And it was the best Christmas I ever had. It was just me and my wife. My mom came for one of the days, and then it was just me and my wife, and I said, this is the first Christmas that I've ever had where I didn't feel anxiety inside, that for no reason there's going to be a drama or explosion. Because it was the kind of relationship where everything's going good, and then one little thing, and snap, and yelling, and you know, very negative. Here I was like, this is the first time I felt completely relaxed. I can be myself. I don't have to think that something is going to piss somebody off or whatever. And it was very eye-opening. So for me, now I have my son, and you know, they say time heals all wounds. It's having the opposite effect, because now as my son's growing, and I'm raising him, and I'm, you know, having to teach him, and I'm seeing him grow up, I can't imagine doing the things that my dad did to me, that I would do that to my son. And I think killing someone's self-confidence is the worst thing you can do to a young child growing up, because you can have all the attributes in the world. You can be tall, funny, you can be athletic, you can be super smart, you can be gifted in all sorts of ways, but if you don't have confidence, none of those things matter. How many times you see people that are so confident and they don't necessarily have the biggest skill or talent, but they believe in themselves so much and they achieve great things, right? So I take that now as a learning experience, and obviously I'm working on myself. I still have, you know, issues that have stemmed from that environment, but like, it's really helped to be able to acknowledge it, realize what was going on, and then build that self-belief in myself, and now pass it on to my son. Having someone to raise, and then see, you know, I might not have the book on everything to do as a parent, but I have a big book of what not to do. Right?
And I think also, like, especially when you have your son, it's a big stuff when you, because if you still have your memories, some, you know, shadow and everything from the past, right? Then it's like, it's your also like extra motivation, what I believe, like you can handle this because you don't want to have your son having the same things. Like we know many things we just passing, even subconsciously, right, to our kids, right? Like we tell to them to not do it, but we behave like this. So of course they will do it, right? How he can do it? I tell you don't do it, but you do it the same mistakes. Kids not learn from our words, learn from our own experience, our own behaviors, right? Like, you know, say don't sit on the phone, and you sit on the phone, right? So, and I also my friends, and they say, like, you know, they make a lot of, have a lot of drama and everything. It's like it's, do you want your son to have the same experience like you, and they handle the situation like you? Do you want your son to drinking, the show himself when you have a situation like this about the relationship? No. So what example you are for him? Like, you don't want to do it this, right? You don't want your son to do it this one. So you need to be the sample, right? And you don't do it this for yourself. You do it now for your son, right? So it's like do it. It's an extra boost, like I said. Having a belief system as a son, God and religion and everything. It's a additional things what you can bring to your life to improve your life. To change something not anymore for yourself, but also for others, right? But I want to ask you one question. Like, how did you meet your wife? Because it looks like she's big supporter of you, and you're like sometimes even your left hand.
I mean, so it's funny. She's
because you say you stay on the farm and everything. Like, is that?
So I'll tell you the story because it's a little bit of a funny story. So we met like most young couples on Tinder. She was visiting her uncle or cousin in Canada, and we just happened to live pretty close by. And I was, single at the time, just swiping through Tinder, and I saw her profile picture, and it said University of Warsaw. So, oh, Polish girl. I'll give her the one super like I had for 24 hours. I just gave her the one super like, see what happens. And then she, messaged me, and we started talking, and I said, oh, I'm from Poland originally, and she said, oh, yeah, me too. Where in Poland? I said, Szczecin. She said, I'm from Szczecin.
Yeah, it's good.
I was like, oh. And then she thought I was bullshitting. She thought I Googled her or something. I said, no. Like, and I told her like where my grandma lives and everything. Then it turned out our parents had, same math teacher, same handball coach. Like, they're different years.
Yeah.
So her parents are a little bit older. But it was very similar things. My cousin lived on like Blueberry Lane. Her cousin lived on Blueberry Drive. Like, there was these synchronicities that we were like, okay. And, she's only there for another week or two. She's just on vacation. And she said she lives in Dubai. She's working for Emirates. And Emirates doesn't fly to Vancouver, but it flies to Seattle, which is fairly close. I said, would you, come visit me if I come to Seattle? I said, sure. But I didn't really think, like, this is going to turn into something. This is long distance. She's in Dubai. I said, sure. But we were talking, and then the more we talked, I realized, like, she's different. There's something about it. And I think on the first trip, like a month later, she got a trip to Seattle. So I went there for the weekend, and we met up. And I remember we went out in the evening to get some food. And I
smoke weed.
No. Here's the thing. I didn't tell her obviously what I do because at the time I didn't tell. It was a safety thing.
Yeah.
I told people that I would do IT because I know enough about. I used to repair computers, so I knew enough about IT that I could get my way through a conversation if anyone asked. And it's also boring enough that nobody else. So it was a good good cover. So I had told her I was in IT, but then she kind of knew something was off because she goes, "Oh, how was work?" And I'd give her some big answers.
Oh, me too, then, like that.
Yeah, and then so we get there, and she's like, "Something's bothering you, right?" And I said, "I have to tell you something, right?" Because I knew from talking with her that this girl was different, and that I wanted to build a relationship with her. So I didn't want to build it on a massive lie. What do I do? Keep in mind, when I met her, she also had never been drunk. Very clean. She's always been sober. Never drank alcohol, nothing. So I'm like, okay, she's never drank alcohol, and I'm gonna tell her that, I grow cannabis. I don't know how this is gonna go. So we're sitting there, and I say, I gotta tell you something. And the first thing she says, she goes, you have a girlfriend. I'm like, no, I don't know. Like, she thought I have somebody else. I'm gonna say, no. I have to tell you, like, what I told you I do for work, it's not what I do for work. You're a stripper. I said, no, but thank you. No. And I told her what I do, what I see as being the future, why I'm doing it. I explained it in a way that made sense. So she's very smart. And she was like, that makes sense. I think that's actually a good idea. I also see legalization happening and a good career. And she supported it. She was more upset that I didn't tell her right away, but I said, I can't just tell everybody I meet. Now I can, but back then I couldn't. And so then we did long distance for like 3 years. We were doing, either she would come to Seattle or I went to Dubai for 2 weeks, or we would vacation, Mexico, Dominican, and everything. And it got to the point where we were discussing, starting a family, all of this stuff, but we were also like, you know what, we need to move in together. Because right now, we've spent no longer than 2 weeks at a time at any given, trip, and it's vacation mode. So of course everything is amazing. You don't see somebody for 2 months, and then you go see them for a week or two. It's all, and you're in a resort.
After 2 weeks, everything's.
Yeah. So I said we need to see what's life like. What's going to bother us, if anything. So she applied for like a working holiday visa in Canada, which was a nice visa that you get for a year, but you can also get a job, so she could work, which was great. She moved, and we moved in together, and then I think a couple months in, COVID happened. So we went from long distance to lockdown together. And I gotta tell you, we loved it. Like there was nothing. There was nothing that like bothered us. Everything was good. And we basically said, okay, let's get married. Let's start a family. Like, when we discussed a lot of we discussed how to raise our son, or we didn't know we were gonna have a son, but a child, like what kind of.
No, you knew, right?
Actually, I really wanted a son, so I was sure I was gonna have a daughter. So I was like, but then, God willing, I have a son. Now I want a second child. I'm open to either. I think it'd actually be nice to have a daughter because then I can experience both. But I really wanted a son, and we discussed the important things. We discussed, how we're going to raise them, what we believe in, our moral values that we want to instill, all well before we got married, right? And we did meet, you know, a little bit later. I think we were both 27 or maybe getting close to 28 when we met. So I wasn't looking, when I was looking for a partner, I wasn't looking for the shallow things that sometimes people, younger people sometimes may look into, you know.
You're a farmer, come on, you like to, you know, take care of the things planned.
No, it was more like the values that she holds were more important to me than anything else. Like I didn't look for someone to party with or to, you know, my wife is beautiful, but I'm not saying like I didn't go for the trophy wife for the looks. Because I said all those things disappear. They become irrelevant when you're trying to build a future together. So I was looking for, can I trust this individual to help raise our children? I was always petrified of having a daughter until I met her. When I met her and I saw how she was raised and the character she has and how strong-willed she is and like her beliefs, I said, okay, if we have a daughter, raise her to be like you. And then I have no problems, right? So it became, it was a pretty easy decision, to be honest. And I just knew. Before that,
so it's not even a decision; it's like a feeling anyway, right?
It was a feeling. Like I had girlfriends in the past, but there was never that like feeling of wanting to start a family. In fact, in my early 20s, I thought I didn't even want a family. I said, "There's too many people in the world. Blah 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 blah. Am I going to bring a child into this crazy world?" All the same talking points that a lot of people use to convince themselves they don't want children, and that's fine. But in the moment that I found a partner, all I could think about was starting a family. That's what I wanted, and to pass on, you know, my life lessons and hopefully her life lessons and everything. So it was definitely an interesting way to meet, and we went through the long distance and then the lockdowns, and when I look back at it, I don't know if I'd be able to do it again with anybody else, because it was, you know, very stressful to be apart that long. Like I said, COVID was actually quite nice. Then we got COVID together. We ended up watching all the seasons of Dexter. And she does drink now. I got her into wines, but just wine. She only drinks wine. So and we're gonna keep it that way. I don't push. She's never smoked weed, and that's okay. I don't push that on her as well. She doesn't push the weed on me, but she also saw my difficulties with sleeping, and she saw that when I smoke, I actually get a good night's sleep. So she'll say, "Hey, you haven't been sleeping?"
I have a role for you.
She used to in Canada. She would make me cookies. She'd make the edibles, but here she'll sometimes say, "I don't think you haven't slept in a few days. Why don't you go or whatever?" And she also sees that I don't abuse it, so I think that makes it easier. Because if she saw that I was like smoking more and everything, then she definitely would have a problem with that. But I'm responsible. I keep it pretty low key.
Where's your dogs?
That's the sad part of the story of moving out here.
You had three.
I had 3 German Shepherds. When I left the business, my parents decided to sell the property. And when they sold the property, that was the beginning. Where are we going to give the dogs? Because they're big dogs. I can't take 3 German Shepherds to an apartment.
Some people do it.
That's no way.
I see even the dog. You know, any dogs, right? It's very sad because there's the small one and everything. But it's for me like the freedom also the animals. It's very important. Like it's the things what they have, right? So. I treat this like always my dog's like a part of the family.
100%.
Yeah, so it's like, but I always have I never want to buy dogs, right? Like no. I believe the dogs choose you somehow, right? So I always have the dogs forever, I found one dog close to my my house, and coming, he was a street dog, right? Like a street dog, come and go out, and okay, come, Of course, family don't agree, but he stayed 15 years. Another dog from the mountain Poland, from Zakopane, right? Yeah, he also at that time my parents divorced. My father, get married again, and it was a small apartment. Before we have a house 280 square meter, a lot of place. We can have all farm basically. to the 28.
Oh God.
Right, and then I bring the dog, right? And that time, that we have a house, but that time I was moving to my stepmother, place, 28 square meter, right? And I bring the dog. They said, no, like you cannot bring the dog. I said, what kind of dog? Like, I don't know, it's from the mountain, like dogs from the mountain from Poland, right? Like, oh my God! And basically it was like a mixed German Shepherd with a low. Like Jamnik, how it goes there. Like low level. This was like low level German Shepherd, So basically his feet was so small, sure. But the body, the color, and everything was like a German Shepherd. And he stayed with us also 15 years. And I have 2 dogs now from the Bangkok, from the street also. When I take care of, find home from his brother and sister, like all the other dogs in Bangkok. And I have 1 dog, which is Bully XXL, but also get from my friend from the Chiang Mai, right? So I have like Bully and a street dog, like they're together. But 1 dog looks like also like Shiba. My street dog looks like Shiba. So I have 2 big dogs, but it's, the freedom is important. So they stay in Canada.
So the person that ended up buying the property, it was him and his dad, good people, and they were willing to take the dogs to leave them there. And at any time we wanted to go visit. So until I moved to Thailand, I would go and visit the dogs, and they didn't seem well. My oldest one, shortly before we sold the property, we had to put him down because he was old and then his hips gave out and he couldn't move. That was a really hard day for me. So then it was just the 2, mother and son. And I was just happy that we didn't have to separate them, that they were able to stay on the same property, and we were able to go visit. And when I would go visit, I saw that they were happy, that they were not like depressed. Yeah. But that, even to this day, I get in my moments where it becomes very emotional because I miss them. I don't miss anything about Canada, 0, because of the way the country is now. Yeah. I miss my dogs. If I think of Canada, the only thing that I really think of and brings back memories are my dogs, but at least I know I didn't leave them with bad people or have to separate them. So that's, But I've always grown up with dogs. I had a wiener dog before, Dachshund, growing up as a child. So I think it's really good to have an animal to take care of and to build that bond.
I'm always a big fan, because many people take care more of the, animals than humans, that's what I don't like. Come on, you put your, let's say, opinion about you because you're good for the, animals, but basically you're asshole for the people, that's what I don't understand, right? They can be, super nice for animals, but they are, really not good for the people. So some people just use the animal as a, I don't know, it's like a reputation, point, to be good person, or like helping the the animals or the shelter, whatever, but they don't help people, right?
Well, in my situation, they were my only company. I was like I said, in the middle of nowhere by myself. Sometimes I'd go days and days without talking to another human. So I had my dog, right? And I would train them and teach them, and I would observe.
And
them.
that time you were already on the relationship?
No, I had my dogs before I met my wife. So when she came, I had 3 at that time. When she met me, actually we had, because this reminds me, when she knew she wanted that I'm her future husband. Because we met, it was when my female was pregnant, and she had puppies. And it was actually very stressful because it was in the winter, December 10th, and there was I was snowed in, so I couldn't even leave the property. There was so much snow. I had a power outage, I had to put on the generator, and I'm by myself. My dad actually had flown to Poland at the time, and my mom lived separately, so it was a very far drive. And I took care of them all. I watched her give birth. I remember the day that I thought she was going to give birth the night before because she was whining and all this. So I slept in the living room. I had an area set up, and I waited. She slept all day. The next day, she only wanted to lay on top of me. Otherwise, she was whining. So I'd be on the couch, and she's pregnant, and this big German Shepherd just laid on top of me, but then she would be relaxed. So I said, okay. And then around like 6 p.m. came, and I'm starving. I gotta make dinner. So I put her down for a second. I go to boil some water, and all of a sudden I hear some noise. I look, and the first one's coming out, and I'm like, oh, what do I do? And I had, watched videos and prepared and had everything ready. And I remember going, and then they say, like, make sure, because she's going to bite off the umbilical cord, but when it comes out, it's going to be in the sac. Make sure that within like 2 minutes, or even less than that, that she opens up the sac, because the puppy could suffocate if she doesn't do it properly. But she did it, and I read, once the umbilical cord, make sure to disinfect it, clean it up, and then put it in the thing. But the moment I reached to take him, she was like freaking out that I'm taking away her puppy. Like the instincts kicked in, and she started barking so much so that she gave birth to the second one and didn't even realize. And I had to go, Roxy, like pay attention here, because and then she went, and when she was focusing on that one, I quickly took the first one, cleaned it, and she saw, but she couldn't leave. And then it was crazy to see the trust that would build up, and as the days went on, then I could do anything I wanted with the puppies. But it was that natural instinct from her to be protective, and I kept the male outside, so he's in the snow, looking inside, because they said it can stress the mom out, right? But he was so smart, the smartest dog I've ever seen. Eventually, he kept scratching at the window. I said, okay, maybe I'll let him in. And I opened it, he came in, and immediately, because she was all alert, he immediately ran into the kitchen, into the corner. She calmed down, and he made his way from the kitchen to the front door, and then to the couch, and laid down beside me, like far away, not giving the puppies any attention. And she was calm, and he was calm, so I said, okay. I let her outside to go pee and whatever, and then he took the opportunity to go up and smell the puppies, and then he was okay. And so and all of them survived, she had 8 puppies, all 8 survived. I kept the one male for myself, and it was me taking care of that birth, that whole thing, sending it to the picture. She said, that was the moment I knew you're going to be my husband. So I was like, okay. And actually, raising my son, I know it's stupid, but there's a lot of things that I'm taking. I was like, it's not that much different. Like, I'm using a lot of the same things. Yeah. From
it's the same things.
Yeah. So it's. I think having animals is a great thing. It definitely helps build a strong bond and teaches responsibility. So my son, I'm hoping, when he's a little bit older, like my first dog was basically when I was like 8 or 9 years old, so then I could take him for walks and be responsible for him, right? So I want my son to go through that same thing, but we'll see where I'm at in 8 or 9 years in Thailand. I don't want to get a dog in a little apartment. That's,
absolutely not.
Right, that's not healthy, I don't think.
So I have like, I remember I talked with my sister, and my sister said, "Oh, you don't miss your dogs, they stay, when you move and everything." It's like, no, like, that's my dogs, that's my brothers, if they know, like, they would take care of the house for me, it's like, if I have my brother, like my bro, right, and I need to go somewhere for my things, to my, mission, my passion, whatever, right? Like, my brother say, go for it, I will take care of this one, I will take care of the place, house and everything, don't worry, just do your things, That's what kind of, people I want to have around, right? To support me, not as, when you come back and everything. No, my dogs stay and they protect the family, right? Protect the house, take care of everything. So when I go, everything is fine. And I said to my sister, I go, no, you don't understand. My dogs, they are on my side, they take care of everything when I'm not there, I was like, wow, because some people say, oh, you not miss them, they're lonely and everything. No, they are there, because, they take care of this, and this my dudes, my dudes, take care of everything, they always try to say like, the dogs will think, using the voice and everything. So always say like, no, bro, don't worry about this one. We take care of everything. We can handle it. Just do your shit. Make your dreams come true. And everything is on the place. Don't worry, just do it. It's like I have my sister laughing like, makes sense. Because it's what it's basically like. Your dogs take your feelings, and then you feel them, you see them, like you 100% trust, when I have my dogs, I know when they have, I like to have them aggressive, but at the same time, it's the control aggressive, right? So, I understand like why they behave like they behave. I don't want to put them like, oh, they cannot bark. Like, no, you need to have the aggression of the specific things, but you need to have the control of this one, my big dog's 50, almost 60 kilo, 2 years, bully XXL. It's the mix with Mastiff. And like, you know, she's so cute and everything, but she also is protective for the other dog. But before they like hate each other. First 2-3 months they hate each other. I mean, the first dog was, you know, protective about the space and everything, right? So it was super hard in the beginning, but later become like the best friends, basically, like, you know, like brother, sister, and like they're always together. You know, they have some, you know, the dogs around, but they basically like, you know, they protect each other. You know, so it's nice to see the, you know, the vibe and everything, and they're like, you know, especially like my big dog. Guess the name of my big dog, the girl.
Roxy? No.
Kitty.
Kitty. Oh yeah, that's.
And even like the dogs, Bully XXL, like
Yeah,
massive, like a fucking, you know, elephant, you know, and you call like someone come like Kitty, right? And she, it's quite massive, 60 kilo, yeah, 60
That's
kilo.
massive.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, for me, obviously, I always look back that if it wasn't for Ramsey, my first one, the male,
Yeah,
if he didn't let us know that the intruders were coming,
yeah.
who knows what would have happened.
Oh yeah.
And he was smart because in the video I could see they tried to gas him. They tried to gas him, but he was smart. Like he ran away and he kept a distance, but kept barking.
Yeah.
Like he wasn't stupid to just go try to get him because they could have shot him, they could have stabbed him, they could have gassed him, but he potentially saved our life.
Yeah.
So for me, that bond was so strong. That was the hardest day when I had to put him down. That was the hardest thing I've ever had to do. But watching him and then, you know, his family and seeing them interact and then seeing them teach their son, and especially after he smoked, you could really see the dynamic of like, you know, how they behave and how smart they are, and it's a beautiful thing. I don't think a lot of people get the privilege of experiencing that.
Yeah, I mean, everyone, you know, discover, you know, this connection by itself, right? It's also depends how you treat other people. Like I said, you know, if you know, for me, like the dogs, it should be the same, you know, value like, you know, the humans. I think the people use the sometimes animal just to, just like I said, sometimes like a toy, which I don't like it, you know, and it's sometimes it looks like, oh my God, you know, like why you do it? But you know, I understand, you know, because you know, it's only the way when they can feel something, when they take care of something. So even if it's not look so nice, I can understand. You know, if sometimes you know, like do some bad things to others, whatever, I understand the foundation of this. You know, I understand why people behave like this. You know, when we talk about the situation, about the COVID, about, you know, people behavior of many stuff, like you can understand if you're on the level of the, you know, quite awareness what's going on. You know what they do it because they have some benefits from this. You know, if it's not the best, sometimes it's temporary. The best things what they can do, right? Because some people just take, you know, dogs because, you know, they, you know, like many times, you know, just family buy it, like, oh, just do your business. You know, it's like buying a new phone sometimes. You know, and yeah, now it's like so many the race and the dogs, you know, they looks like a packet, you know, and then most of the time, that many people buy like this, like a quite like, you know, like a Tamagotchi, you remember?
Yeah.
Right? It also looks like there,
toy,
right? Yeah. I like the
designer puppies.
Yeah. I like the basically. Like, I like when the you know, like the male energy. I mean, it doesn't matter, like a, you know, aggression and everything, right? But it's for me on, you know, my hand, like. I'm the responsible. Like I don't get it. The people who have the dog and say, you know, barking, you know, do it like, you know, aggressive for other dogs, other people, and everything. I was like, and they do like, oh, it's the dog, oh, it's like this. It's like it's your default, you know, like you're 100% responsible. There's nothing like you cannot do, you know, based on because it's the dog, its character, whatever, it's kind of dog. There's no way, you know. You know, my dogs, if I don't do nothing, will be barking and they, you know, do it, you know, stupid things. You know, that's about you. If it's something haven't, doesn't matter what's the reason. I remember my dog, the neighbors come and they put like a, you know, the stick and everything, make him like a, you know, angry and everything, right? Yeah. So later he become more like aggressive for the kids and everything, right? But it doesn't matter the story, right? I'm the 100% responsible for everything, right? So whatever happened, like I'm the responsible for everything, for the barking, for the noise and everything. Like I don't get like someone have a dog and the barking like for hours, you know, like oh my God, like how, you know, how you can, you know, handle this one, you know, like it's your responsibility and how you can do it. And it's not about putting down, like make his negative things when he cannot be themselves. It's absolutely not. It's about behavior. It's about how you can, give him the freedom what he should have, at the same time give him the space, at the same time give him the, the lesson, and
the most important, so when I had the wiener dog, the Dachshund, I didn't take any lessons on how to raise him because he was small, but then he was vicious. He actually bit all my friends because he looked so cute and little, but then he would attack. And we did things now, looking back, that I know, okay, we probably shouldn't have done that, teased them sometimes, whatever, and it helped bring out that aggression. But when I got the first German Shepherd, I was like, this is going to be a big dog that could potentially kill someone if I don't have him under control.
Oh yeah.
So I took puppy classes specifically for German Shepherds. I read books, I watched videos. I really prepared myself on how to train and raise the dog. And the number one thing, especially when having big dogs, is exercise.
Yeah.
That's why I don't like having dogs in an apartment, because you have a German Shepherd, and especially mine, they were the working line breed, so the straight back, not the lower back where they get the hip dysplasia issues.
Yeah.
They need to work. And if you have your dog and you take him out for just 10 minutes to go pee, and then you bring him inside and he's inside all day, he's going crazy. And that's when he's going to be and it's not that much different from humans. You're feeling anxiety, you're feeling depression, you're feeling whatever, go for a run.
Yeah.
Go, if you can't run, go for a walk, get some fresh air, do some exercise, a little bit at a time. You're going to feel 100 times better. And it is the same, that's why animals and dogs, we are animals.
People say I cannot go run because I'm stressed. No, you're stressed because you not run, right? Like it's the loop, you are like this because you are not active. If you're active, it's everything go out from this,
It's super important, and it's not just for humans, it's for all animals, right? That's why, I would have never gotten the German Shepherd if I didn't know we have this property, but it was 10 acres, forest, they were outside, I built their dog houses, and they didn't even like coming inside because it'd be too warm for them. They were used to it. So if you're gonna have an animal, exercise is the number one thing, because if the dog is exercised, very unlikely that they're gonna be aggressive. It's that built up energy if you're not doing it properly. Like, I'm sure you ever watched the Caesar Milan, the dog was fur. Half the time when he went to these guys' places, half the time it would be you're not taking your dog out for a long enough walk. They're not giving them exercise, and then the dog is,
Yeah, because it's all the emotions stay on the body and they don't release like everyone else.
And humans is the same thing. Right? You go to the gym, you run, you'll feel a lot better. You feel a lot more calm, right? The endorphins will be released. You're getting out that, because we're humans. This is relatively new in human history where we can survive without having to work, in the sense of the physical work. Where you can sit in this room. And every day I can have food delivered. I don't even have to leave to do anything. This is new.
Sure.
Right? Normally you have to hunt, you have to work to get your food.
Even daily life looks like more outside, and they become like you need to live and connect, and they always you are active. When I see, was last time I see on the Joe Rogan, people in the 90s and everything. I mean, then 100 years ago, like people are outside. All life staying like outside, so people are more active. Then you see the people on the beach like 50, 70 years ago. You don't see any people who are obese,
Absolutely.
It's totally different. Now everything's stuck, like the work, the life,
sedentary lifestyle. Everyone's indoors, eating processed food. You have TV. Even I look at like my generation, because I feel like my generation was kind of the in between before internet. So I know how life was before internet and what was after. And
you're in the middle.
Yeah, we would play outside all the time. Even when video games became a thing, Super Mario, Super Nintendo, you still had to go to someone's house. And you still had to physically interact. Now everything's online. Now it's all online gaming. I mean, I was a big online gamer, but it's, things have changed so much where everyone's kind of disconnected. Even you go on a SkyTrain, everyone is heads down. Nobody's talking to each other. I'm guilty of it. I do it too. Right? But I try to be aware of it and reduce the amount that I do that.
I think it's it's a big adventure right now, especially for you when you have your son, because it's the process what you need to create different environment, and it's not easy, because first we are inside the system, right? And the second, like, it's going deeper and deeper, right? Like, you see everything is like, online, delivery and everything, and the games, like relationship and everything. So it's a tough game, like, even for me, like, when I'm aware, when I know the system, when I quite like decent about, understanding all the shit and the psychological, biological, it's still a lot of work when I need to prepare myself to basically to not stay on the phone, because I explain to myself, oh, it's for my work, which is bullshit, right?
Don't. Can we edit that out? My wife is going to see that, and because I use the same thing. It's work.
Yeah, that's the funny part. Like, I don't know.
You're trying to convince yourself.
Yeah, but it's bullshit, because you get much more benefits when you actually create. Like the podcast is the great sample for everyone who try and to do something and they consume the time on a different way, because basically the time we're here we don't use the phone. Like, we are fully focused. Yes. We're talking, like, we don't use phone, and and it's a great, because later you even don't think, because you still have the dopamine, you feel great, you're tired and everything, and it's your day is complete. So I think the way how to escape this, it's not about saying like, okay, 1 hour a day or something like this. It can be, but it must be many factors, many strategy to be effective about this one, especially when it's our excuses like, oh no, it's for work, it's for this, I always use things like this, but I think it's required, something better, right? Be more busy on something, put more hours on something else, so the other things will be more weak, right? It's not anymore like, oh, don't do this one, don't do this one, because it's work very short time, especially, connect with the exercise, with the dopamine level. Like, I signed for BJJ now, bro, like, community and this new way of the training and everything is crazy. You try it before?
I used to train. Actually, I did mixed martial arts for over 9 years.
Okay, great.
My childhood, I started in Taekwondo, then I went into Judo, and then I went into Muay Thai and Jiu-Jitsu.
Oh.
So I trained with Marcus Soares of the Carlson Gracie team.
Oh fuck, awesome.
So yeah, I mean, I love MMA. I want to get back into it now that I'm here. I hated it as a child.
Yeah.
I hated it because my dad made me do it.
Okay.
Because I was an immigrant and I was getting bullied, and I was always tall but skinny, and I had a big mouth, and he knew. Like, looking back, this is probably the best thing he ever did to me. So he knew I would get beat up or something, and I was getting bullied for having an accent because early on. So he put me into the martial arts, and I beat up my bullies. But why I didn't like it was, I did tournaments, and I was actually really good. Mm-hmm. For my age group, I was winning. I never finished below third. I always finished and medaled. First, second, or third. Mm-hmm. Usually first. I was really good at it. But I wanted to play other sports, because I was just good at sports in general. Mm-hmm. I wanted to play, basketball, soccer.
Yeah. Football, come on.
Yeah, football, I know, but I don't watch I didn't play the American football. The football with a ball with your feet. And he just did it with force. Mm. There was no explanation as to why this is important. But I think martial arts, like my son, 100% is going to do martial arts, but I want to try to explain it to him better, because now that I'm an adult, I saw the huge benefit, the amount of fights that were avoided because I knew how to defend myself. Because most bullies, they don't want to fight somebody that's trained.
Yeah.
So when they find out, oh, he's trained, they're going to go after someone that's weak.
Yeah.
And also, when you train martial arts and you learn to defend yourself, you're actually less likely to fight. There's been so many situations in my life that I was able to defuse a situation and not have to fight because I don't have that nervous energy. Fights often happen because there's two guys that have nervous energy, and who's the first one that's gonna, throw the punch.
Yeah.
But if you're confident, and don't be stupid, like maybe the guy's gonna swing on me, I'm always aware and prepared, but I know if it goes down that way, that I'm not scared, that I can defend myself, right? And that confidence stays with me to this day. If I played football, okay, unless I got a scholarship and I went pro, but if I didn't, what use of that is that really for me now? None. like I could go recreationally to play for fun, but it wouldn't have taught me a skill that could.
Yeah, don't build much confidence from this one, right?
No,
like
but martial arts, it also allowed for me to freely choose my friends. I had friend groups. I had athletes. I had, you know, the straight A students, the nerdy type. I had friends in all groups.
Yeah.
Some people chose friends to feel safe. They would be friends with the tough guys because they wanted to be safe. I didn't need to, because I could defend myself, and I could defend my family. And so it was so important, and I only realized that as I was older, how important of a decision that was to make me go do this. It just could have been explained maybe better, because I really did not like it. And as a child, it was stressful. You go to this tournament, you don't sleep all night, you don't know who you're gonna face, and the objective of the other guy is to kick your ass.
Yeah.
This isn't a basketball game where you lost. Did you have fun? That's all that matters. This is, you know, and for me, I think martial arts also is the number one thing for anti-bullying. In Canada, it blew my mind. Wearing pink T-shirts for an anti-bullying campaign. Well, you're putting the target for the bullies. You put on that shirt or that hat, you're just giving it, okay, this is the guy we go after. And like, or trying to, you know, say this country is racist, and that's why, no, it's not racist. I was an immigrant, I got bullied, that's just how kids are. You speak differently, you have an accent.
Oh, you can find any reason.
The biggest thing is self-responsibility. My parents didn't go and go, this country is racist, my son is getting bullied. This country, they need to do this, they need to do that, the school needs to do this. No. Let's give the skills to our son to fix his own problem. And then nobody else, you don't have to blame anyone.
Yeah.
Right? It's all about self-responsibility, and that's what it taught me. It gave me the ability to fix the bullying problem. And then that was the end of it. I'm going to do the same for my son. And now that I'm in Thailand, I want to get back into it, because I haven't done it since I was like 18.
What do you want to try?
I'll obviously do Muay Thai again.
Okay.
But I'm not to compete or anything like that, just for the exercise, just to, because, you know, at work, I have a young guy, Darian, he's young. We all spar, just for fun, and it brings, you never, like, what I've lost is the conditioning. I get tired way faster. When you're young, you don't even realize. But I do miss it now.
Come on, you're 31?
I just turned 35 like a week ago.
Already? Okay, 35.
Yeah, so it's the Muay Thai, and then if I can get back into Jiu-Jitsu, because Jiu-Jitsu is what I was, like...
I just started one month ago.
And I saw you were in a tournament or something.
And I won.
Yeah, see,
and I won, man.
Yeah, congratulations.
Crazy. But I love first of all, community. And the networking of the people who do it, this not only for compete, but also they do it other things, which then bring them the energy, even like the workout mode and everything. Is crazy. Like you need to find something. That's like now it's. I mean, one part about your father and everything, when they bring you like even force for this, it's a great because I mean, maybe not great at the time, but right now, like many people, they should do it this one because. They'll be sitting on the fucking phone and doing nothing, and you need to do it. I say, I don't want and everything. Like a fucking go, right? Go outside. Like I hear that like a home arrest, like some father like put the kid outside. Like why I'm on home arrest, but I'm outside. It's like a.
I saw
this. Most of the kids they stay at home and they don't go outside.
Get out of here.
You get out of here. Do something. Take the stone and the throw. It's like a throw to the neighbor's window.
Yeah.
It's like, no, to the window. Do something. Yeah. So it's about this one. You need to like find something. And I'm looking, searching and everything. It's okay. Muay Thai always some injuries and everything. I do some boxing and everything. But the same gym. Like people say like, but. Because I have friends who like, her health condition is not that great, but I try and like, it's not even inspired. I'm inspired just to do it my things anyway. So, but they said, but you're easy because you like the gym. I was like, I hate the gym, like what you talking? Like, yeah, but you biking. It's like, I fucking hate biking and running. I just do it. It's because I must do it, right?
Discipline.
Yeah, I don't enjoy much, I just go and I try to enjoy the place when I, biking. Now I do less, but I start BJJ and I like it. I enjoy. There's not many things. I mean, there's something what I like, something what I don't like, but it's allowed me to keep going, to be healthy, to to put endorphin and also important to connect with the vibe, to the networking, which is the most amazing part because it's how you release a lot of things from your body, from your life and everything. So it's connected absolutely with my things.
And I think it's good. It's humbling. it's good to feel what it's like to get choked out.
Oh yeah.
Because a lot of people have like this false sense of their ability to fight.
Oh yeah.
Where they think like, oh yeah, I watch UFC, I can just go out there and do this or that.
And it's happened when the people who Muay Thai as a tourist and they just basically kick people's ass, but they are 20, 30 kilo, less and everything, that's why they didn't like so much, the Muay Thai camp, because many times like I go work out and like I'm on my daily things, but they always kick out by someone who just come for like 1 week holiday, and I come back with the injuries. It's like, oh damn, and it sounds like some Muay Thai are really fucking like hardcore,
Yeah,
and
it depends on the gym.
Yeah, it depends on the gym.
Sure.
Absolutely. So I just basically in my BJJ gym, it's like most of the 95% people are kids. That's why I start liking, because they don't fucking kick my ass. I mean, they don't.
That's how you got the gold medal.
No, I was basically because it was my team, like it was basically adult category and the white belts, but adult category, and the level when my friends who I was some other company said, you signed for this? I said, I don't know where I signed. Yet the day before I go to some private lesson just to learn about the simple strategy and how it works about the points. I have no idea about the points. Because the main coach, he don't speak English much, so I don't have much time to learn even from the YouTube, because I mostly learn a lot of things from YouTube, right? So I know the like MMA rules, everything, but I don't know BJJ rules.
Yes.
So he just told me like day before about this is 2 points, 3 points. It's like, oh, good to know. So I learned just day before, and basically the one way I compete, I become good friends, because when they talk after, like, how long do you train? It's like 1 month. 1 month? What the fuck? But you do wrestling? I was like, no, nothing, man. Like, oh my god, it's so fun. Like, and the people are like, we become friends with the people we compete.
Of course, it's a very strong community.
Yeah, it's a strong community. Yeah.
And I did. So before I did jiu-jitsu, I did like 2 years of judo. That actually gave me a really nice foundation to go into jiu-jitsu, because one thing that I don't know how it is now, but at least when I was doing Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, the stand-up portion of it, a lot of the guys weren't very strong. Like, they knew how to do a double leg, but oftentimes they would try to sometimes pull guard and go right out on the ground, or just start on the ground. Whereas judo is all about throws.
Yeah.
So when I got into it, my submission game wasn't as strong, but when we started from standing, I was just throwing guys left and right, and then learning the submissions. It was a lot easier than learning the throws.
Yeah.
That was, and jiu-jitsu was just a great equalizer, because you don't have to be the strongest guy, you don't have to be necessarily physically gifted to be good. I saw girls take out guys.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Right?
Yeah.
I did more no-gi jiu-jitsu, and I realized it's a completely different game, because when I took like a little break, when I went back into jiu-jitsu, it was a full gi class, and I was getting my ass kicked.
That's how I started.
And I was like, fuck, like this guy. And he's like, it's because you were used to doing no-gi. Because when I went into jiu-jitsu, it was like, it was an MMA gym. So it was Muay Thai with jiu-jitsu. Some days it would be straight Muay Thai, some days it would be straight jiu-jitsu, some days it would be a combination, but we didn't wear gi. We just wore a t-shirt and shorts. So the jiu-jitsu I learned was only in shorts, and I knew how to fight with gi from judo, because there's grips and everything, you wear the gi, but in jiu-jitsu, when I went into gi training, man, it's so different, because there's so many different holds. It's like they can dominate you just from different grips if you're not used to them and you don't know, right? But then from shirt and shorts, it was more practical in terms of like a real fight.
Yeah,
right.
I think also many people choose it's funny to say, because nogi in Polish means legs, right? Nogi.
Yeah. Legs.
It's like, on the beginning, I don't know. It's like called the G. It's like, what the hell? G and then no G.
I guess in Polish, kimono.
Yeah, kimono. I always use the kimono.
Yeah.
And I think many. I don't know if it's true or not, but it's my conclusion, because I believe like a hooks in life. Like if something happened and it's good memories, then you follow this and you don't remember why. You like this kind of pierogi, like dumplings, because your grandmother was in a good mood, and you always remember the smell. That's why you like this kind of food, right? So I think it's many people get some good on something, and they have good memories, like anchor. Like anchor. Yeah. So that's why they like more about this one, because they are be more comfy and everything, and it's less challenge, so they become more into this. Like I got gold medal on the with the gi. but I lose on the nogi, right? So basically like it's depends where your experience come from. Like my gym is basically full gi like all the time, right? And it's funny, like we train like 4 or 5 hours a day because there's kids and they prepare like all in the parents and everything. They eat food there, barbecue and everything. Like it's crazy, but it's like I like the vibe. I like the family mode. I like the like I also like the loyalty. Like it's the gym where I came from.
Yeah.
And I'll be here. So even if I attend like some other gym like just for the like a camp and everything like, but I like I'm from here and it's local here. Like I know Chonburi and everything. And it's like people are supportive, like it was crazy. Like people like from the gym, the mothers of the kids like, oh, do it like this, do it like this. I say, I even didn't know something about this one, and they're like, tell me what to do, but I don't know the terms. Like, put this one under. I was like, which arm? Like, what under? Like, how? It was so funny. Like, but people are super supportive, and I respect for them. People see, like, looking around, and the people really like, even I see on the social media, like, the people who like, even the like, comment, and everything are active. There are people from BJJ.
Yeah.
And it's a great community, and the people are so responsive, so humble, and super kind.
I think it's a wonderful sport. I'm not gonna say if, because it's not a matter of if, it's when. When I get back into it,
we should go with we have a camp on the Khoi Ai. Like one time, I think every month. Like now, I'm going in the next 25 to 28. I'm going with the BJJ, but also tactic shooting. So we I did shoot 3 days.
Oh, that's
like
cool.
a shoot is crazy because we do like a the
night vision.
Night vision.
Yeah.
We go and this one is also basically it's like a self-defense, but like a real thing. It's not like a shooting range, but it's also like tactical things, and also they prepare the Khoi Ai for the like the community because they have a many robbery also this area, right, about the places, their hotels and everything. So they also like teach like a local community about self-defense and everything. But they signed for the tactic one, and they also do BJJ, but also like a self-defense, like a ready to kill, I can say, right? So it's quite different. So there's no rules. And the people are awesome there. People are awesome. So I go there 3 days, and then later I'll be going like time to time also for the camp. And it's nice place, Khoi Ai, it's a mountain,
I'll keep it in mind.
I will send you information.
Send me the information because I miss it now. I miss it now that I'm older, and so I'm looking forward to as my son is getting older, he's still very young, but like I can see he's liking when I kind of wrestle with him.
But it's fun,
So it's fun.
Really it's like a game, Basically, it's what you're doing when you're young anyway.
Yeah.
And if you can put this like a fun and hold this way, it's amazing, because you can roll, and it's different than MMA or the Muay Thai, because Muay Thai or the boxing you spar. It's basically fight, it's just less power, right? But it's basically can hurt anybody else and everything.
Your risk of injury is much higher. Concussions.
Yeah.
You're getting headshots.
Yeah.
I was extremely lucky that, to be honest, I never suffered a severe injury. I never suffered I've never been knocked out. Never took big shots to the head. I've given big shots to the head, and I've seen the damage. Knock people down, knock people out, and I was lucky. So when I think about it, I want my son to have those skills, but I do have that concern of like, what's going to happen if he gets too many shots to the head or whatever. Whereas in jiu-jitsu, obviously freak accidents can happen, but you can even go full power and be safe about it. You can test yourselves full power and not
on BJJ.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Right.
You have to tap,
but
you need to learn how to tap. Because
one thing, I don't know the gym you go to. I'm sure it's great, but because in Canada I saw a lot of gyms, and most of them were terrible because they're trying to teach. A lot of these places try to teach too many advanced techniques. I always recommend any sport, but in martial arts, do fundamental classes.
Yeah.
You're better off doing 1,000 arm bars and 1,000 rear naked chokes and 1 or 2 guard passes, but really getting them good.
Yeah.
Than going to a class that shows them a new technique every single time.
Yeah.
And now 50 techniques, but you've mastered none.
Yeah.
right?
Yeah,
So
I mean,
fundamental
I
classes
just
are
go
huge.
there. So like I said, my classes like are mostly for the type and everything. But it's also like people are super supportive. So I learn like quite on my way. That's why like I attend for many things. Like my goal is not to like compete. Also, my goal is to be healthy. My goal is to to keep the vibe, energy, and at the same time keep myself busy. To rather to do this one, go BJJ, like have some injuries, but get busy than just sitting on the phone for hours. That's the most beauty of this, because you need to find something, and good things, a lot of benefits from this one, because you become more healthy, right?
Mhm.
You become more stronger, you build your confidence, and you build a lot of the next connection. So I think it's the necessary, and it's like you said, it's choosing also right place. When they also, I was 20 years ago in Poland, and they fucking break me, like they destroy me, and they're like, I didn't like it, and I don't never go again, because it was like, oh my god, this is BJJ, thank you so much, I don't want, I want a life. And then, but many times when you, the same like your father, like force you to do something and everything, many people don't continue things like this, because they get forced, they get some abuse and everything, like I put them like on the bad position, and people don't like many things because they have a bad experience on the first time.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
You want to encourage, especially beginners. You
Yeah.
want to encourage them. You want them to have fun.
Yeah.
So the first time I did any type of yoga, I went for hot yoga, and it was after doing like a 5K run, and I was rushing, and I was so tired. I was with my wife, and I said, okay, she got these free passes. We went,
Yeah.
and I thought I was gonna die.
Yeah.
I didn't. I had to like sit down after, an hour into it. It was a 90-minute class, and after an hour, I was like laying there in my own pool of sweat, and I thought I was gonna die. I just was not used to it, and I left, and I said, this sucked. I don't want to do this. This is what yoga is. Then I went to like a regular class, and I loved it, and I just
Yeah.
started doing it, and I love yin yoga, like the stretching and everything, and I realized, yoga, if you've never done it, is difficult enough as it is to do the poses, and if you haven't stretched for long, you're not
Yeah.
flexible. You don't need to do it in 40 degrees. If you've been doing yoga for a long time and you want to push yourself and whatever, sure, go for it. But for me, that could have been the end of trying it. But I knew my wife did yoga. She said, no, this is not what it's like. Like, you should try like a different class.
Yeah.
So it's the same thing with jiu-jitsu. Like when I was in the MMA class, we would sometimes have guys come in that were complete beginners, and the sensei or our instructor, often he would put them with me to go for sparring, because I would play with them. Like, I wouldn't just the other guys. Some guys would go and just beat this guy up. What are you proving? That you've been training and this guy hasn't?
No.
I would go and I would let them get some positions. I would let them, but I wanted to encourage and foster that, if they're interested, they'll want to come back. 'Cause if you just grind them to death, and then the next week they're all sore and everything is, they're not gonna come back.
Yeah.
Right? You want to encourage and have fun.
Yeah.
When you have fun, you want to go back, right?
Yeah. And
So-
even put less, tension, do it less
Yes.
repetition, like to come back again. There's many things like connect also with the sparring. Many professional UFC fighters, they don't spar.
Yeah.
Max Holloway.
Max Holloway doesn't do it anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Last time I met on the camp on the BJJ, we go together, and basically was one on the van, and one guy, like, we talk to each other, and I said, you looks like guy from UFC. And it's like, who? Like Steve Miocic, but you are like 30 kilo less. And like, oh, actually, like I fought Max Holloway on the UFC. And like, it's like, what? And like, yeah, I have one fight when he was 10 years, 10 years ago in Singapore. He fought after he lost with Conor McGregor. He fought him in the UFC.
Oh wow.
Yeah, Will Chop, his name, and he basically his MMA federation in Thailand, and yeah, he fought in UFC with the Max Holloway. He lost, but he was so tall, so skinny, and Max Holloway mentioned him on the Joe Rogan podcast, because
cool.
he was really difficult opponent, because he was very tall, very skinny, and also like his reach was crazy. And so Max Holloway said, "This guy, that Will Chop, like he threw me punch from like fucking like end of the ring, end of the octagon, like he was reached so high, like how he can, be on the featherweight, like how it's possible, it was 194 centimeters, something like this, around 190 plus, so how it's possible, It's amazing story. He'll be I think so, like my guest on my podcast, you know, because
amazing.
Bangkok,
Yeah.
It's an amazing story about him anyway. But you'll hear on the podcast with him because I want him to share the story because he was basically kicked out from the UFC, from the past story with, you know, with what's happened in his life, and I really want people to hear this because, you know, like what we see from the, like, some information or, like, you know, it's very shallow, we don't see the big picture, right? And I think the podcast and the, you know, talking with the people, and then you realize, like, oh, this guy is actually like it's really human, yeah,
and not just a robot.
Yeah,
you go like, oh, based on these statistics, he should beat this guy. People like to, especially in sports, people like to look at people.
And they just look on the picture of the someone, and they look just on the competition. They don't see this person already won because he was on the crazy family and everything, and maybe he just going to the level when he exists and he get out from many things, his trauma, like, you know, Sean Strickland when he basically was bullied and you know he cried many times on the
Francis Ngannou.
Yeah,
you know, he had a crazy life story.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely, yeah. People say, oh, he could be champion this one. It's like who cares? You think he really cared on this level live when he already get his mother family from the poverty, right? And he already won life. He already won life. He don't care anymore. He don't need to be the champion, right? It's not about this. He's already, you know, champion on his, you know, on himself, on other people and the family and the mother and everything, which is the most beautiful story. And it's like, you know, like many people need to know the things from the podcast, because the podcast allow people to go deeper than only, like, you know, 15 seconds short clips sound and everything. Yeah. Oh, I wanna be triple, I wanna beat everyone. It's there's Francis Ngannou, like a dumb guy, you know, like no, you don't know, like listen more, you know, listen to his story. And many people have a crazy story. Max Holloway, you know, like his family, you know, the hard drug addicts, you know, and he was
Charles Oliveira
also,
from the slums, from the favelas in Brazil. Like, just a lot of these guys, you know, have incredible stories.
Yeah.
But almost everyone that's achieved any sort of greatness, you rarely hear them that they came from everything was perfect.
Exactly.
Or any big business that succeeded. When you hear their story, it's never like, oh yeah, we started the business, everything went easy and great, and now we're a multi-million-dollar company. Yeah. Never happens that way. Yeah. You know, they always go with everyone. You have to go through struggle, and I know it's cheesy, but it's not. You know, how many times you only fail if you quit. Yeah. Right. Otherwise, you're just constantly learning, and you keep going forward. And if you keep going forward, eventually you'll achieve something. But if you give up at the first sign of struggle, well, then you're going to be the person that, you know, finds a new thing and a new thing and a new thing, but can never really focus, because failure sometimes will, you know, oh, this didn't work, and they go on to try something new. Yeah. Right? And sometimes that results in something good because they, you know, maybe they do find their passion. But I've learned from my experience, you just got to keep going forward, and whatever challenge comes, if you put your mind to it, you'll find a way to work around it. Yeah. But just keep going forward, stay disciplined. Yeah. Right? And
I think it's the part, especially when you have a kid, like you know, like, because we don't want anybody to suffer, right? Like, it's like in general, we don't want anybody to have the pain, struggle, you know, everything. But I repeat this many times, but you know, like, longer I live, longer I learn, and I see the struggle and the fails and all problems are like the recipe for the success. For the, you know, for it's not even about success, for to being a person who more appreciate the life, who don't go to the, like, very other, you know, spectrum of the life when it's, you know, miserable and it's like a really depressed and everything, you know. Like, I think the micro fails, the problems and everything, and basically most of them are not that big, but the time when thinking they are super big, super huge, and they make even destroy our life. But we know we can pass this, and it save us for the really, you know, extreme side, to be really, you know, depressed and you know, have their low self-esteem, being basically like a loser, right? And I think is you know, all my microphrase built me up to be, you know, to not go that deep, right? Like, my default already, like, I know I will never go that deep when I will be like, you know, taking drugs, you know, going like a depressed for days and everything. I have a bad days, right? I have a, like, you know, I have a, you know, like depressed time, which I don't believe is depressed. It's like a dopamine drop, when I need to learn more about this one, and I find other way to escape. It's not on the phone, not on the social media, not on the whatever I do, but through like some strategy to get out from this. And I think it's the time is the you need to have some plan, to do it this one. It's not anymore like, okay, I will not do this one. You need to think like anything else. If you want to have money, you need to think about the business plan, on the way how you do it. The same time, if you don't want to be depressed and those destroy life and don't go to some extreme, you need to find some way when you'll be on the, bad mood, on the fail, to don't go that deep. And I think it's the big part is the people around us. I always say I think it's our big work and the responsibility to find people who support us, no matter what. I have my best friend, my business partner, when I can fight for him because he's the fucking amazing person, right? And and I'm laughing how much they pay you. It's I pay double. I know it's worth it. Even if it's don't bring me the money, having person like this who bring me constantly up, and I know that if I go up, I can cover this one after. It's you know what I mean. It's the part
trust
of the,
as well.
Yeah, because I use this as my fuel, and I know it helps me, and it's always pay back, and it's worth it, right? It's worth to invest on something when it makes you more happy, and when it makes you more valuable, and it's give you the good energy, right? So many people don't want to put on the risk, especially about the money, right? They don't want to use all money to buy the dream, They prefer to play safe, oh no, I like it, but not that much and everything. If it's something what can makes you happy, you be do it things what you don't like it to cover things what you love it, and eventually this things will pay off. You start generating money from this, But many people start getting money from safe work, safe business, and they forget about the dream and the something what they can do it, and they actually be even more happy,
Well, that's kind of like my story. I was looking down and I'm like, is law school what I want to do? And it wasn't. And when I didn't know I was going to have a passion in rowing class, but when I found it, it doesn't feel like work. And I know that's cliche. Everybody says find your passion, but it doesn't. And then you combine that with a team. My team, I treat them like family. They're the closest. I spend more time with them daily than I do with my family because we're working together. But I look forward to it because it's such a positive environment. And I've had that experience of what it's like to be in a negative environment. So I've been very quick when there's someone that comes in and they bring this cloud or this negativity, you got to eliminate it.
Yeah.
Right? Because you're gonna get sucked into that negative aura. You're gonna get sucked into that negative energy, and you're gonna start projecting that negative energy.
Yeah.
Right? And it's that power of attraction that we were talking about a little bit earlier. If you're giving out negative energy, you're gonna get negative energy. It's funny. I've only realized this recently, but when I smoke, I don't actually like being in public. I don't like going somewhere because I don't want people to talk to me or whatever because I've smoked. But I noticed, when I'm sober, I have the resting Polish bitch face, where I look serious, but I'm not upset. But I have a serious look to me,
Who told you this? Your wife?
A lot of people, right? So I realized that, and I don't know if that's been the result, but most people, I don't get random interactions that often.
Yeah.
But when I smoke, I have a bit of a smile on my face. I'll go to the store. Always someone starts this conversation, this, that, and I'm like, I don't want to talk to anybody right now because I feel socially awkward because I smoke. But it can be the energy, and when I'm walking around, I try to be positive. But if I'm not smiling, that can give off the impression that you're unhappy or whatever. It's the same though if you walk in and you see somebody that's having a really bad day. They don't have to say a word. You can see it in their body language. You can see it in their just the energy that they're presenting, and you don't want to be around that. So when you bring somebody into that environment, there's certain things that money can't buy, and loyalty, and trust, and positivity, having that positive influence on your life, it's worth more than a lot of paychecks.
Yeah.
Right? Because that's going to elevate you. They say you become what your 5 closest friends are.
Yeah.
Right? So choose your friends wisely. Choose who you spend your time with wisely.
Yeah. I think it's the choosing. It's also. hope everything's okay. Yeah, so I think it's the part like, choosing, because sometimes we are surrounded by some people, and then we think is the place where we are, must be, right? And then it's like, okay, but it's my friends and everything, like, it's okay because they are with me so long and everything. And we also, sometimes we just accept the average, and because we like, it's okay, it's my friend for so many years, what I can do, he's like this, like, yeah. But, it's also, takes you something what you don't know in the future, and then it's the same with relationship, with with everything else. Like, we accept the average because we're thinking nothing better, it's outside. Or we compare like, yeah, but it's better to have this money than don't have in case. It's better to have the paper from the school, right, than don't have. Like, no, it's not, right? It's not means if you need to do something else, like, it's better to save money. It's like, depends, depends. Like, for me, like, better to rent because, I'm quite flexible. I can, choose more, have a more freedom and everything. Yeah, for some people, maybe, but it's all about, people experience, Like, I'm used to, like, really, like, sometimes it's even against all the things what we knew, right? So sometimes I'm thinking like, oh my God, like, looks like everything I do is the opposite, like, normal people do, But I realize, like, okay, now if I have my people around, it's like, okay, I'm not alone.
No.
So my 5 people, are thinking the same, the foundation, the same, like you said, the same concept of life, the same
values.
Value of everything, right? It's like, okay, so I'm not the crazy one from the 5 people, and I'm the outsider, right? Who talk about the COVID and everything, right? My people was always the same line, But you know what I mean? Like, it's the part when you become like, the 5 people become like one, and it's like give you a lot of energy. It's basically like a life booster for everything. Your life have a more value. There's someone keep your back, someone who support you. You have friends to go out. Like it's easy, and I think it's a big work about this one because it's kind of connect with everything, and for sure money, because I cannot imagine myself doing business just for making business for money with someone who I don't like. I cannot imagine talking with someone for 3 hours or make business and to don't have the connection. You can have some project, of course, but if you spend with someone hours and you don't like this person but it's give you good money, I think you're on the wrong place, because it makes more stress later, because there will be misunderstanding, because if you spend more time with someone you don't like, it means the energy, it's there about not connect with someone, and this you feel it, this person feel it, and it's many problems come like this because you decide to take the money instead of take the relationship and the good vibe. And many people, especially the Polish people, when they go outside work, they accept the salary from the work because they say, oh, it's better than Poland,
Yes.
They hate what they do. But they're waiting when they come back to Poland and they can buy the house, they can buy the car to show others, right?
Mm-hmm.
Nothing wrong with this. But if it's, later you need to come back again to work on something what you don't like it, I always wish to have, some work outside the country and everything. And somehow I finished with the Philippines, the worst place ever to earn money, right? So like everyone go Germany, like, US or like England, Ireland. I go Philippines, like a fuck, It's not best place, about the work income and everything. So it's but it's a tough job. But at the same time, I learn a lot, just to survive, just to keep going, to believe things, and then suddenly like good things happen, But I more start believing like work ethic and actually the work and the trying testing than just getting more knowledge information, And I think many people just need to understand you don't need to finish school to get basically job, right? And many people, even many business, I'd rather have someone on my project who have no school but have amazing work ethic and the character and the attitude, over any fucking paper,
100%. Because even in my industry, when we're hiring, I mean, here in Thailand it's a little bit different because most Thais that we've hired had no experience at all. But in Canada, it's a very rich culture and growing. I prefer to get somebody that's a blank slate, that has no experience, because when they come and they have experience, sometimes their ego gets in the way because they think they've learned how to do things and they don't want to change. It's difficult to. It's easier to teach good habits than it is to unteach bad habits, and that's a problem. And for me, competence and work ethic are the most important things. I like to pride myself in being able to evaluate competence pretty quickly. What I mean by competence is, is someone smart enough to learn something with enough practice, and then do they have the work ethic to keep doing it and to keep doing things correctly? I don't care. If you have zero experience, I love teaching. What I have no patience for is incompetence. If someone's incompetent, it doesn't matter how much I'm going to train them, they're not going to do it, or if they're lazy. Because work ethic trumps almost everything if you have a solid work ethic and you have a good teacher. And like you say, you can't do everything by yourself. You need good mentors to elevate you. Or you do it yourself, but you're going to spend way more years, right? Like, before you get to the level that you would have got if somebody can show you. And then building that community, see, that's why I actually love Thailand, because I feel like, it's such a big expat community that everyone's kind of starting from the same place. Everyone's left wherever they came from. They left their family, they left their friends, they got nobody. So they're almost forced to communicate with each other. Like in Canada, there's a lot of, it's a very multicultural country, but it's a little different. Most people have been there for generations, they have their friends, their family. It's hard to penetrate and get into those circles, right? Or, they'll, immigrants will come and then they'll stick to their immigrant population. There's not a lot of mixing.
Sometimes you become like weird, or like, or must
whereas here, not only is it a completely foreign country, you're an
alien, they're like everyone else.
Yeah, like everyone else, so you're forced to communicate. And actually, I feel like, my wife especially, she's part of the mom groups, she goes with my son to all these different, events and everything. And we have a very strong community. More so than even in Canada. I mean, like I said, Canada's changed so much that, I lost a lot of friends in the recent years. But out here, it was very surprising. And the other thing I noticed about Thailand is I never felt more relaxed. Like, the pressures, I mean, people have less here, but it's almost as if they have more. Because in Canada, you go down the street and people look like they don't have a soul anymore. They look like they're depressed because everything's unaffordable, groceries, housing, and they just have this blank stare. Here, even the homeless guy on the street smiles at you, says hello.
True.
They don't look like they're depressed. You throw in the sunshine, vitamin D, you throw in the
it's a big part. It's
huge.
It's a big
It's
part.
huge. In Canada, in Vancouver, it's raining like 8 or 9 months out of the year, non-stop. And people complain here, it's raining. So you don't know what rain is. When it starts raining in Thailand, I like it. It's warm. It's warm. In Canada, Poland, in Europe, when it's raining, it's miserable. You're shivering, you get sick, you get sneezing. It's dark gray. And here it's like, it rains for an hour, maybe 2, and then it turns off. In Canada, it can rain for a whole week non-stop, like without a break. It becomes depressing. So coming here, I've never felt more relaxed. I never felt more welcomed as well. The Thai people have been so welcoming and so polite. And the biggest thing I've noticed is it's such a great environment to raise your son or your child, son, daughter. Because like when I take my son out anywhere, he gets so much positive attention from Thai people because they just love children. So much smiles, so much hello, they play with them, everything. When we went to Poland just a few months ago, I said, you're not going to get that attention. And it wasn't. Some people are okay, but some people give you these kind of looks. And I go, I like that it's so positive here that when we go, that he gets this, because then he's not afraid of people. It helps build his confidence, right? So I think it's, and it doesn't cost anything. It's just a cultural thing. And it's such a it seems like a small thing, but it has such a positive influence. Because how many times I've gone with my stroller, and I'm getting all these smiles and people saying hello to the child, and I come home and I got the biggest smile on my face, and I go, man, I didn't do anything. I went for a walk, but my whole day is already so much more positive because everyone's so friendly. And it doesn't cost money. That's something you can't buy. It's a cultural thing. So I really love, I feel I didn't know anything about Asia. I didn't know anything about Thailand. I actually had a bunch of, predispositions, different thoughts about what I thought it was going to be like, and I was completely wrong. Right, I was always afraid. Like my friends did a Southeast Asia trip. I said, "Don't go. Where are you going? It's going to be dangerous." All this stuff. It was all wrong.
But it's also like people create the situation and the environment based on their emotions and experience and their already attitude. And for many people who complain in Poland, they come here and they complain anyway, right? Because they just come already with the with the concept like, oh yeah, too hot, to this one. And like I don't see any problem. Just put the aircon. It's always aircon everywhere, whatever, right?
Yeah.
And I don't see these problems what they see, right? So I used to have also guest house in the Philippines, and then when the people complain about I coming on the July it'll be rain, like in next year, right? They come here and like. Come on, like if you're already coming with the concept, will be rain or not, and everything, like
you're already putting the negative.
You already put, and I have many people, and I have like a samples of people who come on the dry season, right? It's supposed to be no rain. They have a fucking rain every day, and the one who come in the full raining season, but they don't care about the weather and everything. It's full sun all the time, So it's all about with your attitude, with also about how you even react to this one, because. Like what is fucking rain here? Like, and on the weather forecast it show like a whole day, but it's like 1 or 2 hours. Like I even don't feel the rain here. Sometimes I go rain and it's like I don't put this like on my head. Like oh my god, rain, what I can do? Like it's a problem. It was never a problem for me. Rain, never a problem. I never used to look like a positive, negative, and everything. Even like I drive mostly car, but now I'm motorbike, so it's never a problem for me. It's like, be rain and what? Be wet for a while. And like, it's not, what is the
like
issue?
Like I said, I'm just so used to miserable rain that for me this is
refreshing. Yeah.
Especially when it's like a really hot day and it starts raining, I'm like, oh, this is nice.
Yeah.
So there's no, I mean, I'd probably say my only complaint in Thailand would probably be the air quality.
Oh yeah, it's true. It's true. Yeah, especially the Chiang Mai and also sometimes here. And I had the problem. I felt like I'm invincible. Like I can do it. Like what And then basically many times when the people wear the mask, they not wear mask because of the COVID, the mask of the pollution, and it was really bad. Sometimes like I really cough with the blood. And that's I know many people in Chiang Mai when it's like but the top two cities about the pollution on the world, 2 top cities?
No.
Krakow and Chiang Mai. Yeah, Krakow
Really?
Krakow is number 2, Chiang Mai was number 1 for like 2022 or something like this. Yeah, so basically 2 like.
I would have never guessed.
Yeah.
I would have never guessed. I knew Chiang Mai is bad because they do a lot of the burning.
Yeah, there's the part of the burning. It's crazy. Like you say, because of the cars. No, the cars have not much about this one. They're mostly like you said from the north, from the east, from all the grass and everything.
But I feel it more. Like I'll have days where I'll have headaches and stuff, and it's usually correlated with the bad air.
Yeah.
But then, like now, the air's been pretty good.
It's okay now. Yeah, yes, it's happened. Like but it's something what you cannot like, like for the food on like the sick and disease. Like you can build your immune system. On the air it's very hard because you cannot like beat your lungs and everything, right? Like maybe do smoke and everything, but you cannot protect yourself so much. So you need to
at home you can have air filter.
You can have, but it's okay. It's okay. I think it helps anyway. The air filters at home.
It helps, but if you're going out, how many days can you stay inside? So that's probably my biggest complaint because the heat didn't bother me because like you said, there's air conditioning everywhere.
Yeah. So the air conditioner is already air filter. So anyway, so it works very similar. Yeah. So but in general, like like my advice, choose the place when you have the less issues. Find the way. Like if you don't like something, change your place. Sometimes you don't need to change the country. Sometimes change the location. It's sometimes the small things change everything. I'm basically trying like be better on this. About biohacking. But I don't go that deep. I go more like don't be too crazy, but be active about this one and find a way when you not absorb your life, right? Mm-hmm. Like it's not about now we do it, no phone, only do food like this, like before I was on the vegan food, like oh no this one vegan, people who eat meat, we need to kill them, like I was like
super
asshole.
hardcore,
I was an asshole, that's why I lose so many friends, because they think like you're fucking crazy, That everyone need to know about the secret. Like, what do you know about life? So I become like okay, like I chill. I have time even about exercise and everything. It's more about to do small steps every day, trying to like apply to your life to not be too crazy but be effective. So it's all about be effective and not like too extreme on one side, so you can apply to your life. You don't go gym, you go fucking like 2-3 hours, because next day you not go. Next day you're tired with muscle, pain and everything, right? So you need to be smart, to apply everything to your life. You wanna do business, okay, learn about this one step by step. Don't expect everything like this, right? Like, because we think like, oh, but at work you get the salary. What about business? Like, yeah, it's different. Like, it's not the result the same day. The same like what I'm doing. Like, I don't expect nothing. Joe Rogan make 5 years podcast without getting any money, right? I even don't think I can earn money from this.
No, he's doing it for fun.
He just do it for fun, But he have other things what he generate money. That's why he do this one for fun, and eventually the later become also his source of income as well, right? But the passion is important when you also find a way to generate money. Like that's the connection. What you need to do when you love something. You need to love
money off of it.
Make money. You're smart enough. You can find the money. There's many people who smoke weed and they're like, oh, I can earn money from smoking weed. Not exactly from smoking weed, but you can basically. Or maybe you can make some YouTube channel about this. There's some like a grandma who smoked like a fucking the bong and everything, and she like millions of views. Like a cann. Like,
everything's possible.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, 100%. You have to find your passion. You got to follow it, and then monetize it, right? So that you can continue doing it.
Yeah.
Right. So, I mean, I don't know where the world is going to take me next.
So that was my question. Like, what do you want to do? Like, you really like want to go all in now on the cannabis?
That's my career.
That's
like,
your career,
I've put in too much time, like for me to research. Don't get me wrong. Some random thing would happen that changes. I'm not going to count that, but in terms of like a different career path, I just don't see it. I want to continue doing this. I want to stay in Thailand. I just think it's a great place. I love it here.
Like you said, it's the center. It's communication. It's connect with the airports and everything.
Yeah.
And in Asia, it's many things open. Like like we have the China will be big market soon anyway, right? I don't know which direction will go, because we have so many people also who come from China, build business here and everything. But if the business open in China, man, it's crazy.
Yeah, well, Japan is talking about it now too.
Okay.
So like the whole world is going in that direction, and so the demand is gonna keep growing. But I never predicted Thailand. Thailand would have never been in my top 10 list of being here. Like, this is the wildest thing I've ever done.
Yeah.
But it also, at the hardest time, with a pregnant wife, 6-month pregnant wife, moving across the world to a completely new country to do a startup. But now that I've done it, and I'm doing it, I also have the confidence to do anything. Like that to me was the scariest thing it is still to this point, the scariest thing I've ever done, like to get out of my comfort zone. But now when I think about if I had to go somewhere else in the world or whatever, if I was able to do this, I can do anything. Yeah. So, and it's important, like, push yourself. The thing that's eating away at you want to try, go for it.
Yeah.
You never know. Because you get there, you meet people, and you never know where your life is going to end up.
Yeah.
And I think it's important, everyone needs their adventure. I know, I don't know if you've read Jordan Peterson's 12.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So I remember reading his book.
I had this book, but I didn't finish.
Yeah, I read the first one, and I remember there's a chapter where he talks about like the parents making the mistake, damaging the child by not letting them go on their own adventure and just being home. And I was stuck on that because all the other lessons and stuff I was either doing or that makes sense and everything. And I'm like, I need my own adventure. I've just been stuck in this family, in this negative, especially negative. It's different if you have like a positive thing, negative. I need my adventure, and then I didn't know Thailand was going to be that adventure, but now I'm here, and it's been nothing short of just amazing. I hope I can learn the language, but I was here for a month by myself. I tried to learn a little bit, and then as soon as the wife and the son's born, you have no time for anything.
I don't know Thai language, but I know some some words and everything, But also for me, it's like comfy because I don't want to like I would want to be absorbed for many things what's going on. Like I'm okay with enough information. I don't need to go absorb with the news and everything, because sometimes I go to sauna and they put TV, right? And like, oh my god, it's like good I don't understand, because I get absorbed, automate what they're talking about, So that's why like, okay, I know they talk some bullshit things, that on the news and everything, but so better to not understand.
That's actually a really good point, because when I was in Canada, I followed politics. I mean, I still follow what's going on in America and in Canada.
Yeah, you are more connected with Canada than Poland?
In terms of politics, yeah. I mean, I follow a little bit of the Polish politics, but I mean, I never lived there.
Yeah.
So it's more out of personal interest. I like to follow along what's going on in Poland and in Europe in general.
Yeah.
But obviously, living in Canada, I was really in tune with what's going on there, and then with America. But I remember what kind of stress it could cause. But at the same time, the decisions that were being made had real-time impact on my life.
Mm-hmm.
Now I'm here, and I don't like certain things that are happening, but it doesn't have an impact on my life, and I can relax, and I have no idea other than what's going on in the cannabis space, because I follow that along, obviously, but the other stuff I don't really know.
Yeah.
And maybe it's a good thing, kind of like an ignorance is
a
bliss thing. I just, I don't know the language, I don't know the history, I don't know the context. It would be too much for me to try to absorb now.
Yeah, but it's also you need to understand the learning about the country. It also depends on the point of view. If you meet some person or you get the information from even Google, this one, it can be really limited. Like if I learn something like on the general information, I think I cannot do nothing here. I think I cannot do open business. I cannot make this one. I will not do 90% things what I did. Like only because of the people or the community and everything who live here, and I do things with them. They show me own version of the Thailand, right? Which is like, wow, I trust you. I don't trust what things on this internet, right? I don't trust the people on the forum, which also make a lot of confusion. The forum, all the groups and everything. It's a big mess. The people with opinion, people with the really low self-esteem, and the fear and everything, or the story from someone who even part through some trolls, like it's crazy. Like you can basically you go to the group, it's like, what the fuck is going on here? I cannot do nothing. You said I cannot make business here, I cannot stay here, I cannot live here, I cannot own here. Looks like you basically is the worst country ever, So I said, no. I sometimes I even post one thing on the group, and I was destroyed, and no, I would not post. I would never again, because it's like even if you try and put something positive, there will be someone who takes something, change and everything, opposite, blah blah blah. Other people comment and like, oh my god. And I know people who are like trolls, like they do this for fun, So sometimes you even don't know if the person is real, and you need to reply someone hate because he just have fun, right? It's like no. Like I only have one connection with person and everything, and it's so far works for me very well. I'm here like 6-7 years, so I do many projects and mostly about the people, and a big part of my team or the people who I work are Thai, and like I said, but they are totally different concept of knowing Thailand than general 90% even of the people. It's the same what we talk. There's some mass who tell you like, don't go there, don't do this one. But my type people, they're like totally different. They tell me real things. They're real. And it's like it's connect also with me, not only also with the general public opinion, right? Which is important because it's the same like like you build your friends, the people around you. You cannot take all the information from Google, from TV and everything, because the world looks totally different.
No.
If you go to Canada and you listen like an average person about the Canada, they're telling me totally different things what you know about their life, in this country, right? Like,
well, it's I think people in general tend to be, especially online, because it's not the personal interaction. So when
now it's anonymous. They don't put even face.
People are always negative. Oh, don't do that. Oh, the market's saturated. any job you want to do.
Oh yeah, about the weed you can say already like, it's too much. You can other business. People, there's too much things. Nobody buy this weed anymore. Yeah.
So you're always gonna find more people that are negative, and because the truth is, most people don't succeed.
Oh yeah.
It's only like 20% control, like 100% of the market, and so you do have a lot of people that have failed, or you have a lot of people that didn't have the balls or the courage to try it.
Yeah.
So because they didn't try it, they want to discourage everybody else to almost justify their own reasons as to why they didn't try.
And because they know something about this one, just the shallow information, they just have the voice, oh, I tried, I know it's not working, so they're because specialists about this one.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, I like to, when I know something, like I said, hey, from my experience, I tried this one, it's not working and everything, but, do it, whatever, right? So it's at least you try it like a show, because if I have my people and they do it something, what I know is bullshit, right? Like of course, like even last time I have a guy who do it Forex, and I said, I never say to him, don't do it and everything. I said, okay, do it, and basically he fails the money and everything, and depressed for like 1 month and everything. Young person, and like, but I didn't tell him like, don't do it and everything. So it's your lesson, you learn by yourself, so, because my friend earned money. It's like, yeah, your friend can money, it works everyone for everybody, it's like you need to know if you really like it and everything. But it's your lesson, never take this out from the experience, just move forward, do, if you want to go deeper, if you want to do other things, what you actually like, do other things, but it's how it works, you need to fail, like there's this fail, like I failed all the time, like how many people like invite and everything, say this one, how many months I tried even to set up everything, like everything was simple after, the same with your business, everything was simple when it's already set up, right?
Yes.
Like on the beginning, like so many factors, about the, oh my god, there's so many.
Even to this day, I'm learning, but
and it's upgrading and it's changing, and
the
like,
science is coming out now because before it was underground, so there was a lot of bro science, there was a lot of myths, but now that it's legalized in so many countries, universities are studying, and now they're validating certain things or invalidating other beliefs.
Yeah.
But you only learn from failures.
Yeah.
I learned the most, like my first crop ever when I first started growing, I had 200 something plants, and it went great. But I got lucky. I didn't know why it went great. I had some information. I kind of, the guy disappeared before things, so I had broken pieces of information that I tried to put together and to do it, and I just lucked out. It went really well, and I was like, this is easy. Anyone can do this. These bums don't know how to grow. I know how to do it. Second go, the worst one I've ever had. It went terrible. I just had one problem after the other. Bug problem, mold problem because crowding of plants. Every issue that I could think of happened in the second go. But which one did I learn more from? The failure. It was brutal. I was so sad. It humbled me immediately. But I also learned all these different things because all these problems were happening. When it went great, I didn't learn anything. I just learned, okay, I did this and it happened to work. I didn't understand why. You'll only learn when you have your failures. Now, you don't always learn because you may see a failure and you might make the wrong assessment and think that you failed because of X, Y, and Z, but it was actually something else. Mm-hmm. But if you can identify what was the root cause, that's when you learn and that's when you get moving forward. So, our whole team combined has, over 60 years of cannabis cultivation experience. What does that mean? It just means we failed time and time again, so that we're at a level now where we're really confident in what we're doing. We still run into issues all the time. I've never met a grower that doesn't complain. There's always something, but we have the experience and the knowledge to adapt and fix the issue or correct the issue, and that's what separates a novice from intermediate to someone that's advanced. It's all about failing, and I think there's like a dumb Rocky quotes. Sylvester Stallone said, "It's not about how many times you get knocked down.
It's about how many times you can keep moving forward."
Exactly. But it's true.
Absolutely. It's the wink.
If I listened to every single person that told me, "Oh, what are you doing? This is whatever," I wouldn't be anywhere. I would just be sitting on a forum telling people, "Don't do this, don't do that." Like you have to drown out the outside noise, because almost every single person that's accomplished anything, the majority were probably saying, "Don't do it." The market.
Of course.
Right. So
that's I think it should be like a lesson. If you have some voices like this, it means you should do it. The Warren Buffett say like what was his key and the strategy? He said when everyone saying like don't buy it, he buy it. The opposite. That's how. That was the key. And did you try it? Based on the law of attraction and the positive. The, let's say, affirmation. Everything. Put some positive things on the flowers, whatever, on the weed, you know.
So one of the things that we, and I say we as my whole team, is energy is of utmost importance. So the plants are alive.
Yeah.
They feed off of you. If I were to take you to a room with plants, live plants, and then I would take you to that same room when the room is completely empty, you will instantly feel the difference. You'll feel the emptiness of an empty room. But when there's plants that are alive, you feel it.
Yeah.
And they vibe off of you. And so it is incredibly important that we maintain like a very positive and upbeat and happy energy with all our staff within the facility, because it's reflected in the results.
Yeah.
You know, the plants feel it. There's so much that we don't know about it. Plants can hear. I don't know if you're aware.
Oh yeah, I'm super aware.
But plants can actually. I forgot. I think there's a book, The Secret Life of Plants, or something like that. But there was a study where they took like a particular lettuce that, when it was being eaten by caterpillars, it would release like a chemical to make it taste bitter, so that the caterpillar would stop eating it. Otherwise, it would eat the whole thing.
I see this.
And so at first, the scientists they thought it was a reaction to the physical eating.
Yeah.
Turned out it was the sound of the crunching. Because they were able to replicate that chemical release by playing that sound of caterpillar crunching in a room, and then the plants would release it. So they can hear the sound output.
Oh yeah.
It's maybe not the same way we hear.
Yeah.
They can also communicate to each other.
Oh, absolutely.
Right? Like if you have a cannabis plant, that's why spacing is important, and it's too close to another plant, because the plant will grow sideways. As soon as it touches the other plant, it says, oh, I don't have space there, so I'm going to grow linear, I'm going to grow up, which you don't want. You want the plant to grow out. Plants communicate just like we do, we just don't understand it. And not to mention, fungi.
Yeah.
That whole world that we're just scratching the surface of. It's so to answer your question, 100%.
Yeah.
We play music.
Nice.
I talk to the plants. They like to be touched. So I like to feel contact. So I'm always checking if they feel too hot, if they feel. The plants are very similar to humans.
Yeah.
When you're growing, you want to feel comfortable in the room, the plants will feel comfortable in the room.
Yeah.
So, absolutely. Energy is very important. So that's why I say I'm very quick to cut out anybody that I see brings in negativity. I don't have time for that. I don't have time to worry about what this person's negativity is going to create today or tomorrow, and then I'm focusing on that negativity, and then the team is focusing on it, and we're not focusing on our primary goal, which is to grow, the best quality flower that we can. So, energy and positivity, you bring that to your life, and bring people like that. Your life will 180. There's no way it can't. Because you have that support group to lift you up, and that's not always easy. I know how it felt like to feel like there was no escape. And it sucks. It's not, everyone always says, do this, do that, and your life is going to change, but sometimes it's not that easy. But if you put yourself out there, good things can happen. And if you work hard and you start thinking positively, you'll attract it.
There's also patience, right? Like people expect
they want
very fast. Yeah, even me, like I catching myself, like why I'm so hurried, and like let the guy be, maybe something happened, take a break. But it's also, you need to learn, like, if something not go your way and you're trying to push and hurry, you need to find some, second version, second plan, so it's not to be like, oh my god, what I can do in the whole day, someone disappeared, and now it's like destroy my whole, the agenda and everything, right? So I think it's that we need to remind about basically the time. It's also like killing us, and because we think like there's something we need to hurry, there's something we need to do faster, there's something we need to do right now, right? So it's the constant, the city life, especially I think it's the difference quite in Thailand, right? Sabai and everything, it's fine for me when someone late, because it's normal, right? I mean, it's not normal. It's not about the not respect. I understand the vibe and everything, but it's also not destroy me. Like I don't put this importance, because it's not. It's not it's not worth the stress, you know, like it's not worth the energy if someone late, if someone, you know, don't bring me this food, if someone, you know, bring me other pot krapao with this one, like it's not worth put any amount of stress because of the 1 hour late, because of the food, because of the egg, because this one. It's not worth it, you know, it's not worth it. It's not like any sense for me to basically destroy the, you know.
That's a great mentality to have.
Yeah. And I think it's the something with from the Asia, from Thailand and everything, like they don't care about the simple things. I mean, they care about simple things. I mean, they don't care about simple problems. They don't make mess like in Europe, right? Or like whatever, like they said it's okay, like it's not big deal, you know, like, you know, nothing big happened, you know. When we can be fucking angry when someone bring us, you know, wrong, you know, I don't know, coffee on the coffee shop and everything, like, I ordered this, it's like 50 baht, like, you know, like, come on, you know, like.
Oh man, I remember, because to get my work visa, I had to get the medical certificate, and I remember being in there, and there was a guy before me, and he was just losing his mind because they raised the price 50 baht from when he was there last time.
Oh yeah.
And he was like,
I have a similar situation.
You're gonna be this, and you raised the price, you didn't tell me, and, you know, and going, and so they said, okay, and they let him pay the old price, and I'm just sitting there, I'm like, man, what are you doing? Like, it's 50 baht, like, your heart, you're not going to pass your medical certificate when they check your blood pressure. Like,
you're that's why you pay more, because you basically, you know, they need to check more your heart now. You know?
I've noticed that too. That's why I said, like, I've never felt more relaxed here, because issues that, you know, I hate being late. That's something that I actually really hate. But I learned, especially in Thailand, it's sometimes very unavoidable.
Yeah.
Because there's too many times where, you know, someone was late, and then I was like, oh, they're late.
Yeah.
But then I was on the other end because of, like, today, you know, massive traffic, and I'm stuck. The other day, I was with a coworker, we had a meeting, and we left nice and early, like over an hour early, and the place takes 20 minutes to get there. It took us over 30 minutes to get out of his road from his apartment.
Yeah.
It was stuck. I was sitting there, like, what's going on? And it's just unavoidable, and I think that's why people understand it more here.
Yeah.
Because it's like, it happens. It's not you're not doing it out of disrespect, you're doing it, it just, you know, my GPS said I was going to be here an hour and a half, it took over 2 hours to get here.
Yeah.
And it's...
Yeah, it's I think it's in the general about I think that the respect, you know, even with the, you know, simple people, like, you know, to selling food and everything, it's like a much more respect, but it's people also much more kind to us.
Yes.
You know, like in Poland, in Europe, you know, many places when I go, like I buy something and they give it me, it's like I make pain for them.
You're an annoyance.
Yeah, like annoying. I'm sorry, you know, to buy this from 100%. You. You know, it was like, oh my god, you know, sorry to interrupt you, but can I buy this? And which one?
Yeah.
Like,
Yes, very, very rude, and like an annoyance. It's the same with the children. I find when I was in Poland, in some situations, it's almost like you feel like you're annoying people that you have your kid. Right?
Yeah.
Whereas here, it's like, oh my god.
Oh yes.
Right? And then another thing is, I find that the Thai people really take pride in their work. So even when you go to the McDonald's or something, I try not to eat at McDonald's, but if you go to McDonald's, you know, they love whatever they're doing, they're giving their best effort.
Yeah.
Whereas, you know, in Canada, they might spit in your food.
I try to drink the light. But basically, it's better without the light for me. Like, I don't. Okay, even better.
That's all good. Yeah.
Yeah.
Where here it's like they really take pride. You know, I would hire young people in Canada to work in the cannabis space, and the biggest thing I found was entitlement, and they didn't care. They just, for a lot of them, it was like, this is just a paycheck. They didn't see like the opportunity they had in front of them. This was just another job. Whereas here, the staff we've hired, they're very like, they listen to everything, you know, you're trying to teach them, and they try to do the best. Don't get me wrong, we've had turnover, we have to let people go, but I saw a lot more potential and a lot more of the people that I met here than I did in Canada. I was like, this young generation, you know, I'm not that old, but the people...
You're old.
Once you have a kid, you're old. You age 10 years right away.
Yeah.
It was like they didn't it was so hard to find competent employees there, whereas here I found it to be a lot easier. But maybe that's just my experience. I don't know.
Yeah, I think it's also like we grow and we like look on the different, perception about this one, and it's also, that time we are like quite different people. Like you said, a few years ago you are a totally different person, right?
It's true.
So I think we also like quite adjust, like what we're looking, from the people and who we are right now. So it's more like a vibe with us, right?
Mm-hmm.
We also see like in Poland like this, but then I also come to Poland and I'm already different person anyway, so I see basically there's nice people anyway, right? So I think it's like we change, we grow, and we learn basically, because I don't believe like we just older and we are better. I don't believe like someone just older and automate it's more kind. I think it's something that people need to work on it, and need to carry out this. The same, I believe, the same with the love and the kindness and everything. It's not feelings from the heaven, from the like us, some feelings, emotion, butterfly, whatever. It's something what you need to work on this, And I think treating other well, being kind, and like respect and everything. It's and they even love other people, connect with absolutely with everyone. Is the things what you create.
Mm-hmm.
You not get gifted like because you like this. No, you need to work to get love. To be loved and to love as well, right? And I think it's like what many people forget about this one is like being kind. It's not about other people are like this. You need to send the positive as well, and because especially in Thailand, and if you will be asshole, you will be not treated well here. So many people have a bad experience because they are the same. They're assholes, So they see this world as there's all the people, Thai people like this, like because you are like this. You come in with your attitude, people like this. You see, Pattaya, this one. Like it's not how it looks like. Everyone have own story. You don't know them people's story. You don't know what's going on, and you judge them because of some situation. And I think many times happen like we judge, or when we talk about why people like this in Poland and everything. I understand, because it's many times it's hard, to when they work, they have the salary, they need to do it something what they don't like, they didn't find the passion what they like, everything. Here I think it's to be like a self-employed, like employment, like have a small business, the noodle and everything. It looks like they do it by itself, so they don't work even in the family business and everything. It looks like more connect with them, and they have a much more benefits from this one, which is also come back to the economy, like being having own business, small business, give you much more to work on the 7-Eleven, right? And it's also like less tax and everything, and it's people basically have a lot of freedom, but they want to be like people in US and the people like in Europe have a minimum wage, which is crazy because basically when you have your own business, even small noodle, you can get even 100,000 baht. When people don't see this, like no, the people earn money here, like people earn money here. It's like look at this. Like I even asked them how much money there, and they told me 120,000 baht, 120,000 baht profit, right? So it's like, so do you think these people asking government to have a minimum 15,000 baht salary?
No.
They don't care, the people go to, of course, the people need to go to the manufacturer, companies and everything. It's function, everything, it's fine, But the freedom of the having business here, and that's why they think but even 7-Eleven, like you see the positive, the people are like kind, like much more kinder, like.
Well, that's what I mean. It's those, entry level kind of minimum wage jobs that people, they don't seem to complain about it. They're nice and they're friendly and they have conversations. And whereas like in other places they look depressed that they're doing this, having to do this job.
Because sorry to interrupt, but I think it's also because the way what they can live normal, it's the minimum salary allowed them to live normal for the much less, right?
That's
You can have the, let's say, even apartment for the 2,000 baht, right? Which is impossible to any place on the world to have for 70 bucks have a place to live. I don't say like a real place, for a nice room with a kitchen and everything, right? Normal room. It's not even like a crazy like a low. Like many places you can get 2,000-3,000 baht have a nice place, And even condo, like 8,000 baht, like, and if you have a 15,000, you can basically for 150 baht you have food for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. You buy food for 50 baht, right? So the standard level, it's like you can survive. Of course, you can you can spend money everywhere. You go back or you can.
Thailand, you can literally live any way you want. You can live super cheap and super
and have a normal life.
And
it's
have
super
a normal
cheap.
life.
It means normal life.
Normal
when
life.
it's super cheap in Europe and in Canada, it means it's you barely survive.
No. You can have a decent life. You can also live as expensive as the Western world. Like it just depends where you are, what you're looking for, what you're trying to get. It's a huge range.
Yeah.
Right, but the people make it so that you come and you feel welcome. That's the biggest thing that I felt. I didn't know how people are going to react, and maybe because I felt that energy, maybe I've been portraying that same kind of energy because I've had nothing but really positive experiences. And again, I haven't been here that long. I'm sure, just like in every country, you run into bad people, but overall, I think it's like for my mental health, this is the best place I've ever been. And I know I said things about Poland. Don't get me wrong. Like I love going back because I feel, even though I didn't live there, I feel at home. I'm like around my people. I have my grandparents. Like all my family is there, and I also understand why there's the Polish stone face, resting bitch face, where they get upset. Our country does not have a history of being happy. If you look at the Polish history, there's constantly either war or getting conquered or fighting this, fighting there. There's very little to have been that happy about.
On the gene, basically, right?
Yeah.
It's on our DNA because it's
to be constantly fighting.
Yeah.
To be constantly rebelling.
To preparing.
Being oppressed.
Oh, right? it's an absolutely big part of this, and even last time yesterday I watched I forgot his name, but he talked about the tablets connect with our history, the Anunnaki and everything, and they say like we basically was programming to be like a servers, so like to not be embrace our freedom and everything, but we've been programmed, but the culture and everything like to be servant, and it's many, like you said, from the history, like we always, and even right now, what's happening right now, there's another war which is like. It's boost again, like remind us, hey,
don't get too comfortable.
Don't be too smile, and it's happened. And look, it's even though it's happened in Poland and everything, and it's because people become more like disconnect again. They don't know who's like, where are you from? People now question now in Poland, like, where are you from? Ukraine, Russia, and like it's crazy, But I think it's like. We know shit happen, and what we can do with this, right? Like, it's your choice right now. You can complain, which is, when I meet my dudes and, when we talk, we don't complain. We just talk about things that is important, what we can do, right? Like, okay, we know shit happen, people die here, people, suffer here, there's, problem here, there's COVID, this one. We know this, right? We even don't need to talk about this one because it's obvious, right? So we talk about different things, right? And it looks like we meet and we talk, but basically we not complain because it's not like we having fun to talk about the ideas, right? Some people say, but you do have a fun, going someplace and party and everything. No, like we having fun. We're sitting basically talking until like 6 a.m. But we're having fun to talk about ideas, to talk about the concept, to talk about the our mental things, spiritual and everything. But we don't complain. It's like, it's sad, it's fuck, no. We talk about the concept and ideas. And then what we can do tomorrow. So, okay, great, this one. 95% will not work, like maybe 99. But you keep the energy, vibe and everything. And it's much better to have an idea, the energy, the positive, than complain and
like you can talk about problems, but then if you don't talk about the solutions, then it's complaining, right?
Like, what is complaining? Problem without solution,
because, to say that I don't talk about problems, I mean, everyone talks about problems, but...
We talk a lot about problems.
In fact, a lot of the times it's like... But if you're just talking about it just to complain, and then you're not finding solutions, that's that negative energy. Because there's always problems, and the point of, if I'm going to talk about problems, is because I'm trying to figure out how do we solve this problem, or how do we mitigate it, or what's the best...
Even point it exists, right?
Yes.
Because, it's not about... all positive, like a point here, and what we can do about this.
Exactly. What's the best way out? What's the best solution? And sometimes there's not a great solution, and you got to pick, the lesser of two evils. But that should be the purpose, because I don't like complaining either. If you're just like, I go, okay, great, I get it. This is the problem. That's it. That you just want to complain, and then that same person complains about the same thing over and over again, and you're just like, I don't want to hear about it. I'm not saying I'm perfect. I'm sure I've been guilty of that myself. You know, especially when you can get sometimes deep into the political realm of certain things and you get, you know, wrapped up in it, you can just start complaining about it, but you're not offering solutions, right? So there's a issue, find a solution. It might not be a solution to the problem. It might be what you're going to do personally to avoid something or, you know, get away from something. In my situation, I was complaining about Canada a lot. My solution, I left.
Yeah.
So did my family. So, you know, that was my solution because I was getting sick and tired of just complaining, but my life was being impacted and I did not see a future there. I did not see a future to raise my son there. So, well, my solution was leave, and I found the country to leave. My life is a million times better. I complain a lot less. I do tell people about Canada because, you know, I have yeah, I love that country. I never thought I wanted to leave.
The Canada is like a top of the list about a good country to live, you know?
Yeah, that's based off of what people think Canada, what it used to be 10, 15 years ago.
Oh, okay.
10, 15 years ago, 100%. I used to tell everybody it's the best country in the world. Do I ever want to leave? No, I'm never going to leave Vancouver. Beautiful, gorgeous, everything. I told my wife that, and she moved, and then after just, she said, where the hell did you take me? We need to get out of here.
Yeah.
Right? It's become, and maybe I'm a little more sensitive at being Polish, knowing the history of communism, learning it from my parents.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they escaped it. They left so that they could escape communism, and now I did basically the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
And what I mean by that, like, the current leadership, you know, they're enforcing, restricting freedom of speech. You don't have free media. It's state-owned media. Now I send some articles to my friends back home and it's blocked because Canada blocked certain media. Protests in Canada. The Prime Minister he froze people's bank accounts without trial, without court, without anything. That destroyed confidence in Canadian banks. That's not something that happens. You can't just freeze someone's bank accounts because they're protesting your government policies.
Yeah.
Peacefully protesting your government policies, and you bring in state of emergency and basically freeze their accounts. Freeze the accounts of people that donated money to the protests. Freeze their accounts for even supporting that. It's crazy. It's never happened in the history of Canada that a dictator came in and just wiped out not only all the confidence, but just destroyed all the freedoms that the country was built upon. And, you know, they call themselves the liberals, but really they're anything but liberal. They call themselves the party of tolerance. They're only tolerant of the views as long as it's the same views that they hold. If you hold any other views, you're a racist. You're a conspiracy theorist. Okay. If you don't agree with the narrative, if you're a doctor and you don't agree with the government narrative, you'll lose your license. That's not a free country. That's not a Western country that I grew up in. So it's been sad to see. I didn't think I'd see it in my lifetime. I didn't think I'd see it so quickly. Mm-hmm. But talking with friends back home, you know, they're not happy. They're seeing what's going on, and everyone's like, "Oh, how's Thailand? How's Thailand?" And I have friends that have left, and family that's left, but I don't see it changing for the better. It's just unfortunate. And I think it does come down to the fact that Canada had a very naive population. What I mean by that is it's a very young country. It doesn't have a history of real corruption, real oppression. It's always been a free country. Any of the scandals that came out were all, you know, typical money related. This guy, you know, took a bribe. Whatever. Nothing crazy that suppressed the rights of citizens, suppressed the speech of citizens, suppress the bodily autonomy of citizens. None of that. That's a new thing. And the problem is, and this is because I've spoken to so many Canadians that, you know, don't have a history of coming from a country that has faced real dictatorship or communism or real, you know, corrupt government. So in their mind, and they've said it, they said, "Oh, this would never happen in Canada."
Yeah.
Well, that can only happen in a country like Poland. And I go, what the fuck does that mean?
Yeah.
You're saying Poland is some back? No. It can happen anywhere, in any country, because people are people, and when you give them too much power, they will abuse it. Yeah. And they don't see it, or they'll say, why would the government ever do anything to hurt the people?
Like boiling the frog.
Yes. Yeah, and that's exactly what's happened. And, you know, now I would never send my child to public school in Canada. It's absolutely ridiculous. My cousin had his 2 children going to school, and he moved to a different part of Canada because his daughter would come home and say that the teacher's asking, do you feel like a girl today or do you feel like a boy today? Actively promoting transgenderism. If your child were to come home and say they want to transition, first of all, the school does not have to inform the parents that anything is going on. If the child comes and were to say, I want to go and transition to, change my gender, if you as the parent said no, the government can come and take away your child. I wish I had the video and I remember who said it, but essentially they said, one of the party ministers, there's no such thing as parental rights. Children basically belong to the state. This is absolute insanity. So public schools in Canada have become an indoctrination.
I thought it's more about there's more noise on the social media than it's reality. But you tell me like it's.
It's very real.
Oh shit! Yeah.
It's very real. Depending, what parts of Canada. Like Vancouver, where I'm from, is a completely very, very left wing city. That's very real, and it is happening, and they're pushing it on children, and that's where for me it was like, okay. Well, I can't send it. I went to public school and I was fine. I would never send my child to public school in Canada because the brainwashing that they're doing from a younger age, you're not going to be able to stop it because your child is in school 8 hours a day. If you don't know what's going on, one day they're going to say it, and what are you going to do? And then they threaten to take your children away.
Yeah,
absolute insanity, and it's not getting better. Like biological men competing in female sports. And we have to pretend that that's
crazy, right?
Normal. That biological men don't have. This is true story. I went on a date. This is when I knew this mental disease, whatever this is, has infiltrated all of our institutions. I went on a date once with a girl that was, she graduated same university as I did, but she was a little bit younger, and she was a psychology major. And we were talking, I'm like, oh, okay. And I don't know how the topic of, biological males competing came up, whatever. And I said, yeah, that's, completely ridiculous. And she said, no. She said, this is what they taught her in school, that there are no biological differences between men and women. So what are you talking about? Like bone density, just physical everything? She said, no. All the advantages that men have is a result of the patriarchy, because men had an advantage for all these centuries and generations that had women been in the same position, they would have evolved to have the same strength and everything. I was looking, I'm like, you're insane. You're insane. But that's the reality now. I'm not saying everyone believes that, but this is what, in the top universities, they're coming out and believing this kind of nonsense.
I think it's if they knew they pushed the COVID on this level, believe people about, there is something what they need to convince people to take of the, pandemic crazy, then they don't see the proof, like it's really danger, right? We know the truth. And so they thinking like, okay, let's try this one. And the people believe it. It's like, I think now they can push everything, right?
Oh, 100%.
Because it looks like the people dumb, and they're like, they can accept this because it's something what they can believe, and there can be some quite different, and then I don't know, it's like like in Poland, like people who want to make crash, and even it's not their, they can break, they don't do it because it's not their fault. So you know what I mean? Like some people don't avoid accident just to do it. Like so the same things, like they believe something that it's not logical, but people follow this because I want to be rebellion. Like people have a mask and everything. Put the mask. So. The concept come from the system, right? And the people follow this because it's what they say. So some people they feel connected because it's what people say.
I think we're watching George Orwell's 1984 being played out in real time.
Yeah.
Because he said, they're going to make you believe 2 + 2 is equal to 5.
Yeah.
Well, to me, 2 + 2 is equal to 5 is the same thing as trying to say a biological man is the same as a biological woman, and that they're the same. They're not the same. Right, and I was very curious to see what was going to happen when I came to Thailand, because the transgenderism and ladyboy thing is quite prevalent here for a long time, even before that became mainstream in Canada. Yeah. But what I've noticed is the difference is You can be transgender, you can be ladyboy, you can be whatever you want, and you're treated with respect, you're not discriminated against.
Yeah.
But it's not being actively promoted and pushed on children by the media, by the government,
Yeah.
by the school districts. And that's the way it should be.
Yeah.
You want to be, okay, that's fine. But it's not being like, okay, not only can you be a ladyboy, we should make everybody try to be a ladyboy.
Yeah.
Right? Because what's happening in schools, this is what happens. You have Johnny, he's kind of a lonely kid, doesn't get much attention at home. Says, maybe I want to be Jane. And then the whole school says, you're brave and you're beautiful.
Yeah.
They start clapping. They're like, look, Jane is so brave and beautiful.
Yeah, because
the other kids, they see this. And what do kids want? They want attention. They don't know at 8 years old what it means to take hormone therapy or to take puberty blockers, what that is actually going to do for the rest of their life. They just see, hey, he's getting all this, or she's getting all this attention, and I want this attention. I want to do the same thing. They're children, and so you see this rise, and especially in same thing in the States. In the states that like California and New York, for example, there's a disproportionate rise in the transgenderism amongst kids because they're actively promoting it.
Damn, man. I can tell you like even deeper of a part about this one because I live in Asia like 11, 12 years. And Philippines, it's even more connect with the, LGBT, lady boys and gays, right? It's not about LGBT even, I didn't call this like this. And, Mike also see this like so clear because basically, like I believe why we, in Thailand or in Philippines, there's so much, gays or lady boys. First of all, because of the weather. So it's more hot, so it's more chill, more, vibe, like people feel like less tension and everything, right? Second, because of the, men used to work, right? So they go somewhere, they come back on the evening. So the one who take care of the kids are women. So basically when they leave the community, so it's like a auntie, like all the women, the sisters, like and you have a mother. So basically you don't have the male energy, right? Because the guy, the husband, is always outside. So he don't care, he's not stay with the kids. So the kids don't have the sample like how to even behave like a man, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because the men don't spend time with the kid, right? Especially when they are young, when the first 5 years. And they go to the school, and you are absolutely right about this one, and I see this very clear. Because if you become like and you have like more female energy, and later you go on the ground, and then mostly the women are the one who chilly there, like chilling you, like like they are more supportive, like a more friend and everything. They become like a group, and then basically, if you have the like a female energy, it's they accept you on the part, and basically that's why if you are gay, then you become very part of the like a group, and then it's even like a they're even like a supportive to your difference because you are more funny, and then you wanna engage more with them, so you become like a I don't say puppet or something like this. I said you are more become like a funny person, right? And because you have acceptance from the girls, because there's like like a girls, like a female energy. So they're not like a dudes, right? Like they're female. So when they have a gay or like a lady boy, you have a lot of supportive to be quite different, to don't have the confidence and everything. So you basically say, oh, it's the better group than the beyond the boys, right?
Yeah,
Who treat me like a nobody and a bully and everything, right? And basically after you grow where we are right now, right? Being, part of the hard time, right? But because they decide to have they can be part of something. When I was on the school, there was no other way. There was no way to be on the girls group, right? I need to be on the dudes group or whatever. Need to be hard with this one, but I cannot say, fuck yeah, I give up, I go to the girls, right? There was no way, right? But now you can have a choice. If you go to the groups, you become more female, right? I mean, more female energy. We just automate go, you become, gay or ladyboy, right?
Not always.
Not always.
Sure, environment can,
Yeah, but in Philippines and Thailand, it's a 98% chance, I think. I always see this all the time. And you become really like even like, very positive. They have a really support from them because you are like, you go with them and you are most of the, like imagine this. I have a friend in the Philippines. I asked like, she said about, like you want to have kid. I said, you have a boy or girl? She said, I want to have a lady boy. It's like, why you want to have ladyboy? It's like, because they are more funny, more happy, more entertained, and they're also easier to get the job after, so the ladyboys are better, it's like, wow. And also in the Philippines, the top celebrity, TV celebrity is the vice ganda, it's ladyboy. So you basically, grow and you say, oh, it's okay, you are not different or something. You basically can be popular celebrity. And so they have like a role model, right? When you can copy someone and you can be basically attractive for the other people. So I think it's happening right now, because they destroy our a masculinity, right? That's why they Andrew Tate shit and everything, which I believe part of the true. Absolutely, they want to destroy our alpha male, the status to be male, responsible to have all on understanding the word decision and everything. They want us to be more weak, to be more based on the feelings, right? So that's why it's when you based on the school you can go to one side and you become group of the girl, and that's why it's easy to control, because you have less people who are independent, who are can fight, can do something, and they can control of the people who control the world. So I think it's make a lot of sense right now to push the narrative about the LGBT and everything, because you have no choice. If you will be just a little weak and then you think it's being weak, it's okay because you can be accept, understand, and have a friends. Many people choose this part, many people who are not even a gay, but choose to be the surround with the people who accept you, especially on the school. How many times I feel very bad, I was really pain all the time because I was bullied, I was smaller, the people, treat me like a shit all the time, but I don't have choice, I just cry alone and everything. But I always say to many people, if I'm born in Thailand or Asia, I'll be gay or ladyboy. Because of my female energy, right? I was weak and everything, right? Only because there was no way to be gay in Poland, right? There's there's no on the head even you can be gay, right? And it's also cultural, maybe the part of place where I live, smaller city and everything. I never see gay from all my childhood, right? So I cannot imagine. So, but because it was no other way to be part of the the community of the girls. But it would be the chance, and if it's happening right now, I will be gay because it was easier. I'll be accepted by someone who like me, and I have an easier life, and I have friends. It's what you need.
I don't know if I necessarily agree with that, because I think it's again, this is coming from a straight white male, so my opinion in today's global society doesn't mean much, but I think that the whole gay and transgender, I don't think it's so black and white. I think part of it is genetic. I think some people are just born with it, and whether they had positive or negative environment, they could be the most positive. They're just going to be gay. I think. Yeah,
that's what I do. That's why I don't believe it. Yeah.
See, I do, because I've met enough gay people that they didn't necessarily I know one. He actually moved to Warsaw. He's a professional ballet dancer.
I meet most of the gays and the ladyboys in Thailand.
Yeah, so I'm speaking in Canada.
So maybe,
So, where they go, I feel like I'm like a woman, or they feel, they like men, and they didn't have anything traumatic happen. But then a lot can be environmental, where there's plenty of evidence to suggest that, a traumatic sexual molestation or something that's happened resulted in them where maybe they would have developed as a straight person, but that traumatic event made them gay or made them whatever it may be. So I don't think all LGBT stuff is environmental, just as I don't think all is genetic. I think it's in the middle. For some people it's genetic, they're just born that way, and whatever environment you would have put them in. For me, I think, I was in a very negative environment from my father, getting bullied. It just wouldn't happen. I love women. I've always been attracted to women, and I don't think the environment would have changed it. Maybe if I went under some traumatic sexual molestation as a child, who knows how my brain would have developed then in the young years. Maybe that changes things. But without that, I was fine. So I think it's a little bit of both, and I'm just going off of because I've met people on both sides of that. However, here, a ladyboy, they call themselves ladyboy. They don't call themselves women.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
See, but in Canada and North America, it's no, I'm a real woman.
Yeah. But it's more about, like an ego and, everything, like a girl, like...
But then it's like, I'm a real woman, and if you don't call me ma'am, I'm going to kick your ass.
Yeah.
Very womanly, right? Very, very female energy.
Oh, but it's quite deep. It's also quite personal, and that people protect on themselves and they try to, like, show to others, and especially now with the social media and everything, with camera around, it's quite different, Sometimes I meet a lady boy and I don't even thinking like, it's a girl, guy and everything, because it's not connect with the gender, you just talk with the person, right? So
it's like, I don't care.
Yeah.
What bothers me is when people make their sexuality their entire purpose in life, and like, you can't have every conversation with them or any communication has to do with the gender. It's like, dude, I don't care.
Yeah.
Like, you want to, bang a dude, you want to bang a girl?
Yeah. Some people
choice.
coming at the beginning, it's like, I only tell you because I'm gay. I said, it's okay, bro. Like,
okay, that's it.
And they said, no, you don't understand, because I want to express. And it's like, bro, like, it's okay, like, you don't need to.
Yeah,
I have people like that.
It's when it gets too far where, like, everything, their whole life is sort of, they don't have any passion except for, I'm
exactly. I think that people put this as a passion and a part of their life. There's not like a gender. It's like, male, gay, lady, boy, and everything. They just put this as like a part of their life when they need to express self on this way, on this particular things. And maybe it's it's the part of their life. Someone grow with. Someone become like a lady boy and whatever LGBT, and they're trying to put this as a maybe fight of the right, maybe fight of some freedom, maybe fight of some possible, something would happen in their life. I also always believe like it's always connect with something, right? It's nothing like happen from like suddenly or something like this. It's always connect with something, I believe also like it's a part on environment, like on the people around, and they make some, the structure and the belief system, like in Thailand, like you said, it's the great sample to show like you can be ladyboy and nobody care, like
exactly.
It's normal, It's
I've gone to a restaurant and then saw like the server or whatever, waiter, waitress, and it was clear. But they smile, they say hello. They're not. So what? I don't have a problem.
Yeah.
I don't have a problem. I have a problem when you're trying to just like push it on society so much. Every movie, every TV show, and then as soon as you start doing it to the kids, that's it. This isn't for me. It's like the line in the sand where you leave the kids alone.
Yeah.
Because that to me is you're grooming them.
Yeah.
Right. That's what they're doing. Is just grooming them. They have these transgender reading things where these transgenders dress up in like very explicit clothing, like sexualized clothing, and then they take the children to sit them on the lap to read them the book. Why you got to do this? This has nothing to do. You want to be yourself. Be yourself. Leave the children alone.
But like I said, like you said, you not agree just the part about the, where they come from. Like why they're there, right? But that's the main part. I think it's the things what they want to do. Like I said, they want to put us on the position when they are less people who are independent, who are like strong about their own word and action and base of the like limits, and because if we less people like us, right, they can do absolutely whatever they want like this. Still everything exists like it exists. Whatever you can say, I think we still live on the good times in life and everything, and the life is beautiful and the world is an amazing place to live. But because it's still people exist who have some hand in the word and the energy power to say no, stop, it's my kid, no, stop, I do it my way, no, stop, you don't tell me what to do, where I must go and everything, right? So I think if it will be less and less people like this, it will be harder to have any freedom, right? Because now we can choose, like, okay, we don't have freedom in Canada, so we just move to the place where you have more freedom, and if you don't have the money, the financial things, and you stay on the Canada because you depends on the work there, and you don't have any other choice because they won't have the put minimum salary, and then they can, like you say, they can freeze your account like this, right? So if you don't depends of the system of the corporation and everything, you have more freedom, and that's what they don't want, because like it's easy to control people who like depends on the country. That's why the minimum wage, the credit, all the financial things when you like, now you need to work 30 years because you have a whole house to pay for the 30 years. You don't have choice now to make your own business because you'll be losing.
They want to make you a slave to the system.
Yeah, that's why I don't read things, like why you don't read is better, easier, faster, I don't think so. Like my father just bought the things of the solar panels, whatever, the new energy, whatever, because they push from the government, from the European Union, and everything to do it, blah blah blah, and everything. And he just invests the money, I think $30,000, which is a lot, and company disappear, bankrupt, and because they know there's many people who need to do it because of the push on the government, because of the green energy and everything. It's crazy because most of the pollution comes from other countries when it's allowed.
That's that whole topic of the climate change is just virtue signaling.
Yeah.
It's when Canada goes, we're gonna make paper straws instead of plastic straws. It's just so a person can feel better about themselves. But if you actually want to make a difference, you have to have China involved. You have to have India involved. 90% of the 90+% of the ocean pollution is in Asia. You can't. Canada could go carbon zero tomorrow, and it wouldn't even move the needle. It makes no difference. The population is so tiny in comparison, and but to kind of go back to, at least. Why do you think they're pushing this? Why they're pushing? Because I see a lot of. If I look at it from the perspective of we live in a society that institutions are still functioning as they should, none of it makes sense. It all seems very logical. But if I start looking at it in more a conspiratorial view, all of the things start to make sense. The push of LGBT onto children, the push of calling toxic masculinity, the push on not eating meat but eating processed soy-based estrogen-raising things. It's all seemed to be done with one common goal.
You have two versions of this. One, I don't even want to be involved. It's happening and everything, and it's only because it's shown me I'm on the good structure to be who I am, to follow my true and then be harder on this, work hard about myself, try and be better for myself and for others, and do the best what I can, and basically just know this as a information okay, so I'm on the good direction, and I need to do something about this one, and it's helped me to also build myself, my business, and be independent, right, and be not depends on the system, and that's why I think it's happened what happened, right. So it's even motivate me to do it more, and work harder, because it's it's if I give up, it takes me, and I soon maybe I cannot even leave the country because I cannot buy this, even the buying the COVID passport and everything, if you don't have money, you cannot do it, right? So it's still about money, right? If you have money, it's about the freedom, and even with any position, when it's based on the whole situation, you can buy the freedom, it's how it works, and it's not about corruption, everything. No, it's just the reality. Better to have an option than don't have it. Somehow the rules not apply to the many rich people, right? Whatever is the reason, if they apply, if they understand the COVID or not, if they're against or not. If you have a private jet, you can basically fly everywhere, right? And you can do something, more, if it's hard time comes. So I think it's the necessary to build your, let's say financial support, when you can basically have more freedom, right? Because it's very hard, now to do it this one, because there's so many limitations based on the taxes, based on the business, and it's harder and harder. So you need to be really smart, and it's like a foundation. So this is one thing. The second thing, what is it? We'll go more deep about this one. I believe, things connect with the consciousness, the karma, the spiritual world, and also with AI. So we're living on the simulation. So it's more fun to have life like this when it's more challenge. If we will be living on like you said, it was everyone happy, positive, and everything. It will be not that excited. So we need to have a game when it's more challenge. Then we feel more on the end we say fuck, I made it. And that's why it's nice things to having kids and something like this. Some people can be proud of you, oh yeah, my father was a fucking, top G, like,
Yeah.
it was hard time, he handled this, he take us from here, this one, we have a great life, he passed things, he, don't follow the fucking propaganda and everything, he was fucking top G, right? So it's the good part about this one. So I think it's necessary to have the experience like this, so I don't treat this like a negative word and like everything. If I can do something, which I want to do something, I don't believe like we don't have any control, which is bullshit because many people change the world. I don't know, like, even last time my sister told me like, oh, Donald Trump, if he win, will be super bad, and like, I don't have this concept about Donald Trump, like it would be bad. I think it would be very positive, right?
I think it'd be much better than the current situation.
Yeah. I don't know. My sister, I thought she had the same concept like me. Even if I don't follow much about the politics and everything, I said, oh, I know the Trump from the long time ago. I read his book he wrote with Robert Kiyosaki, right?
Yeah.
So it's like I remember him when he was on the a network marketing business, ACA and everything. So I have good positive stories about him before he was on the president, right? Like because he was businessman, So I said, why you get this information? It's like, oh, on the TV they say, it's like, oh, wow. So it's so crazy. Even for social media, she gets totally different things than me, right?
Mm-hmm.
And, it looks like we're watching the same things, but it's not. Her propaganda show it will be very bad time. Like it will be bad, it will be bad, it will be crazy, it will be protest,
World War III.
They said war, yeah, she said war. It's like, oh my God. Like,
but now under Biden, we're closer to World War III than ever before.
Yeah.
Right? It's 100%. With the Trump thing, man, I had to not hide, but in Vancouver, you can be a Trump supporter. And
you cannot.
Maybe now, I don't know how it is now, but
Yeah.
when the first election, oh man, and I didn't care. I wore a shirt. I supported it. I didn't care because I knew it was bullshit. He was loved by the black community before that. He was getting awards from the black community for his work, for building buildings, and rappers rapped about him all the time.
Yeah.
Moment he wants to go run for politics and go after the establishment, and he can't really be controlled because he has a lot of wealth, so they can't just buy him. Well, now he's a racist. Now he's the next Hitler.
Oh yeah.
Now he's the next. That's crazy. But now we have 4 years that we can actually see. And before COVID happened, it was, best economy in 50 years, highest black business ownership ever, highest Latino business ownership.
Yeah, but looks
ever.
like but the COVID things, right? He was the time when it was the COVID.
Yeah,
right?
well, when COVID happened, it derailed everything. And then it wasn't so much the federal government that had a lot of control because a lot of the states decided to do things whether they did lockdowns or not lockdowns, and they put him in a tough position. But to look at right before COVID, the economy was great. He's the first president in modern history not to start a new war. There was peace treaties being signed in the Middle East.
But it was COVID on his time.
Yeah, but COVID at the last year, and he was also fighting the fake media saying that he's a Russian spy that he's owned, and that turned out to be all bullshit. So the media just lied for 4 years straight.
He was canceled from the Twitter, I think.
Yeah, they took him off Twitter. It was crazy. So for me, I was like, I'm not saying he's perfect, but the lies, how far they were willing to go and to compare him to Hitler and all this stuff. I'm like, dude, does even know what you're comparing him to, right? But unfortunately, most people believed it, and they would play It's funny because I've gotten some people, some of my friends, I quite really go, oh my God, Trump.
Yeah.
And I go, tell me. Well, he's racist. I said, what did he do that was racist? He said all Mexicans are racist. No, he didn't. That's not what he said. That's what the media said he said, but that's not what he said. He said, we can't have an open border. I'm paraphrasing, but we can't have an open border where illegals are coming in because the illegals that are coming in, most of them aren't, your doctors, your lawyers and everything. A lot of it is a criminal element that are coming in, and it's having an impact, and crime and everything. It's quite different than saying all Mexicans are rapists. That's not what he said. Or Charlottetown, when they had the neo-Nazi and there was protests, the media took his clip where he said there's good people on both sides, and they basically said he just said neo-Nazis are good people, and that went wow. And people were like, he's racist. I said, watch the whole clip. You can see the whole clip. He says, I'm not talking about the neo-Nazis and white supremacists who should be condemned completely. They need to be condemned. I'm talking about your average people on this side and this side. There's good people on both sides. Very reasonable comment. But they take the one clip They show it to make them this. So when I started questioning some people, like, tell me what policy did he introduce that's racist? There is none. You can't actually point to something. You can just point to rhetoric or taking comments out of context, or he'll say something that's politically incorrect, and that hurts your feelings.
Yeah, but they invest so much money for this business, you know, to make your thoughts, you know, to go the direction, you know. It's so easy, you know. So it's like you basically just, you know, you don't have even specific things, but it's all about, you know, you just need to have a general some. If you bombard of information 100 things, you don't know if it's what is true or not. I mean, you just go. They're putting like all narrative and everything, so you don't have, you know, on interpretation.
It's when the mainstream media, they make a headline, a blatant lie. They call this. And everyone sees the blatant lie, and but later when it's proven false, they release a correction
of course.
On page 5 of the magazine, but nobody sees the correction. They just saw the headline and it spreads.
Because the amount of the money what they can get just to spread the information, there are 10 times more than even if they need to pay the lawyer to cover the cost of the when they do something wrong. So for example, this one goes 2 million. Oh, sorry, you make mistake. 2 million for you.
But they make 5 million.
But they make So this it's normal. This all the magazine works like this, you know. And the one who's on the media, there's the one who control the corporation, the interests of the people who get the most of the money. The other case is the printing money and everything. So it's most funny things like whatever we say about everything, they print money. Like why we even talk about this one? They print money, you know. Like they can get money from like anywhere, all the time and everything. They can put whatever they want, you know. So they can and they own the algorithm, they own social media, right? You can put any narrative, whatever. I have a sample, like I post I have my friend in Poland from Ukraine, and I post things what's happening in Myanmar, which is also civil war. And then he asked me like, hey, what's going on? Like maybe in your place, because it's our place is always war. It's like I just posted yesterday, and say I don't see any posts on your wall. And like, what you don't see? Like I have everything public. And imagine this: I post things about what's happening in Myanmar, right? About civil war, about the killing, you know, the civilians and everything, and it was set up only me. Like I never do it. Like why I see only this post, you know? So imagine if I don't check, I even don't know, nobody even see this. So, and look how the system can work. They can basically automate, set up everything when it's visible, even without changing this one. So it'll be not visible for anybody. So the information, you see, you post something in public, nobody see.
Shadow ban.
Yeah, shadow banning, everything, right? So it's like, you can get like someone who's not as proactive cannot do anything because you see this person is like 1 time 2 months in the internet, so you know this person don't have any power for anything, don't have any voice of the society, right? So they post on someone who just maybe give 2-3 likes because he like everything, right? So it's okay, people can see my post, right? So people don't do anything. But if it's happen like this, if they see the cutting your post and everything, what you can do? Nothing, you know, like you cannot say support, hey, I'm posting and it's show public, but it's later they change only me. Well, like who you can complain, right? There's nothing what you can do they control everything. It's crazy because it's go on any information what you have. I do, my also business is like a social media, marketing, promotion and everything, ads. So even with my budget, let's say $1,000, I can decide if someone buy my product. So I can use the trick based on the remarketing and everything, right? So I can control already some people decision, right? With my budget $1,000, right? And understand, their behavior, their preference, the location and everything, right? I can be very specific and have a very successful on this way, right? But I have $1,000. But what if this company is first? They have unlimited money. Because it's based also the one who control the media, right? So they can basically choose all opinion what they want, and the people can, decide, choose, elect on anything what they want, without zero risk. The people will think different, right? So it's crazy. We don't have a free opinion. That's why quitting the social media and everything is you think you watching positive things, but basically still watching things, you are outside the system, but you're on the system, right? Saying oh, Andrew Tate, don't watch this one, don't watch TV and everything. Like, yeah, but you watch Andrew Tate, you know? It's like, it's quite the same things, you know? I understand more like, okay, reading books. Maybe yesterday I just had like, okay, instead of sitting on the phone, I'll watch Joe Rogan, you know? At least maybe something smart, you know? Like, I think it's better, you know? Like, than scrolling. I think 3 hours Joe Rogan is better than 3 hours scrolling. So I try like, find some way, you know, to don't be dumb as this, you know, because I see a lot of positive yesterday, but it makes me like again like a conspiracy theory thinking like, oh my god, like everyone talking about the same, and then Joe Rogan basically talk about the same what we talk, and he go all in like understanding like the world looks like this, what we can do, you know, the past is like this. They saying that the next war will be about the aliens. I mean the fake aliens. Like they wanna put the propaganda, like someone attack us, so they put on like military mode that they can have our rights and everything. Because now it's not about the health, right?
Yeah.
Because it was quite easy basically. It's so funny because it was not about the enemies. They basically put the disease, which is crazy. Like wow, a smart move. You're like, oh yeah, you're afraid, you can die, you need to take. It's like, oh my god, so easy, So when they see someone, shooting from this one, we can put fucking hologram. It's so easy. They can put the drones, right?
The
technology right now, they can make a fucking war on the fucking screen, and we think it's like, oh my god, they can control the weather, which is official. They can make a clouds and make a rain. It's what
they do it in China.
They do it this, right?
Yeah, they do it in Dubai.
In Dubai, the New Zealand was earthquake and everything because they control weather and all the things connect with the moon and everything. Like
and then they can say, hey, it's the climate change. Look at this.
Yeah. Oh, so you're right. It's colder now. It's more hot and everything.
And you know what the solution is for climate change? So more taxes.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the problem. Give us more money.
Yeah.
And we will solve it.
Exactly. You need to put more elevation on your building. You need to change the system of your heater.
Yeah.
You
need to buy this brand of this solar panel. Oh, well, I give my friend the contract for the solar panels, and now they're making. It's all a scare.
Yeah.
Nobody knows anything. It's all just trying to make money. Like I said, even with the COVID, everyone knows how corrupt Big Pharma has been.
Yeah.
It's like been known, but then the moment COVID happened, everybody was like, Big Pharma is God.
Yeah.
We shouldn't ever question anything.
Pfizer.
Yeah, but then now look, out of all of them, safe and effective. You're not allowed to question it. It's definitely does no side effects. 100% safe. Moderna banned. Johnson & Johnson banned. AstraZeneca banned. They're no longer, at least in a lot of countries, no longer providing it. So that tells you right there, like you don't have to be a genius to figure out that hey, there's probably going to be some. What are the chances that every single one of these big pharma companies were going to create a vaccine that was equally as effective with no side effects, and they were all going to be amazing, and you should all take them
in 1 year.
In 1 year, with no studies, nothing. And they're all going to be good. Logically, that doesn't even make sense, right? And then they change the definition of a vaccine because I know guys, they take their boosters and they keep getting sick with COVID. I had COVID once, and that's it.
Yeah, I get once also.
It wasn't fun, but it was also.
Yeah, I thought also quite like I was quite surprised. Like I said, I'm okay, and like, oh, I don't have much energy, but that's all. Shit can happen. I had many, like something smaller. This one. It's like it's fucking life. That's why you beat your immune system. That's why it's like everything connect with the food and everything, right? So, but they can also put something more dangerous and everything, and then people say, oh yeah, this one is real. Yeah, because that's what they do. That's what they do. They force you even to do something because later it's like, oh yeah, it makes sense because maybe they think in long term, so maybe they really put some vaccine what it's good, so the people believe because they don't hurry so much. So in the 5 years you thinking like, okay, so this vaccine was good, but the planning for the next one will be sucks, right? So they like, they can. It's so easy to play whatever the game they want.
Well, for me,
they can make you stupid. You know what I mean? Yeah. They can make you stupid. Oh, you see, you're right. I take vaccine, I'm healthy, and you are sick. Yeah, but that after 5 years, if we update, and then this person will get sick, but they don't want to kill us. They just want to keep us going with the more vaccine, keep us going to the control. It's not about they want to kill us because if they kill us. they don't get any profit, so they need to keep alive. So that's like longer, more.
Well, I mean
medicine.
the amount of money these companies made. It's like Pfizer made. I don't remember. It's like 20 or 30 billion dollars. It was more than all their products. Other
government
products
pay, and we pay.
And we pay. Well, I remember when Trudeau came out, and he's like, I bought 2 doses for every citizen until like 2000.
Yeah, and you pay for this from the taxes for everything,
and
but they
I'm
don't get it. For free. People say for free.
So for me, the moment it was announced, I'm like, so this isn't it. So even if I take the one shot, they're gonna keep wanting me. It makes no sense. And then the fact that Canada and a lot of countries didn't even acknowledge natural immunity, which is the best thing you have, they were like, no. So there was a moment in Vancouver that if you were not vaccinated, you were not allowed to go to a sporting event, movie theater, a restaurant, even if you had a negative COVID test. But if you had the vaccine but were sick with COVID, like you got sick, you were allowed to go to the restaurant, to the sporting event, just as long as you had the vaccine.
Yeah.
That was insane. I was like, so I'm healthy, and I'm not allowed to go somewhere. You can have COVID, but you showed that you did your part. You took one for the team, and now you're okay. You're allowed to go. It made no sense. It wasn't based on health. It was based on control and seeing how much people would accept before they pushed back. It was a test. It was a psyop. Like now, it's quite clear. They were just seeing how far can they push, and also to see how would citizens react. How many would turn on their neighbors? How many would report that? They'd set up in Canada. They set up phone lines to call when you were having Thanksgiving or Christmas, and they were saying only 4 people allowed, and so they wanted neighbors wanted neighbors to report on each other. Hey, they had more people.
It's happened. It's happened.
It's disgusting.
Crazy,
It's disgusting to
even
me.
familias.
Creating a society of snitches. Right.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, did any of these politicians follow the rules? Look at the videos where they're all masked, and as soon as they think it's stopped recording, they all take them off and they start talking. They just told you they didn't believe in any of this.
Yeah. But people they see this and and nothing work with them, nothing.
No.
They go see, you can show them proof and everything, and
Well, it's what I was saying earlier. It's easier to fool someone, convince someone of a lie, than it is to convince them that they've been lied to. Because the ego will not allow it. They're just like, no.
Yeah, they know it's how the mind works. Especially about the people who are on the position, they put the doctor on the people with the how you call it, the suit, whatever, right? And he's right, authority, right? So it's like, no, he's doctor, right? No, even my family, my sister said, like, oh, but my friend is doctor, she know, oh my God, and she was she's keep lying on the getting vaccine, she was like, oh, but my friend, so we don't need to wait, so we can skip the line, and oh wow, it's privilege, to be.
It's a logical fallacy. It's the appeal to authority, where you, just because someone is a position of authority, they're a doctor. So we're supposed to pretend every doctor is as competent as the next. You know how many idiot doctors there are? There's idiot lawyers, just like there's idiots in every field. Just because someone has a position doesn't make them an authority that should speak for everyone. Oh, he's a doctor. And I'm not saying I'm not a doctor. That doesn't mean I shouldn't be allowed to do any research. It's Jimmy Dore, Jimmy Dore, the comedian, he's got a podcast. He was on Rogan just recently.
Okay, no.
Polish by background,
really?
Actually. Yeah. And he was very left-wing, but now he's kind of... I think he still is left-wing, but he's been calling out a lot of the propaganda because he believed in it. He said it's like, when COVID happened, it was, bad to do your own research. It's the same as if you went to go buy a car, and who are you going to trust? The car salesman. And don't you dare look up to see if the car is actually...
That's what they make it. That's what they make it. They basically they stop but it's go to the Harvard people with this one. They not allow people with this position and everything to have their own voice on the research. That's what they do on the Twitter, the social media. It was a case on the court with the Twitter management and everything. They said why you the cancer and there
was in Florida. They were supposed to have a meeting of doctors from Stanford, Harvard, and everything, and they banned them. The Twitter removed them and said, and then I went to court and they said, what the hell are you guys doing? So these are
you doctor? No. So why you are, have authority to delete someone from Harvard and everything,
Look what
and
happened.
the government put the control on this one, did it, so it was not the Twitter, the government.
But the same thing with Robert Malone. He helped invent mRNA technology.
Yeah.
He has like multiple patents on mRNA. If there's anyone that's considered an expert on that technology, he's one of them. And he got banned from Twitter. He got banned from online. It was only until Joe Rogan gave him a space to talk about it that people became aware.
Yeah.
But anything that went against the narrative was immediately shut down, and that told me, for me, I didn't, like I said, I'm all about self-responsibility. I wasn't waiting for some pill or some shot.
Yeah.
I did my research and I said, okay, 80% of hospitalizations were with people that had a deficiency in vitamin D. Most severe cases were with people that, didn't exercise, poor diet, poor habits.
Yeah.
So what did my wife and I do? We were locked down. We started cooking for ourselves, eating healthy, exercising every day. I was going for runs. I was doing everything I could, getting as much outside as I can. They banned parks.
Yeah, it's crazy, right?
They banned hiking. But I could go to McDonald's. I could go to the mall and stand in line next to each other and get a processed burger. So when people say they care about your health, they don't give a shit about your health. They care about what's going to come into their pocket. And the sooner people realize everything is a business, especially big pharma, where they're making billions of dollars, all that rhetoric that, this is going to keep you safe, they couldn't give a shit. Just like they don't give a fuck about the immigrants, and they're all about the open border because it's never going to affect their communities. They live in closed gate communities. So illegals pouring over the border, it doesn't affect them. It affects the lower and middle class. So I wish more people could see that, because it's almost depressing when I see, I'm like, how do you not step outside of the matrix for 1 second?
That's why I'm saying, it's important to have to create their own community with the people, the same foundation. Yes. So then you basically, if you have 5, 20 people, 30 people around you who believe the same things, it's you're okay, because you see, you don't need to explain, don't need to put the energy, we don't need to now go outside and say, hey guys, don't believe this one, right? Because we already have the surrounding, connect with the family and everything, who believe what we believe, so we don't need to convince smaller
the only problem, I was just going to say, I agree, it's really good to surround yourself with people that share the same values. The only danger that can happen sometimes is you don't want to surround yourself and be in an echo chamber where everybody just parrots the same opinion about everything. I like to have friends.
But I think it will not happen even if 20, 30, 50 people, the mass message and what you see is that to be.
I do like having friends that have more different views than I do.
Yeah.
As long as when we discuss those ideas, no one's coming from the angle that you don't agree with this because you're a bad person, or you want people to die, or attributing motive or whatever to having a disagreement. We can have a disagreement and let's debate.
I would love to, that's why I'm really open to invite anybody with a different opinion, even talk about the COVID and everything, and I will be not going to the hardcore things. It's all about to discuss and to talk about this one. That's what makes things great about the science and everything. Let's talk about this. Let's whatever you believe, whatever I believe, the same is connected to the religion, the science, the information, the politics and everything. If we have both the same foundation, we want to know more, we don't want to tell other people what I believe and you to believe, what's happened with some religion and everything, right? I mean, not really, some religion, with some people on some religion, to be more specific. It's even LGBT and everything. At least if you don't want to convince me I need to be like this, it's all fine, But if you try and tell me I must believe what you believe, this is wrong, the foundation should be I won't believe what I believe, and I can share my opinion and my belief with others, right? But don't try to tell people they need to believe the same things, If you don't want to take vaccine, don't take it. If you want to take booster every week, take it, But if you want to tell me my kids must take fucking booster every month, That's the problem, you know.
Absolutely.
That's why this, you know. That's why the, you know, my confidence, my masculinity, my fucking, you know, the things what I learn about myself, you know, defense and everything. That's why I built myself stronger and to be more responsible and the more, you know, the independence and even financial, you know, it's a big part of this one. So I don't need to follow other people's rules. Many people follow because they don't have choice. If you cut them account and you cut them from the job, they have nothing, right? You can take my job, you can take my business, I will do other things and then I do it just like this, you know. That's what I want to learn. But many people don't have choice because it depends on the system. So when they tell them like take the vaccine because then you cannot go to job, so you don't get salary, so you don't have money to pay the kids school, that's the problem, you know, because then you don't have a choice, right? And I understand, because if I have the situation and I must like, okay, if I don't have money, my kids don't have food, I will take fucking booster every week, right? There's no problem for me. I will be doing what they say if it's based on my kids' life and the health and everything, right? That's I know it's easy to control because they don't have choice. That's why it's the challenge to beat yourself, beat your life, beat your business on the level when you don't need to depend on the system. I don't say people need to do it, right? I do it, this one, because it makes me more in control. Whatever happen can happen because it's happened, you know. Like, you know, my kid cannot go to the swimming pool when she need to and she love to, and it's good for her health, you know, it's good for her body, it was what she love, and she cannot use the swimming pool for 1 year, right? So what we can do? Yeah, we rent a bigger house with a swimming pool, so we don't need to share with anybody, so we can do whatever we want. If we don't have this money, we cannot do it. And not many people can afford own swimming pool. So I need to work harder to achieve things, to have things for the physical activity for the kid who is alone. And it's sad because she cannot even play with the other kids because other kids are afraid to come to swim without, like I see the guy on the swimming pool because she attended on the swimming pool lesson was you know, part open or something, and the dude was with the mask on the swimming pool. Teacher, you know, and like, no fucking way, you know, like, come on, you know, and wet, was wet, like, come on, you know.
Like I said.
But sorry, it's like what I say, like she go because at least she was some activity. So I don't say nothing. I don't try to make fight. At least she go to, you know, to do something and everything. Like I say, okay, I don't judge, you know, but it was, you know, like how we can even think about people feel logical, you know, so you just don't interact because it's not change anything. Like you said, you cannot do so much, you know, like you say specific the quotes about the convince the people who about the lies and everything, right? So it's a hard thing, but you decide like, okay, accept this for the other bigger reason. So she come, you know, take the lesson, the guy swimming the mask and everything, it's fine, you know. So I need to accept the reality how it is to keep going and don't destroy my mind about the negativity, you know.
Yeah, no, I agree. I used to be way more like I used to, back in the early Facebook days, I would get into these arguments with people, and then I saw how much time it was consuming, and I would wait for this reply, and then I said, this is toxic. So I deleted my Facebook. I have one now because I used to do drop shipping, so I just made it for like the marketplace. And
drop shipping with the weed?
No, like Amazon drop shipping and stuff like that. I used to do that, but I remember like it was having a negative impact. Me trying to argue with these people, and you know, the internet and especially limited text is a terrible platform to try to convince anyone of anything. Like it's hard to convince someone even in a long face-to-face conversation, but at least you can get way more points across. You get the feeling, you get the intent, you can get a lot more, whereas when there's no personal connection, you get nothing. So I deleted that. I don't even participate. I do feel happy I've been able to wake a few people up to the reality of society, not necessarily that they believe everything I believe in, but the fact that they start questioning things and seeing that the world is different. I go, at least I helped one guy, or two people, or however many people, because I remember the person that helped me. He showed me this video years ago about the 9/11, and it was about a book called Crossing the Rubicon. I forgot the gentleman's name, but he basically went through like how who was involved, the government knew, all very conspiratorial or whatever. But it made me start questioning things, and from that moment, like I still have contact with him today. I'm thankful because if he hadn't shown me that, I don't know what maybe I would have believed more mainstream. But I think more people are starting to wake up because the lies have gotten so blatant. It's almost hard to believe.
Yeah.
Like it's gotten so obvious that it's like, where I think social media is a lot to thank for that, because I don't think the media started lying more necessarily than they used to. I just don't think it was possible to expose them like it is now. Because you had maybe one guy in the friend group that knew something. Well, how many people could he reach?
Yeah.
Just the immediate circle, that's it. But social media and YouTube and everything, and you can put together videos and you can clip together lies and contradictions and expose them, and millions of people can see this. Well, now they can't control that narrative. It's getting more and more difficult to control that narrative. So then they try to control the companies that YouTube and Instagram.
Exactly. They try now even take the influencers or even influencers, because you can take the platform, but before you cannot take the influencer because they have their own community and everything. What they do it right now, they take influencer. For example, on the Mr. Beast, one of the top YouTubers on the world, right? Like on his team, there's like a ladyboy or gay and everything, right? It's like appear from somewhere, right? So basically, it's it's coming to the narrative about LGBT and everything, right? So it's also the part of the putting the agenda what they want to put, right? So it's all the things connect with the cancellation, the people who speak the truth and everything. The point is like there's all the music industry and the Hollywood and everything where they basically need to sell the soul and the whatever, but I don't blame them, because like I said, it's easy to control when you have a gun on the kid's head, right? And that's what they do in the politics, that's what they do it in the Polish prime minister when they kill his brother, right? And it's like, hey, you wanna do what we say? It's like, okay, so do it what we say, you don't have much choice, right? And of course the guys shit on the pants, and it's obvious, right? But many people thinking like this guy have a control, and he get on the blames, on the negativity and everything, because it's how they create someone to blame. Right? We create this. We blame the system. We blame politics. We blame this one, and later we blame neighbors. We blame people. So, but the point is like I always say like this. If you point three fingers like the point fingers on someone, it's basically one finger go to someone, but the three fingers come to you. So it's like it's your own responsibility. Whatever happened, to do some action. Because it'll be always like this one can be government, God, universe, and everything. This one can be someone, but three fingers on you. You can maybe change system, can change someone, opinion, thing, but the most important, you need to do something with this, with yourself, like, okay, shit happened, everything, what I can do, right? You wanna change system? It will be hard, but try it. It's possible. Donald Trump trying. I believe Donald Trump tried. It was other candidate for the president, like Ron Paul. You remember this guy?
Yeah.
It was the beginning of a YouTube internet when you have a big voice from the people.
Yeah, and then even when there were like the primaries and the media, even then were not giving him any airtime. Yeah. They were trying to cut him off because he was actually very reasonable. He was anti-war. He was he spoke a lot of the things. Now his son Rand Paul is in politics. I like Ron Paul a little bit better, but Rand's been good. He's been the most vocal going after Dr. Fauci and calling him out and catching him in a bunch of lies. So, yeah, for sure. Ron Paul was really good. Yeah.
It was real personal, and you see there was the time when the social media makes some voice, and they see oh my God, actually the YouTube and the people who are online, they can change the situation. Yes. And this guy was fucking legend. This guy was solid, and I see that they wanna fucking destroy him. You don't see him anywhere later, like no debate, no, like even this one, they cut his time and everything, like, oh my God, like whatever they say, like, oh, the question, they change the question, they try, like, all the time destroy him, like a damn, like okay. And that's why later was the more things with the social media. They know they need to take care of this one also.
Well, yeah, that was something that went out of control for them, and they didn't know what to do, because that's when they really started getting exposed.
Yes.
And then as they keep lying, they keep getting more and more exposed. And I think trust in mainstream media is at the lowest it's ever been, and rightfully so. They dug their own hole, and there's never any consequences for their lies.
Cool.
There are never any consequences for their lies.
Yeah.
They get busted for their lies, and then they just move on and pretend that everyone's supposed to forget. So then it's hard for me to believe anything, because I'm not saying they lie about every single event. Maybe they tell some truth about certain events, but when I know you lied to my face for 4 years straight about COVID, about Trump, about so many things, now you're going to tell me about Ukraine.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, everyone is an expert on Ukraine. Everyone's putting the Ukraine flags or whatever. And I took the position, and a lot of people ask me, what do I think about Ukraine? Because I'm Polish, so they think I'm going to know something. I said, to be honest, I don't know. I don't have any position, because I don't know the history. I don't know the context. I don't really know anything. I saw this happen.
So many narratives.
So many narratives. Yeah. All I do know is the same people that were pushing all the lies that I just witnessed firsthand for the last 4 years are pushing this narrative. So it just makes me immediately suspicious of this narrative. I don't know if it's right or wrong, but I don't know how people can go from like being lied to, something new comes out, and then they completely believe the same people. It's like, fool me once, shame on you, but fool me twice. Or as George Bush said, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice. Well, you fool me once, you can't fool me again. So he had that saying, he screwed it up. There's a saying in Tennessee. But it basically comes down to, like, you can only lie so much before you lose complete trust. So, you know, and then the Ukraine thing with Biden and his son being involved in Burisma, and it looks to me like they're just funneling money, taking money from the whole world, and they're funneling it, and where's that money really going?
Yeah.
Like billions and billions and billions of dollars.
Someone get some money to put some narrative.
Zelensky now is a billionaire.
Buying some casinos.
A comedian.
You know,
A comedian who's now a billionaire.
Yeah.
Running the country. I don't know. I'm not saying he's right. I haven't taken the time to research that topic, because I also don't think Putin's a great guy.
Yeah.
In fact, I have my own thoughts on what he's done to Poland and other things. So it's a very complicated situation, but I think people are too quick to... Everyone becomes an expert overnight. When the new narrative comes out, they're an expert. They're an expert on Palestine and Israel. They're an expert on COVID. They're an expert on Ukraine, Russia. And it's like, some of these things are too complicated. You watch a few CNN clips and all of a sudden everyone's an expert.
Yeah, I mean, I know what I can see. It's not the same things with this reality. It's for sure. You know, there's no way, like the narrative and everything. The last time I hear some things, everything's from Andrew Tate, but it's about he said the one who won the war, they are right. So basically, whatever happened, the one who win, they have always right.
The winners write the history.
Yeah, the winners, right? And it makes sense, to be honest, you know, because we'll never hear about the real things behind what's happening in the, you know, current wars and everything, right? So, you know, I don't know how the story or the history looks like what's happened on the Ukraine and the Russia, you know, and the Palestine and everything, because it's like, like what we'll learn later, like, I mean, when they teach about this one, like, you know, to be honest, like, even about what's happened in the US and everything, I know you're more, you know, connect with the Canada and everything, but who cares for me, like, about, you know, the Thailand, Asia, who's the president of the US? Even for many years, I don't know who's Biden, right? It's like, what does it connect with me? Like, nothing, right? Mm-hmm. So, like, why do they even care? Like, I should more know who's president of the China, right? Like, especially on this, you know, this part of the, you know, world and everything. But it's still, when you go deeper, like, they're not affect any people's lives. It's all about what you do tomorrow, what you do in your life. You know, if you go to the work, if you do something with your fucking problems, you know, with you do some addiction, with you do depression, everything, like, all these things is like a, you know, show. It's entertainment. It's the pure entertainment. The politics is the pure entertainment, because we watch, and it's all about how much we spend time, so the company pay the TV. That's how it works, you know. The Pornhub not earn money from porn. Pornhub money from the ads when the other company buy for the views what they have, right? TV not earn money from the real news. They earn money from the people sitting and the watching, so they have a put commercial between this one, right? So they don't have any concept like to say they're real or not. If it's real but it's no views, they don't earn money. That's the funny thing, right? It's like when someone's like, "Wow, you bring some amazing news. It's you make some nice investigation. Now you know about what's happened on the Poland, Ukraine, and Russia." But nobody watched this because it's not much fireworks, right?
Yeah.
So this guy not earn much money. The journalists, the whatever you call them, and they earn money because they bring something what is attractive. It's something what it's make crazy, more drama, more conspiracy, whatever you call this. That's how they get the views. That's how they can promote. That's how it works, If you the same on the YouTube, if you get more crazy drama, prank, and everything, right, bullshit, and everything, you get more, more views.
Happy, positive news doesn't sell.
Yeah, I mean, cancer. I believe cancer. We just told them like it's not sell because it's the narrative. When you think it's the only way is to putting negativity, which I see on the many people. It's not, So I told you, I see Joe Rogan, I see Mike Tyson, I see many positive, Lex Friedman and everything who are, it's also funny because they're part of the the BJJ community, it's funny, it's like, oh, I didn't know, even the Lex Friedman, it's amazing. So I see okay, so the positivity is the key, Gary Vaynerchuk, Gary Vaynerchuk, yeah, so it's okay, before it was a narrative of the quiet Andrew Tate, oh yeah, strong, this one, right? But later I see, okay, the happiness, the positivity, it's harder. But it's it's the true, it's the end of the day. It's the more important things. It's the you spread the kindness, you spread positivity. Even if you don't earn maybe that much money, you feel much better with yourself. End of the day, you pay the price for everything. But I think it's the worth it, to spread the the positivity and fight for this. And it's if, like I said, if you have a kids, it should be your priority right now because it's the place what you create for your kids, so it's so you are the part of the creating the world, so you create the positivity based of your voice, right? We do this now through the podcast, which I believe it's a big inspiration for many people, and they can have the voice they create, and they have I try to build the community around this one where the more people can speak what they want to say about their story, about their belief system and everything, because long time ago people don't have the choice. It was everything I was a news interview, something when you go somewhere, you just need to have a few questions,
they're reading it from a page.
Yeah,
you give your one.
Even if they invite someone and you're but now we talk, we see the people talk 2-3 hours, and there's more and more people have the same narrative. I said, okay, so there's more people who believe this is bullshit. So this is, this can be. Let's think about this one. It's what you say, questioning things when your friend inspired you to question things. It's beautiful things. It's not about because we taught on the school, right? Don't question. I remember when the school I always answer teachers say, what author have on the mind? I don't know how to call this. Co autor ma na myśli, yeah. And I always say this one, and the teacher okay, how about you, other smart student, he said this, and so okay, you're right, you're wrong, and how do you fucking know what the author of the mind, right? Why mine's wrong, why am I wrong? But the students was top guy on the school, you say something and he was right, what the fuck,
I honestly, I always hated the poetry shit, or when you'd be reading the things, and they would be okay, so what was the author thinking here, and then they're creating these metaphors and this and that, and I go, did the author really think this shit?
Yeah.
Or did he just write the fucking dog went into the snow?
Yeah.
Right? And there's no actual big meaning behind every single thing. I mean, certain poems I'm sure, but I always I always found it funny that and then how do you know I'm right and you're wrong? Yeah. Unless you ask the author or he wrote about it. You have no idea, right? Yeah. So it is.
Yeah, the school is also the system this, so as you cannot question the teacher. I was even on the personal development, NLP things like this on some coach from Poland, and also host his team. And when I asked question, and the team asked well, you cannot ask questions. Why? Because you are not on his level. And what do you mean his level? You didn't finish the NLP, whatever on his course. And you wanna tell me I cannot ask him question because I didn't attend for his fucking event cost $1,000, so I cannot question him? Yeah, you cannot. It's oh my fucking god. So I was even inside the open mind people, I was part of something like a propaganda again. It's like, oh my fucking god, it's crazy, right? Like it's all about this one, questioning things, you know. It's not about, you know, to do things everything opposite. Just like, really? Because people, the school we say, we understand, yes. Nobody question everything, right? Like, 90% of people don't understand, but we say, yeah, okay. So, fuck what they say.
And what do we do?
What do we do? Like, I remember, and this is real things. I was part of the, before vaccine, it's the real story, man. It was 4 years before the COVID, and I was the part of the the analysis of the stats about the Twitter. So basically, the companies who work for the I think there was a Pfizer or something like this, or Bayer, and then they Bayer and Johnson Johnson. I don't remember the exact company, but I think they work on all the group of the pharmacological company. So they looking people in the different countries. I was in the Philippines at the time, and they found these things when they pay some money for the checking all information, how people react of the vaccine, but it was connect with the dengue. And some other things. So our work, and I don't know what the fuck, because they ask, do you know some Twitters? I have no idea about the Twitter or the search and everything. Basically nobody know when I realized after, but they just accept the job in the project and everything because they get paid. So basically it was like all the people from around the world, and mostly I was on the group on the Asia. So we need to check like all the posts, and we search from the hashtag and everything. When we find how was the reaction when people die or have some disease or sick after they're taking vaccine, and how the public and all the people like on the social media react. If it was like how many likes they get, how many comments and everything. If someone have a disease or the sick from the influencers and everything. So our work was the research how people react when they get vaccine and they die or something happened. And it was few years before the COVID.
Oh wow!
So and it was big scale, because there was I don't remember how much I get paid, but it was not much, but still it was good money. So I even hired some other person to help me, because I don't know what they fucking must do it. But basically, after I realized like, oh my god! So basically when the COVID came, I realized like why I did this, and it was connect exactly about opinion, like how people react. If it's they post something, someone die after vaccine,
yes,
and they see like what was the even reaction of the people, right? And I think it was not much. That's the funny things, that's someone died from this, okay. Likes, like now they can censor everything, right? Okay, what they can do, like put more likes, like, oh wow, like people don't go to the street, like everything. Even if people go to the street and what, like walk for a few hours and everything, come back home and everything, like okay. So they see whatever they do, they don't get much, protest, or like they cannot destroy the building, whatever, right? So they see whatever they do, the people don't do much. The people don't go that far. Like most of the times the people likes, it's funny memes, like people say, yeah, destroy them with the likes, like more comments, we bombard them with the comments, that's how
it's become this, it's like virtue signaling, like, or when there's an attack somewhere and they put the flag.
Yeah.
Or they put the
black. Oh yeah.
That's that does nothing.
Yeah.
You're not giving anybody your time, your money, your anything. You're just virtue signaling to the rest of the world, pay attention to me. Yeah. I'm on the good side.
And it's even more. They get more money to the companies who control this, because you basically spend more time on the social media.
Yes.
So this is like, if you put the flag, you put the time and everything, and you're sitting there, so it means you just give them more and more attention, more time on this one, because I need to change the flag, so you spend a few minutes to change this one. Oh, I see this one. So that's what they want. They just want you to sit longer.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter what they put there. Doesn't matter what the narrative message. I mostly laugh about the pranks, when someone make prank and they say, like, you can hear people's voice and everything, like a perfect from the microphone for some gold digger, right? And the people put on the title or description, like this is prank. Everything was fake, we do scripted and everything, so don't believe everything, right? And the people comment, looks like it's not real, this is like it looks like this one, and people make a joke and say, no bro, it's real. No, what you talking, look, she have a microphone, everything. no, bro, you don't believe it? It's real. And people say, hey, they just say it's not real. Check the description. And there's 1,000 comments, 10,000 comments when some dude basically laughed and said it's not real. Like I put like a troll, just to keep going, and they're fighting for like hours, days. Who, because they're real or not, and the prank. So basically they make a prank, looks like a fake, so people can comment, so it's get more attention, and the views and more money, right? But it's not, and the people spend like hours there to fighting each other, but they know it's how it works, So that's what they do. They put in something, narrative, like, oh, it's happened in Italy, look the body outside. And what people can do, just comment. If the people comment, they stay longer, so they, keep going, and they come back to check if someone replied to me and everything. That's what they want. Because they know nothing happened. If they put and they're like, COVID is fake, and when what? Nobody do anything. Still, nobody do anything. So this is like a joke. Like they can put any narrative now, and they only what they can do. People can do like or dislike, even though there's no dislike now, right? There's like or like they took this off, right? There's like or like heart, like most of people do right now, right? Which is good, like some positive, I like to put the heart now. So I know it's starving, but yeah.
Yeah, I try to limit my social media as much as I can, although I do use it, and I know it's probably not good, but I think it comes down to this arguing and posting. It's because people don't have a voice in their regular lives, and they find a voice online. Even getting attention from anybody,
because also they are anonymous, so they don't have the responsibility.
Yes.
So they can that's why they have a fake profiles and everything.
Yeah,
so,
and that's why they can be keyboard warriors, or they use comments that they would never use in person because one, they'd either get their ass kicked, or two, you wouldn't talk to somebody in person in that way. Unless you're like a psycho or something, but you know what I mean? But online, and you're anonymous, you say what you want, and...
I think it's also like they can be that deep about these things when it's only what they have is this. Yeah. So that's like, if you meet them, it's like bro, like it's, I have my life, it's like I really don't care much about this one, but for them it's like a whole life. I have the people before who like basically treat this like a job, I can say, like something where they spend a lot of time and they become master of trolling, and basically they reply people with bullshit because they make people more angry, so they make people more angry. So basically they're playing games there, and like it's crazy. Like the people actually they make like a fun. So sometimes you think like you have some, let's say, smart discussion, but basically someone put some stick inside the Kiev Mrowisko? Kiev Mrowisko. I said Polish.
Yeah, I don't know what that is.
It's like you stick on the ant's place when you just put there's something when people like making mess, but basically just to make attention and it's not make any conclusion.
Okay.
Like so many people just say no, it's not like this, and the people it's like a fucking thunder there, right? So many people do like this. They just want to spread the like a negativity and the attention,
or hit the beehive with a stick to get the bees agitated and angry.
Yeah, and some people drunk sitting on this one. Fuck it, just make, and I know they're waiting because people do it. Like last time, on the group, on the comment of my post about the podcast, and it was solid guy. He trained white tie. I see people with the J picture, with the and I said, hey, like this guy have martial arts, and he said, oh, dumb people, everyone the same, ha ha ha, something like this. I was like, yeah, because I said because everyone maybe have us, so I said same but different. Yeah, but some bullshit. I was like, I got really like, no. What's the point? It's not.
I've gotten better at that myself too, because in my younger days, like, it was so important to be right or to be like,
I was like
to
this,
like, and I would spend hours sometimes, and then when I realized like it's unhealthy, that's when I deleted it, and now I go, as I'm older, I have my family, I don't have time.
Yeah.
You're right.
Yeah.
I'd rather just say, okay, you're right. I'm not going to convince you anyway, and to me, none of it really matters anymore. What matters is my immediate family and my friends, and keeping them safe and keeping them informed, right? Like, so building that community, because you're not the world is too big, too many people with too many different ideas and opinions.
The priority, right? The priority change.
Yeah,
so I think that the time you think is the most important thing is what you can do right now.
Yes.
Because if the other things will be do other things. So I think from these people who put attention on this one, is the priority for them in life right now. So I think what we can do, maybe some advice for other people, like what you can do, you just need to find bigger priorities so the small things will disappear, so you don't need to fucking jerk off, so you don't need to watch the social media, you don't need to watch the things what is useless and everything, and even Netflix and everything. Like it's become less and less and less. It's not about you need to work more and everything, but it's also different when how I can say it's work. Like how we can say this one is work, right? And I'll be talking with my friends and everything on this topic anyway. Like I have every time I have a conversation with people, I talk about these things. And then many times when I meet someone, I talk similar things. And it's like on the same understanding, and the value and everything, And so let's put the camera and it's work.
Yeah, no, that's exactly right. Like I have these conversations all the time.
Yeah.
And then if you have those conversations, but in a good spirit, you'll definitely start to evolve your own views because you're going to hear something from somebody else. But it has to come from a understanding that disagreeing doesn't mean evil.
Yeah.
Right? Because too many times I disagree with this immigration policy. You're a racist.
Yeah.
It's a tactic to dissuade you from or to remove you from the discussion or debating about the facts. But now, if I call you a racist about whatever, you're now having to defend yourself from this label.
Yeah.
Or you're a sexist. And that it's almost too common from especially the other side, where if you have a different opinion, they throw a label. Now you're not talking about debating the facts. You're trying to defend yourself from this label, and it's unfortunate. I think the podcasts have helped, and I agree with you that listening to the podcast and reading, sometimes the comments and everything, you start to realize there's more people that are actually more like you,
right?
Than the mainstream would get you to believe. The mainstream would get you to believe that everyone's crazy.
Yeah.
That everyone believes in blue hair and cutting off your genitals.
Yeah, like most of the people are NPC,
there are some of those for sure.
Course.
But you start to see that there's more people that are normal, and then that's refreshing. And in Thailand, I know, again, you've been here a lot longer than I have, but speaking with a lot of expats, I hear similar stories, obviously from different, but usually trying to escape whatever's going on where they were at because they saw the situation getting worse and worse, and then coming here. So I've found a lot more like-minded people, even though they're from completely different parts of the world. I found people that shared more similar values here.
Yeah, but especially because even traveling, changing the place, it's already some factor about this. Not always, but it's already something, because, like, for example, my sister and her, husband, like, they thinking for years to leave and everything, but because, have a business and everything, connect with the country and everything, like, basically business, money and things like this, and also family, right? So it was harder and harder, but they said, we need to make decision. We need to, like, there's no guarantee about anything, I was here, so I have some quiet, let's say, bridge between the information, what they can do and everything, right? So it's like, I build them like a quiet confidence, so they move, right?
Mm-hmm.
They come back for holiday, but they come back again, and they say it was a great decision, her husband, go, there like a kite surfing, right?
Yeah.
And she also started making like food, selling the Kopangan and everything. So it's like, it's all about the decision, like you don't know what can happen on your own country, you don't know the future. What is going worse, so you need to do something, do something in your own country, or at least to try to test, to see the other option. And it's funny because there is so much options, and you don't see this if you're stuck on one place. It's very hard, like really, if you don't start moving. It's not about you go some meeting, you meet someone, you are start seeing like in the first place, because it's also your brain to change the open itself. So sometimes you go, when you're stuck on your own, concept, then you go someplace, on one time you don't see the information. But when you start changing your head, and then you see more of this, sometimes like, oh my God, like everyone talk about this one. You realize sometimes I hear some word, and the first time I see, I never hear about this word. And later, I hear this word all the time, and like, oh my God, like,
it's been there the whole
time. It's been
time.
all the time, right? So it's like how people can use the word like now everywhere. So I check here, I didn't see this. That's why it's like it's all about our programming and everything. Like we didn't focus on the possibilities because we only stuck on our box and we think it's only exists. Work, this job, getting work like this. Someone need to hire me. This is what I thought this only exists, right? And it takes time also. Not first time when I meet someone and everything. For me, it was big changing about when I read the book about the Poor Dad, Rich Dad. Robert Kiyosaki, right? So and later I realized on my university was the cash flow club. I said, oh my God, like I'm going to this school and I didn't know, and then I attended the cash flow, and later I meet people into marketing, and later I will open my own cash flow club, and then there was the personal development course and everything, the secret and everything, and the people connect. I said, wow, I'm in the right place, I don't stupid. I thought I don't now because I always have a problem with work, with the money and everything, right? Even if I do my personal development, the secret is still a problem with money. But at least I know where I'm going, and it's like the process, and I know it's the not goal to just get the better job, right? Which was, always difficult to get when you were younger to get good paid job. Like even in Poland, if you get paid job, it's not get enough money to basically survive, which is crazy, right? You cannot basically like rent apartment, have car, and then live on the normal level if you have a normal job.
But that's why I think Polish people do really well anywhere in the world.
True. Outside the Poland.
Outside of Poland. Because even, in our parents' generations and everything, it's the saying, trzeba kombinować.
Yeah.
You can't just survive from a paycheck.
Yeah.
So everybody had to hustle. You might have a job, but you have to have multiple hustles to provide for your family. So when you grow up with that, like I would see my dad do things that were like get deals or sell. He was great at selling things, everything. I would see it. It's because he had that experience in Poland where he had to hustle. A lot of people in North America, they grow up. A lot of them don't have to hustle.
Yeah.
They go to school. They live very straight and narrow, and
granted money from the government.
Yes, or they have generations there, family wealth and everything, but. Immigrants, and it's not just Polish, but from other countries where you're forced to hustle because you can't survive off a paycheck, that's why they're successful anywhere.
Yeah.
Because if you have that skill to hustle, you can do it anywhere.
Yeah.
Right? And that's important, and it's often overlooked.
Yeah. They call this like, I think there's someone last podcast, one guy told me about his name is Jolt, and he said like people like the professional, whatever, to be generalist, like a general skill to be, know everything. That's like a Polish like a golden hand, right? Złota rączka, like you can do everything. You can go send Polish guy to, to fix like a,
jack of all
electric,
trades.
and he build your house, It's like, oh, basically, I can build, I can fix everything. You come back and you like clean your dishes and this one, they can do everything, right? Because, basically, it's a good and bad thing because they say like but you don't have the professional something, so you cannot be specialized on something because you can do everything, right?
Jack of all trades, master of none.
Yeah. But at the same time, if you can do everything, you are basically the skills to to do many things, which is also good. Like being like managing the orchestra. How you call this dirigent? How you call this dirigent? Dirigent in English?
Like
on the orchestra.
Oh, like the conductor?
Conductor, okay. Yes, last time I think like what's the name? Okay, conductor. Yeah, so it's like you don't need to play on the be master of the instrument. You can be master of the the managing things. Which is also important skill, especially I think on your business. Because you are granted from your skills about the the plans, but at the same time about the recruiting, about the people, about team and everything, right? So
like from when I started, I was doing it as an individual, but now my goal is to either train staff, to manage, to plan, to do all of those things. It's not so much direct work with the plants. I mean, I observe them, I look at them, but it's no longer that physical.
Yeah, but you came from this foundation.
Yes,
very important. So you understand.
I had to learn it.
And it's just important because many companies they go in like they put some position like I don't know about this one, but I don't know about this part, which is I don't get it. Like the same on my business. Like I learn from basic from everyone who do it something. I know this. And I was great on this one,
You have to.
I believe also.
When I made the transition, and that's when I joined the company in Canada, where I met Rob and everything. I didn't, even though I had like 10 years experience, I didn't apply for some high position. I went entry level, minimum level position in the company, because I said, I just need to get my foot in the door. And once I get my foot in the door, I'll show what I'm capable of. And if I'm successful, I'll go up. And so I was doing everything, from cleaning the bathrooms to sweeping to all of those things, but those things are important.
Oh,
because once, then obviously I wasn't doing that for too long, because, my skill was quite evident. But if I didn't do those things, and now I'm in a managerial position, and I'm hiring somebody, and I have a new hire, and I tell them to go clean the bathrooms, or clean the tables, or sweep. If I've never done it, how am I going to know if he's doing a good job, if he's taking too long, if he's being efficient? You have to know every, aspect of the business, how to do it, so that you can at least evaluate other people later and to know, or to give advice on how to get better at it. Right? So it's very important to do every task and to know how to do it well.
Yeah, even about the respecting, these people when they do this stuff, right? Where it's put the importance on any level. I love this part. Like it's basically like, when you see, like in Thailand, I also see this like people cleaning and everything. Like sometimes I have here this person who speaks better English than the doctor on the hospital. And that she's, she's cleaning the condo here and everything, and she's like, "Hello, how are you?" And like, "Wow," and there was a doctor, and she doesn't speak English, But it's also like the part, like I respect like every position, because first of all, like my whole family, they also clean the apartments, the condo. My sister work on the how call this, when they take care of the the people with the
nursing.
No, it's not nursing, but it's people who like some disability.
Oh, disability. Okay.
Yeah, so she's cleaning and everything, but at the same time she's connect with these people. So she need to have also skills, even if she's just cleaning the things, right? Because she need to have also some part of skills to even talk to them, and in case something happen, communicate with them and everything. So it's like my whole family, it's based on the the cleaning and the taking care of the condo and everything, right? So I have a full respect of this one, because I know a lot of things, behind this one. It's not only cleaning. There's people, there's situation, there's people who don't respect your work, the time and everything, who make things against you. You deal with many things what you don't see, right? So it's not only just cleaning, later you have, connect with the, logistic, this one is the simple things, but people don't see, even delivery, like you don't know, like, do you have a system? This one is basically the full business. Having even delivery is like having own full business, right? You have an app. When I open my coffee shop, like I need to install this one. It's like, oh my god, like I cannot deal with this one. It takes me so much time. When I see someone do it on the even Grab delivery, it's like he made it. I'm impressed. Basically because it takes me so much time to understand. You to put this one into register and everything. Some things in registration is a lot of time. That's why many people gave up to do it many business, because they said, oh my god, the process, this one, too much, right? Man, setting up this podcast looks easy now. It takes me so much time, because it's so much, things what I didn't know how it works. This one,
how the acoustic's going to be.
Oh yeah,
the lighting, the camera angle, the microphone.
Bro, even the cable, like you need to have a worst cable, low quality, because it's not works with this light somehow, right? So there's many things what it's coming when it's actually doing something, and many things change on the process and everything, right? So it's a crazy, like when it's like, but then you respect when someone do podcast and do it whatever, they say, oh my god, and then you see stuff things like this, then you have a more respect for the people who do the action. That's why I have a lot of respect for anybody who do something, who create something, even like people who come and this they want to share with other people, like the guests on my podcast, like you, like everyone, because it's required, do some action, you don't know what outcome can be, but you do it, you try things, and that's why like I want to support anybody about 0 followers, 1 follower and everything, because it's the journey, like everyone start from one person, right? From 0, right? Everyone, the same you start from one plant. Everything start from 0, right? And then where you are right now, right?
Yeah, absolutely. No, I
and the people, the people with the one basic plant, they have put a lot of passion, and it's the people who become like your guru, which is crazy, right? Because they put for every single, like I love these people. I have also one guy from Germany in Chiang Mai. He's fucking like legit, like, and then like. he treat us like like a kid, like every part of the flower, the dye. There was so much details. Like I listen to him, but I make podcast with him. But I made podcast with him 2 years ago. But still, I forgot I make more podcasts. But it was I didn't know the setup and everything, and also like where I'm going now. It's like okay, I know where I am. I know which direction. I know how everything works. I know what's going on. I know the possibilities and why I'm doing this one, so it was more clear for me right now. But I was always into this. But I love the people with the passion. When he talk about the plans, about the business and everything, like I listen, like wow, you can feel it.
I'm the same. Like even by my facility, there's a coffee place we go to every day, and the guy is like he's Thai, but he lived in Australia for a while, so he opened like an Australian type coffee place, and it's the best coffee. The best coffee I've had in Thailand. But he's a fanatic. Like he's even the time of day that he makes the coffee is going to change the taste and the pH of the water and when he starts going into the details of it, I go, this is exactly what we do with cannabis.
Yeah.
Like we go into the nerdy science of it. For the average person, it might bore them, but for me, but when I see someone get passionate about anything like that,
I think many people, like you said, like on average people, I think many people like the people with the passion, right? So I understand in general people we can see like people like don't put so much attention, but basically we like people with the passion. Like,
it's just you can go down into parts where it'll just if you don't have a basic understanding of it, it might be boring. I can get where people are like. Okay, you're talking about things that...
Yeah, because you need to also, like, for example, like, if you talk about the 3 hours, right, about the details of the, particular path of the water from which...
if I told you that...
but if it's come to, like, for example, when you tell me, like, about a story about the plant, everything, 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, and you're, like, a squeeze, that's why, making podcasts, even to make the clips, is very important, because you need to get this essence for this, and that's why people like Joe Rogan, because not from the long podcast, but from the short one, get his attention, and some people like this topic, some people like, most of the people who don't like 98% podcast of he made, but they like the 2%, and it's why they like him, right?
Yeah.
So I think it's about this one, to get the, the essence from your passion, from your, to your expression, for the way how you build this and everything, and then, use this for like, inspire to others, right? That's why people into like weed, but they like people with the passion, right? I think it's the part of this one,
Yeah, no, passion is key. If you can surround yourself with people that have similar passions, doesn't have to be the same thing, you will succeed.
Yeah.
There's no other way. It's the people that lack passion or haven't found passion that are the most negative.
Yeah.
They, that's when they say, no, don't do this, don't do that, don't do it, because they haven't found something that they want to do.
Oh, exactly. You see, even if you go to the guy who making coffee, like it's already make your day, right? It's like you drink coffee with someone passion. You go fix your car with someone who love the cars, right?
Yeah.
You go to the haircut, the guy who fucking love it, and you see like he's this one, right? You meet your business partner who talk the same level like you, right?
Yeah.
You meet your wife who basically support you, and they have also love passion and good
well,
energy.
She's a photography, so
so it's the same. Absolutely, right? So it's like, okay, this is life all about, to surround yourself with the people with passion. That's why I do the podcast, because people come, they have some passion, to something, I don't need to love like they want, but I love the energy, and if someone puts, the energy to something, it can be anything, you can, people, exactly with the coffee, people can, I have 2 plates, basically the coffee from today, I don't know if you like it, did you like the coffee?
Yeah, it was good.
Basically the coffee was great, and they have a different kind of, really like the, how does the beans, right? Yeah, they're like a mango and everything from different countries also, and they're like, really, they have a coffee today that tastes like mango, man. And then, and you see this, these people like, the way how they look and everything, the style and everything makes you like, oh yeah, I'd go to some place where the people have, they put the art, put the, creative things, you like it, and it's the small things. It's basically create your whole life, whole life, and I like it though. You be surrounded more and more with the people who have the, they like what they do, doesn't matter if it's, directly connected with me or not. I think we should like a chase for this, like a look for this, because it makes you like, if you go either in the noodle with the local things and you have a people who work there and like, hello, you meet them time to time, it's fucking amazing. The old lady, like, so it's basically like the style, like in Thailand, right? Because they have a passion because they cook for themselves and for their family and for friends and people who surround. In Europe, whatever, they just okay, next, they don't care who's this coming.
No.
But here, when they do some, odd things, like not tasty and everything, they are the one who eat, and is the one who's, the community eat. So they cannot make, bad things. They cannot make, like expired food and everything because everyone have a sick, and it's come back to them very fast, right? So that's why I love the street food here, because it's not like a street food like an eggs, like a hot dog. Oh, $1, it's totally different. I think many people don't get it, like what does it mean street food. Street food is basically fresh food,
It's fresh outside.
Food. It's cooked outside. Yeah. I think really in Poland, like people understand street food is like a food from the street. It means like a not that fresh. It's on the people.
Or like hot dogs and
that's what we know. Like a zapiekanka, how it can be had. Like you can actually have a food with the noodles and everything with a lot of vegetables, the the soya, the beans and everything, right? Like a lot of fresh things, and yet this is for free. Basically, all the vegetables for free.
Unfortunately, I don't eat them, so.
I eat sometimes, but from time to time. But I like that's why they are quite healthy. The Thai people they eat a lot. The Eastern food, the spicy salad, the papaya, the raw, and everything. Like damn, there's no way people in other place on the world. Even the Philippines. The Philippines like a totally opposite. Like it's totally different place. They eat a lot of meat, but there's a lot of rice and a lot of rice. 99% is like rice. You never been Philippines.
No,
Thailand is the first.
Well, Thailand's the first. I've been to Vietnam for one day.
Yeah.
And
one day, okay.
I was in Laos as well for a day. And that's it. So I haven't really been in Asia.
I've been more in Asia than any other places.
But my wife, she's been to Japan. I think she's been to the Philippines. She's I think visited over 100 countries. So she's kind of been everywhere. And I think that's why I really, part of me that's definitely a big part I fell in love with, because I had always just been Canada. And I hadn't had these adventures, but she did.
Yeah.
So I'd always be like, "Oh, how was this?"
And you have pictures. So.
Yeah. So it was good. For me, moving, it's the biggest life experience I've ever had. It's the best thing I've ever did, because
and I think it's a good shot. Getting here, on the first place, and somehow the, let's say, last place on the journey right now. But it's it's a great. Location, I think, for everybody who wanna try and, because this civilization and the quality of the life is great. Compared to any other place, let's say in Asia, I can say Japan is great. The quality is also amazing, right? But the price is much higher. So
price is higher, and I would argue that culturally it's not the same.
Oh, it's connected to Japan.
Yeah. It's going to be much more strict, and also, you might not get the same friendliness that you do here in Thailand.
I mean, it was great as well. I mean, connect with compared to the Korea. Yeah, Korea is quite a racist country, to be honest. And it was really, they are aware of this. It's not like I'm saying something of them. They are aware of this. They are quite proud of this. To say they are quite independent. They have their own cars. They have their own brand of the phones. Right? They don't use iPhones. They don't have Toyota. They don't have any other brand of the car. They they can basically produce TV, everything by itself, which is crazy. Of the small country, 50 million people, 25 million people live on the capital city of Seoul. Really, it's impressive, to be honest, right? And there's many people are jealous of the Polish country. Like we are, quite independent country. We don't allow the refugees and everything, which is quite a change because we have a Ukraine. So it's kind of the same, But I have many opinions when the people approach me. Like, "Oh, you're from Poland? I'm like, wow, you're a great country. You are stick to your own nation and everything." And it's become really embraced for many people. Like, oh yeah, so, I'm from Poland, but it's not that. I'm Polish, but. It's not what I can define myself like I'm patriotic or I will fight for my country, I will never fight for my country. I fight for family, I fight for my kid, and I get what things what I believe, but I will never fight for the a nation of the borders and everything, or the politics, no way, there's no way, but I think many people I understand some cultural things understanding, but we need to understand what it means fight for the country, right? Like someone put the lines and some history, what I even don't know was it true or
Well,
not.
you don't want to be a pawn.
Yeah.
You know, because the deals are made in the back room.
Yeah.
By more powerful people.
Yeah.
The soldiers, unfortunately, they're
Yeah.
just kind of pawns that are just being used to fight
Yeah.
wars. They oftentimes don't even know what they're fighting for.
Yeah, I like the idea of the fighting for your own right, but it's something what it's come from your own true, and I think it's more we need right now things like this, because COVID show us like there nobody will fight about the freedom, like there's no many people will be on my back, like.
Well, that's the scary part.
Yeah.
So you do obviously
Yeah.
you need people that are gonna fight.
Yeah.
Otherwise, who's gonna win?
Yeah.
Right? Like it's gonna. You need people to fight, but wars are so complicated, and the reasoning for them, you never really know the truth, and so then are you going to fight a war that's you don't know what you're fighting for often.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying the narrative about the LGBT and everything. It's the exactly things what they know. There'll be less people who can fight, right? Like the woman not come, so the gay not come also. Because they identify self as a girl, I say, or whatever the gender they say. So basically, what they say, male go for the war, right? So everyone can be.
That's
tell me, like, what it will be? Because then, like, male is supposed to be go to war, right? If it's more gender, like, just male.
What I was asking you kind of before was, why do you think this is happening? Like all this movements, the toxic masculinity, LGBT, pushing away from real food, pushing soy, things like that.
Less free thinkers.
Yeah. Well, I think it's a coordinated effort by probably multiple different nations to try to demoralize, destabilize the population to the point where you have generations that aren't going to reproduce because they cut off their genitals. You're going to have generations that are on hormones or whatever.
Even if they reproduce, they produce very weak.
Yes, and the goal is to have a generation of men that are too weak to defend the country for when the powers that be want to take over, there's going to be no one to fight.
I think even not defend the country, I think defend themselves and their own family and their own rights.
Well, defending their society, defending the rights, whatever the goal is, and whoever is trying to control. If you can push that, if you can get them eating crickets, if you can get them eating soy, if you can get them to be basically low energy zombies in 15-minute cities.
That's why I'm asking about the weed, because I think they legalize weed to be, society more.
But I think weed opens up the mind. I think it gets people to think outside the box more.
Yeah, but they realize they just think.
Yeah, they don't do.
that's the. Right. I think that's the point about the word like.
But I think that's why for the longest time it's been more illegal because it at least got them to think, and then there are more people that will do, right? Whereas alcohol has been pushed on like every society.
But alcohol make more do than think.
Yeah, but because they don't think, they don't know what they're doing.
But the masculinity are more drinkers than smokers.
Sorry?
Masculinity, like people, they are more drinkers than smokers.
Yeah, I mean, but I think there's just been a culture of it, like of just drinking has been more prevalent. Again, depending where you look, there's a long history of cannabis use, including Thailand. Thailand, the word bong originates from Thailand.
Oh, really?
Yes. So there was a very rich history. It's basically America, of course, put the ban on cannabis and it went worldwide. And there's a lot of countries. Japan has a very rich history with cannabis as well. So, I don't think it's a coordinated effort to now legalize it because they want to keep people weak. I think the discussions that cannabis could create, if it opens the mind, same with psychedelics, it opens the mind. I think that's more dangerous to them than thinking that people that smoking they're going to become emasculated or low testosterone generation. I don't think that at all. I think you're going to have a little bit of everything. I think
it's a not like it's not make any left or right. I think it's just exists like every other substance. It's all about what people do, and I think there's the social media. People say okay, they make more control, but at the same time spreading more information and everything. Right? I think they do not allow anything to to do something would make them weak, and they'll be trying to suppress more and more energy. I mean, like I said, I don't know about what I believe, but I think is what they say. There will be the war against to the system, not the system, the aliens, whatever they can create, right? And it was like few last episode with the Joe Rogan and about they trying to make a fake war, like a cyber war, whatever, right? The Star Trek. And they use this against us. They say, okay, we need to close the borders and everything, and or fucking checking, maybe there's areas we need to check everyone, the scan, put the chip so we know who's the real. They can do right. There was information a few days ago about we go fucking conspiracy theory very deep, right? but they put the Bill Gates cooperated with them Coca-Cola, put like a microchip to the Coca-Cola.
Okay.
I mean, I think they do it this anyway on the whatever they can do with the, all the waves and everything, But like for me, it doesn't matter. Like I think it's like as an individual, I can make control and be creative and the independence. How far I want to go, right? If I want to fight the system, I want to fight with something what I know, which is addiction and the system connect with the. Porn and connect with the soft porn, connect with the social media and Instagram and everything, and connect with the OnlyFans, like living on the box when you think when we basically it's connect also with the reproduction, how you call this, with the kids and everything, right? Reproduction.
Yeah,
reproduction. So because if you don't have the skills even to meet someone, then you think like everything is online is the reality, and you pay the girl $5, she talk with you all night. So you're basically losing the skills to even talk with someone, right? To meet someone, because you basically afraid to have the social skills, connect with the meeting some other people, which is also I think connect with the propaganda. That's why I believe it's not even about the OnlyFans, but it's connected with all the soft, basically like Instagram works like a fucking porn. So people become like addict for this as well, but also because they get the pleasure of this. So dopamine is so high. So even if they meet normal person and they have a great time, and even normal great sex, for them it's nothing compared to what they see on the porn, right? Because they're watching fucking gangbang, this one. So that's automate the dopamine level don't give the same level of the the pleasure like the real things. Mm-hmm. So they rather they come back jerk off for the crazy video what they see, because it gives them more dopamine than the normal pleasure. That's why be happy from the normal things become very hard. It's focusing on the just one things, not multitasking. What people say is become very hard. Because it's the dopamine level is not so high, right? So you get more and more and more. So I'm if I want to fight and have some voice of this world, I think it's this part, because I was addicted of the porn. I was later addicted of the sex. I was on the porn industry, and when I realized how all the system works, and basically it's just the knowledge understand. It's not about it's not the power of porn, but it's like this exists, like you say, like it's everything exists. The alcohol exists, the drugs exist, and everything it exists. It's all about what you can do with this one, right? It's for example, like I don't think it's a great idea when we don't have social skills to meet anybody, because it's how we can basically stop reproduction. Because if we don't meet anybody, we are afraid of the opinion of the the fails of the rejection, everything, which is basically happened, right? Like there's no more people who like inside online world. There's 350 million people on the OnlyFans who talk basically with not the girl. They talk with the first AI.
Yes.
Because it's happened. Because I was inside the business, so I know. Second, it's plenty thousand people from the Philippines, India, and other country who talk as a girl.
Yeah,
so you basically don't even talk with the girl. You talk with the whatever guy,
or AI or robot.
Of course, and then you have a false information. You are attractive. You are false information about, as a, like they give you the false story, like conversation, improvement, like appreciation, and you feel like, oh, she really like me, and then you go to the real world and you get rejected. And then you come back to the fake world again. Oh, say, oh, she's dumb. I prefer to talk to you, right? And they pay $1,000. I have a people who pay $10,000. You never see the girl in life, and they just have a communication and everything, you know, conversation with the base of the simple strategy to give this guy attention, which is crazy, right? And I'm not, against even porn. I'm just against to the concept of don't be enough skills to even communicate with others, to be online and not be offline, to don't have real conversation, like you said about the trolls who talking and everything, who just go there because they feel more comfy. Yeah, it's easier, of course. You don't confront the situation, this person, it's easier. At the same time, it's easier to talk with the some girl and who give you attention for $5, And it makes problem about the reproduction because there's more guys who don't have a balls even to talk with the person, everyone on the phone. The girls also become like, stranger to each other. Who's this guy? What he want from me? So when I go to Poland, imagine I go to Poland. It's also crazy about the energy. Like few years, before, like 6-7 years ago, like being already 5 years in the Philippines, and then I spent with the girl like a few days and everything. So, hey, maybe we can go somewhere, like some the sea, like Polish, some hotel, whatever. And she said, do you think I'm a prostitute? I don't go with the guys, this on this. I said, oh my God, I meet her a few times, and they treat me like this. Even if she want me, like me, and everything, that the concept of like going somewhere and everything, even if she like it, it's like a concept like, do you think I'm a prostitute? I don't go with the guys. I said, oh my God. So that's why I see like, even people go to Thailand because the girls become like, they say more feminine. Like all the concept about the, feminists, like, oh, we have the same, law like our guys and everything. There's girls who like basically have like a alpha male energy, like a alpha female, right? When they don't have the like cute, nice personality, when they can be basically staying at home, taking care of the family, which is a big part of this one, especially when you are on the relationship. So you understand, like being a person who is staying at home, taking care of the family, it become like a second level, like something bad,
Yeah,
like
I know.
it's crazy, and it's become like really because of the whole society, the social media show like, oh, you cannot go with the party with us, so it's like your husband treat you like this, you cannot do what you want, and they become like really doing the opposite, like against to the narrative, like, and it's become like being mother and take care of the home and the kids.
It's a bad thing.
Yeah, it's like a bad thing because you should do the things what your husband do. You should get where you want. You should not stay at home. You are dependent. You don't need to listen to him. It's like, what the hell? So even the being a man and be responsible, you're fighting not with her. You're fighting with the whole friends, family, because you say no, we don't take vaccine, right? And then you said, no, because blah, 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 my friend told me like this one. And it's like, and she listen to the friends, when I don't have even voice at home, like saying some true, what I believe, when I want to protect my family, because she listen friends, because, they told me like, they can do what they want, like, and it's happened like this. So basically the woman, they have a voice of the decision. That's why it's connect with what we talk. And it's become like a real propaganda. The things like the girls being at home and they take care of the family, it's something like, I don't know, like, you know what I mean? Like it's a beautiful thing for me, and it's the less understanding, like on the, I remember in the 90s, when my mother stayed at home, right? It was, I feel great, always good food, right? She take care of the home, everything was great, clean, everything, and she take care of us. It was the great moments, like, and nobody feel like, she don't have freedom, she cannot do something, and everything she stay at home. My father worked, and it was great. Was this how it's supposed to be, I believe, right? So I think it's the concept, like the woman now, they take control and everything, it's become also, like they cannot even have kids, because they need to have a career now, right? Like,
well, it's the same thing we see with everything. It's like with the LGBT stuff.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't enough to just say, okay, if you want to do that, that's your choice.
Yeah.
Fine. It has to be no. You should do this. It's getting pushed on everything. The same with the feminism. Like the new age, or like the early phases of feminism, I understand. Giving more rights, a voice, equality, being able to work. Great. Yeah. And I think women should have the ability to choose. You want a career? Go for it. You shouldn't be restricted.
Yeah.
But now I agree, I see the same thing, especially in North America, where it's like if a woman wants to be at home and raise a family and have children, it's almost like it's like they look at her, this is unnatural, and you're just doing this because your husband. No, it's actually quite natural.
Control you.
It's actually quite natural. And if you look at all statistics, they show that the more choice and freedom that women have gotten, their happiness levels are not going up.
Yeah.
Marriage levels are going down. Reproduction levels are going down. And women's unhappiness levels are actually going up. That doesn't mean every woman should have children and be a stay-at-home mom. That's not what I'm saying. Yeah. I'm saying to pretend that both genders are identical and everything's the same and what's going to work for one gender is going to work exactly the same for the other one, it's not true.
Yeah.
It's absolutely not true, right? You need the yin and the yang. Men and women complement each other, right? My wife, she could have had a career and going down that path, but she wanted to have a family. So she does photography, which is great. That gives her an outlet, and that's her passion. But she's very happy that she gets to spend so much time with our son, and she's raising him, and not a nanny or a babysitter, and we're both at work. And some people have to be to support the family. Yeah. Not everyone's in that position, I understand. But you shouldn't push that the only right way to be a woman is to go against the norms and go for the career and sleep around with everyone and then you'll be happy.
Yeah.
Be like a man and just go and sleep with as many partners as you want. I'm not saying that's what men should do.
Yeah.
I'm saying there's often that how come when a man sleeps with a bunch of women, he's a player or he gets respect. But when a woman does the same thing, she gets called a whore or a slut. This is sexist. No, it's not. Because there's a difference. It's, for a man, generally, if he sleeps with a lot of women, it's not that easy. Unless he's super wealthy or whatever.
Sure.
If a good-looking guy went in the street and asked 100 women to sleep with him, the odds that any are going to say yes are very low. He'll probably get slapped. But if you get a beautiful woman go to the street and ask a bunch of 100 guys, how many will...
You don't need to ask.
They don't ask. They're low, absolutely. It takes no skill. There's differences. And that's not to say that men should just be living that hedonistic lifestyle and pursuing just women as a thing to conquer. I think that's unhealthy too. I think society as a whole is heading in the wrong direction because they're promoting hedonistic lifestyle, self-pleasure, not discipline, sleep with everybody, destruction of the nuclear family, don't have kids. They're pushing messaging that I think is actually very hurtful and detrimental, especially for the young generation, because they're looking at it and everything is all about a dopamine release. Whether it be porn, easy access, and easy solutions. No discipline, no self-responsibility. Same thing happened with no control. Abortion is a very hot topic. In the 90s, in the States, it used to be safe, legal, and rare. Right? So that it's a very important decision. Today, that's shifted now. The abortion is just basically another contraceptive. Oh, you get pregnant, don't worry about it, just get an abortion. That's terrible. No, that's a terrible decision that any woman has to make, and it's become something that's almost like celebrated, or pushed so actively, and that's where society is going. I don't think that's a good thing. I think discipline and self-responsibility need to be key, and remove ourselves from these easy, quick releases, because nobody wants to do the hard work. Nobody wants to do the hard work of exercise and diet. They want to, take something that is just going to fix them right away.
Yeah, it's happened. In Thailand, you can buy 6-pack for 120,000 baht.
Yeah, well, there you go. Yeah. I paid 100. No, I'll tell you off camera. No, yeah.
Give me the address.
Yeah, no, but that's the thing. Everybody wants the quick, easy solution, and then the media
pushes
it.
That's, even if we come back to the women who are, if the woman, they understand that, will be many comments. But if they also are supportive for the men, right? There also the men are able to achieve more. It means they can take care more of the family. They can take care of the financial and all these things what is connect with the well-being, and also for woman pleasure and the dopamine, but on the good healthy way, right? Because if you don't have the support, even the woman complain you about what the friends they say, was like she wanna go out, you know, like why you going here, you know, what you doing. So it's basically there's, you know, bit, you know, lack of trust, you know, lack of supportive for the side. So, you know, I always say, like, you know, if the man have a lot of important things to do to take care of everything, so he can handle alone, because it's basically can, right? It's, you know, if you cannot, like, it means that's why it's harder, because the narrative is make you life harder, because you need to have a support. You need to have a support from the woman, from the people around you, from a business partner, from the way how you can basically be independent, and not only support your own family, but also parents. You know, like the man should, you know, have enough money to pay, you know, to make on the level when he can support the parents, the kids, the wife, right? And they have savings, and they do things what they love, and they, you know, whatever, right? It's the fundamental things what we need to work for this. But now, like, you know, you have a lot of hard time, you hustle, but you come back and you have additional problem with your wife, right? Who complain about because she wanna go out, because she wanna do this one, like why you do this one, why you work so many hours, you should take care of the home, you know? Like it's crazy, like, you know, it takes so much hours to basically build this, right? And you should have just support from this. You cannot do the challenge all the time. When people say like, yeah, but man, I need to give the challenge for the guy. And like, wow, like guy may have a lot of challenge then daily. When they come back, wanna like come back from the battle, you know?
Yeah.
And they're like, and now you want another challenge, like what? So how we can go to the war to the next day, right? And they fucking, you know, bring a lot of, you know, good things, the money and everything, because we don't work for the minimum wage. We're working for the future. We're working for our, you know, kids and everything, right? And it's not required, like, you know, go work and come back, you know? It's a lot of things, you know? When you sacrifice for this, when you sign for this, it's not about, sometimes I say like, oh, but why do you choose these things? Of course I choose, you know? That's why I choose many things in my life. I want to choose the people who I surround, and I want to have support from this. You know, if something not support me, put me down and everything, I need to change this on many different ways. So I think it's very important. Like it's like a loop. It's basically everything connected, right? If you don't have the supportive, you work less. You don't have the, you know, the energy, the power, and everything. Which is you bring less money. When you feel more confidence, when you have less friends, and it's like
it's a vicious cycle.
Yeah. So it's you need to. And you fight with the system, because you don't fight with now anymore with your, you know, wife, with the people and everything. You fight with the system. When you talk with the friends about the COVID and everything, you don't talk with them. You talk with the whole government to tell them like, yes, take it, don't go out, do it this one. So you know when you talk to someone, you say, there's all the billionaires behind you who telling you you need to act like this. So sometimes I know what, don't talk with them. I talk with the all propaganda, what they put them on the brain, right? So you have a lot of things to fight, you know, and the system not help, you know. It's definitely I don't see any support from the system or the government, or anyway, right? I appreciate many things what I have in life, other way to the road and everything, right? But they paid enough for this, right? Even buying gasoline, I think it's enough, you know, providing something what exists on the fucking earth, you know, where they can make something basically free, you know, based on the Tesla, right, technology, you know. I think it exists. Now they're making the hydrogen, the engine, like even the Toyota skip the, you know, hybrid and electric war, because the hydrogen coming, right? So they, you know, they're smart, right? And I believe like all the company work together. Like if we think like a car companies, the collaborate, I mean the competitive, you know, they're like, you know, fighting with each other. It's like, come on, they just want to sell more cars, more parts, more gasoline, and that's all, right? So if more cars, there's more gasoline, more parts, more consume everything gonna with the cars, right? It's obvious. So they work together. They don't. Why they must? You take this part of the cake, we take this part of the cake. You take this company, I take this company. Government buy this one. Like it's happened all the time. That's why, you know, I quite not trust the Elon Musk, because it's, you know, how he can survive after the crisis and everything. The government sponsor him. The government sponsor, you know, the Tesla, the rocket and everything, right? Everything was from the government, SpaceX, right? Like, you know, it's, I believe, you know, some fundamental of what he believes, everything. I think he's a good person, but yeah, but you know, it's not. He don't have the freedom, you know, to do it with things like to give him the being like a hero of the, like a capitalist, right? You know, because they need to find someone's hero. Like before was the black president Barack Obama to get the people like, oh yeah, you see, we have a black president, so we are not racist. You see, that's what they buy this, you know. And I think it's there's not many people who have the like a. I mean, there's people like I think the Joe Rogan. I think believe Alex Jones, somehow even the big conspiracy and everything. I believe there's Gary Vee, who's basically like a marketing, but he also like the spread positivity.
Mm-hmm.
We have a big impact. Who's your like a idol guru of the? Who do you listen or like you follow? Or
I mean,
yourself.
I don't really idolize or make a guru out of anyone. I used to really like Jordan Peterson.
Mm-hmm.
I really liked his book when I read it. I liked listening to his lectures, his biblical lectures. I think those are very interesting. I don't agree with everything he says. I don't agree with
because he was the depression. He started using the psychedelics.
Yeah, his wife got cancer, and then he got on benzos. And, which is fine. He's never claimed to be a perfect person. He's flawed, just like every other human. But I do like his logical reasoning to things. So I do like listening his perspective on things, even if I don't always agree. I like Joe Rogan just because he's like the average guy. Likes to just shoot the shit, but then he has very interesting guests, and he gives a platform to people that we would never. I wouldn't be as informed on certain very important topics because those people were censored and they weren't allowed to speak. So he's definitely someone I like to listen to, but more than just him, it's more his guests.
Yes,
right. Because
he talks sometimes.
Yeah, he talks sometimes, but
But you can see like he knows shit. Like,
he's been doing this a long time with a lot of guests.
Yeah.
I'd say probably that's it. I mean, for different categories of things, I have like an expert that I'll refer to or look into, but on like a general kind of thing. Probably them, and then I just I like to use my own judgment. Like my whole life, it's been my judgment, and then it's not always right. But like I said at the beginning of the podcast, I'd rather make a mistake based on my own judgment than to blindly believe something else and not, verify it myself. And then I get more mad at that if I just believe somebody or believe a source without verifying it myself.
Yeah, I think it's many people like try and put on the like negative light when someone say like, oh, I believe my own things, like if sometimes I say like, I believe like we are gods and we have very powerful possibilities based on the creating world and it's now it's based on the physics. And then now, a few years ago, it's also from yesterday podcast what I hear from Jorgens. I forgot this guy name, but it's amazing dude. And he said like 4 years ago they make a experiment to create a matter.
Yeah, dark matter.
Yeah, no, not just matter.
Okay.
Some like particles from the frequency and from the waves and the frequency. So basically, they create real things from the. Not from the energy, from the magnetic field, and from the waves. So they create them matter. This was matter, right? From real things on the small scale. So it means like basically you can create the whole. They said on the Anunnaki they build all cities using this way. Like they can. That's why the pyramid and everything exists because of the stuff with the Anunnaki said. They said, I mean, this big part of this one because I remember Anunnaki because I was 20 years ago I read about this one about different civilization and everything. So it's like I was really deep about this one, and I now hear the Joe Rogan and he invited guests and he's into this and the story about this one. Oh my God, I was really into this 20 years ago, and as now the people talk more and more, and it's not anymore like a conspiracy theory, but it's based even. But I like this because it's direct things what can be used in my life, right? So if I understand, I can create them, matter from my thoughts and my vibration and everything. It means basically, it means I can create everything using my thought, my belief, and my creation, and then basically myself to create anything in my life. So I try to use any knowledge, whatever conspiracy theory, if it's give me something or not. If it's just information, just to make me just watching some bullshit, don't make any sense. Like I watch only movies when it's give me some impact to my life. When I watch something like this, nothing positive, I don't watch. Like maybe last series what I watched, because I don't watch maybe 2, maybe 3 in my life, because it takes so much hours, and it gives you so much time. So I watched The Mandalorian. You know Mandalorian?
Yeah.
Did you watch?
No.
I love it because it's was the story with not someone with superpowers, but someone who have an actual belief system and a strong concept about his belief and the honor. The human, let's say, human powers. Like normal human powers. That's why I believe if it's some movie, okay, if it's something what is the person have something what I can use in my life. That's I always try. But it's the secret. The secret was subtle for many people.
I like movies, I like TV shows, but it's more of like to unwind.
Yeah.
When I've had a long day,
Yeah.
and we watch an episode here or a movie there.
I should watch more movies instead of watching the scrolling. I think it's more healthy anyway, because at least you have some focus. But this one is just show you're focusing. That's why you don't, dopamine.
But I do agree with you on, I like my fair share of conspiracy theories. Like I said, I don't believe in everything, but the most recent years, Epstein, all that stuff, it made me realize that there's no conspiracy theory that's too out of whack. Because if Epstein Island can exist and all that stuff, anything can exist.
Yeah.
So there's certain there's certain conspiracies that I'm not gonna dig into because it's not gonna change my life. Like for example, flat Earth.
Yeah, exactly what I say. Yeah.
Flat Earth. Maybe 10, 15 years ago, I would have been like, absolutely, it's impossible, and this is bullshit. Now, I still don't think it's true, but I haven't done the research. I haven't done any research on it, and I'm like, if it came out that it is true, it wouldn't shock me. However, it wouldn't change my life. Like if today I found out the world is really flat, what am I going to do with that information?
Yeah.
It's not going to do anything.
I get something from this because I also was the flat earther before. Now I don't care anymore. But basically, from the new things, even what I watched yesterday, I believe the civilization on the planets exists. So I'm more into this one because of the person. It's not about the information. It's all about who telling this me, right? Like if I see the Joe Rogan, get this, I see this person for hours and everything, it's hard to tell bullshit for this so many hours, that's why I love podcast, you cannot bullshit me for 20 hours, you can feel it, right? If it's interesting about this one, if you make research, if he's really into this, or just to talk, just to views and everything. So from only knowledge what I learned from the flat earth, it's about the truth. It's about the questioning things.
Yes.
So and it's also importance as of the on the world. What I also hear yesterday, it doesn't matter if we are on the multi galaxies and we are the small particles. It doesn't matter because we are still the fractals, which is go deep inside as a universe and go outside, right? And so I believe we are the very important beings or whatever, and it's we are connected with the whole universe, and we are we are gods on the creation, and basically we create this world on the many different things because there's different dimensions, there's different worlds, there's different beings and everything, right? So basically the whole universe can exist here, right? And can be just the different forms, different size and everything, and on this things can live 100 million people can. Right? Because what does matter? So it's energy, right? So we know this, just energy. We can be on the game, which already plug us to AI.
This whole existence right now is just the chemical reactions
Yeah,
that are in our brain
absolutely,
currently.
yeah.
You take a psychedelic that changes that chemical reaction.
Oh, you could.
And you're in a different space.
Yeah.
You're in a different universe. And it'll feel just as real as
exactly.
this one.
And then what you need to take, and imagine you need to take for example LSD or the mushroom.
Yeah.
You take 4 grams of something that exists on the earth. You eat this. And you're living on the totally outside world, and it's still connect with the things what you believe. It's crazy, right? Because it's not you're flying and going. Everything makes sense. This is most crazy, right? Everything makes sense. The dream. What the fuck is dream? What is this? You can basically live your whole life there, have a concept, think, and what if you don't remember if it's there, it's true or this one. So easy to basically take something and they have totally different understanding and belief system and what the fuck is going on here? What is true, right? So I think the true is whatever you believe.
Yeah, true, from that perspective, it would interest me to know: is it flat? Is it not? it's just I'm not gonna go like I have a friend who's really into the.
Yeah.
He's in the States. He sent me a bunch of stuff to read, and I was like, I don't have time for this
Yeah.
because if it turned out to be true, I already questioned everything. I already questioned the truth that's being told to us. So for me, it wouldn't be like, oh, I've learned I should be questioning things. For me personally, it wouldn't change my life in any way. Now, questioning things like the efficacy or the health, of vaccines, that conspiracy, well, that has a direct impact on my life because I have to make a decision.
Yes.
And that decision is going to impact my life, my wife's life, my son's life.
And I think it's more about this one, the point.
That
should be
that to me, I'm willing to do a deep dive, right? Because things that are like conspiracy, unless it's super interesting to me, I don't know what kind of impact it's going to have on my life. Certain things I want to get to the bottom of because it's just curious, like, the 9/11 thing. I'm curious about it. It doesn't affect my life now, but the event itself affected all of our lives. It affected, what happens at airports. It affected, the Patriot Act came in, so the government's ability to spy on you and to look into your messages. It had a huge impact on everyone's life. So conspiracies like that, are important to me.
They have an impact, but it's nothing you can control this much, because it happened.
No, it happened, and then I can see what the consequences of that happening.
Because it's the other case, it's just entertainment, right? It can be like, I watch conspiracy theory, but it's not different than watching pranks, right? Because it's just entertainment. You just watch, and then you spend the time, and they make a view, so it means what they want, right? Because it's what people make it. They make business.
100%, and I used to spend much more time doing that, especially when I was alone and single. Especially when I was living in the middle of nowhere, I had a lot of time to just like deep dive into a lot of these things.
Looking the sky and waiting for UFO.
But now, I look into the things that have a direct impact or will impact, my ability to provide for my family, my health, my bodily autonomy, all those things. That's what matters to me, because without that, you're not a free human anymore. Right? So that's kind of how I look into it. Although I love conspiracy theories, I hate that word though.
Conspiracy theory,
that was created by the CIA.
Because it's already make the.
It has a negative connotation to it.
Like macocha.
Yeah, exactly. You hear it and immediately goes, oh, but it's a fact. Not every conspiracy is real, but there are clearly conspiracies that are real.
That's the point. Like they make us to they posting things, they making things to make us like, oh, it's it's not true. It's just movie like Matrix, right? So it makes more and more things makes us like it doesn't matter the true. And I think it's what they do. They make so much information. So many different opinions. So many different versions. Like we stop caring about the true anymore. That's why the Truman Show. Because I think what we can live on this planet and we can fight for this is the true. Whatever you believe is true for your protection, for belief system, for your religion, for your country and everything, doesn't matter. If you have a true, you have something solid what it's allowed you to exist, and you can fight for this. And I love people who fight for the something what they believe. I like people who I like watching the people fighting about the vegan and the animals and everything, because you can see the passion from them. Doesn't matter if it's right or wrong and everything, but he basically believe what he believes, and basically he is right about his fighting, because there's true about there's difference about if it's which one is better. I believe both are wrong connect with the animals, because I think if we take our mind and the possibilities to live without killing any animals, we can. When you use the 1% money from the war to putting on the producing food with is healthy, good for us, we can absolutely live without meat, right? Absolutely, we can.
I'll disagree with you on that.
Oh really? I believe yes.
I don't think you personally for optimal human health. I think meat is important.
Yeah, but I believe if we put the time and the effort for years and the trying to create, right, the way how we can, without killing animals. For example, like if we change the planet and the animal not exist because whatever, right, we can find a way to exist without the. But I mean, we can exist anyway.
We could exist without animals now. But that doesn't mean it would be optimal for health.
Yeah, that's why I say. Right. But if we put 1% money, right, to not buying vegetables, just to find a way when we can produce the vitamins, this one, without the killing any things, I think it's possible. You think it's not possible? if you put the $1 billion, right, what they spend for the military, everything,
Yeah, but that's-
you find a way. The same produce the other fuel, right? If you put the money to find the fuel which does not destroy the climate and don't cost that much and everything, you can create anything.
You can, but is it going to be optimal comparatively?
Yeah, but
because right now, like they are doing that with the synthetic lab-grown meat, like
Yeah.
they're doing that. But now it's been banned in certain countries, and this, is it going to be better than the real thing? I don't know. And also,
Yeah,
I don't necessarily think.
but it can be better. That's the point. Like if you put if you put $100 billion for the people who put the science and everything, they can make everything. You think there's not possible to make the real things from the not killing animals?
That is going to be better.
Absolutely can extend our cells and reproduce or to connect with the DNA and everything. I think we can even exist without food if we put our on the biohacking and everything. We already know we can basically change our DNA based on using the biohacking, using the many things what is called today steroids and everything. What is basically connect with the our life. Long life, they call this. I forgot.
Telomeres.
Telemeters, right? Yes.
Telemeters.
Telemeters. Yeah. So basically, like everything is connected with the DNA, and then this DNA is the information. But basically, yesterday I hear this. They are able to put the all data about the all knowledge from the world to the DNA as a memory. So basically, and they also can take out the information, and it's connected with the plants. They, because it's energy, so they also cut the plants. You see this, like they cut the leaf, and they put the checking about the energy, and basically the energy form without the cutting part. That's exactly like the cutting part. So they show like energy exists. Doesn't matter if they even cut the plant or not. The photon around this one, energy and DNA exists without the cutting the part.
I have not seen this.
It's crazy, really. Like they put the leaf and they cut half, right? And they put this on the some machine and everything, and they show, and the machine show the plant that still exists fully.
Yes. Oh, interesting.
Crazy, right? So it's basically the energy not disappear. So even if you there's some animals who can reproduce self so fast,
yes.
it looks like a fish, something like this. You can cut basically the 100 parts. He's still
starfish, octopus.
Something
regenerate.
This is something like ultra a crazy, like eating a lizard and everything, right? It's the simple things, So I think it's what I want to say. It's about the if we put ourselves that hard. It's also connect with the creating our consciousness of the AI, which is another topic because we can basically live on our head. Using AI and the thing is the reality, and maybe we exist like this, which I believe. I believe we live on the how you call this? The not virtual reality.
Simulation.
Simulation. Yeah, absolutely. I believe. Did you hear about the game? No Skyman. No Sky. The kids from the university create a game, and it's basically like never ending, and it's constantly creating the universe, and the game don't have ends.
No, I have
there's no Skyman. This is the game that basically exists. You can download and play game, which the game have 80 billion planet, and you can explore the whole fucking universe day and day. And if there's no way you can finish the game and the game, and it's the game have 80 billion planets, and it's based on the one DVD, so it's basically like a 2 gigabyte, but the game have no ending about.
It just keeps going.
Yeah, keep going. There's about unlimited universe. They said 80 billion planets exist, and every planet is different form, different color, different things, different this one. It's basically reproducing and recreating all the concept. And they also have the idea to put the Sims, the AI, and the thinking what the Sims will do. Like they create their own. That's really crazy. I'm very fascinating about this part. About AI and creating what they can really create. I believe they can create the emotions, and
I'm sure they can.
Yeah,
Ex Machina, the movie.
It's not a big deal. I think. I don't know why people think but the people are different because they have emotion, feelings, and the soul. And I believe the AI can create the soul. I really believe it. I think that's why it exists. Someone created us and create the soul. So I think some other things can create the soul as well. Which is exciting. Bro,
Yeah.
we fucking smash it, to be honest.
This has been.
Oh no, this is crazy.
This is
7 hours, man.
Is this the longest podcast?
It is the longest podcast, yeah. You beat my TMI, bro.
Okay.
We had 6 hours, man.
All right. I'm glad to set records. I always.
Yeah.
But it was fun.
Why you need to be the one, the best, you know?
No.
Man, was a pleasure.
Was a pleasure, my friend.
Yeah.
It was a pleasure meeting you, and thank you for taking.
Yeah.